Chapter 2341, Mutated Mythic. The moment Shifeng entered the temple, he felt as if he had arrived in an entirely different world. Instead of a ceiling, a blue sky hung overhead. Before him was a vast expanse of flowers. Just standing in this place gave him an indescribably pleasant and refreshed feeling. However, some distance ahead stood countless gravestones and statues. Each gravestone recorded the deeds of its owner when they were still among the living. A closer inspection of these gravestones would reveal that every grave belonged to someone who was once a powerhouse in God's domain. Many of these gravestones even belonged to heroes. Meanwhile, every one of these powerhouses had something in common, the fact that they all died on the same day. A resting place constructed by the sea god. Shifeng could sense faint divine might coming from the gravestones and statues before him. If these things weren't constructed by a god, then it would be impossible for them to pick up a god's aura. After all, an item needed to be in contact with a god for an extended period to absorb the god's aura. Just a graze would not be sufficient. During the time Shifeng was observing his surroundings, White Autumn and the others approached him. Elder Yifeng, your guild really has hidden its strength deeply. If Warblood and Starlink find out about this, they'll most likely receive a fright, White Autumn said in admiration as he looked at Shifeng. Although White Autumn had long known that Shifeng possessed extraordinary strength, he never thought that Shifeng was this strong. The fact that Shifeng advanced to a Tier 3 Sword King so soon would serve as a huge deterrence to the various superpowers. After all, nobody could guarantee that, should Zero Wing get pushed into a corner, Shifeng would not invest a large amount of time specifically to make trouble and target the upper echelons and core experts of Zero Wing's enemies. Most likely, only be a few players in God's domain could say with confidence that they could survive against a Tier 3 Sword King. Moreover, Zero Wing also had a flying ship and occupied a medium fortress on Dragonheart Island. After remembering these matters, White Autumn could not help but grow interested in the guild known as Zero Wing. Now, rather than viewing Zero Wing as a pseudo-superpower, White Autumn already considered Zero Wing an existence equal to Giant's Heart. As for Linya, although she was a little in awe of Shifeng's strength, she still could not help gnashing her teeth in anger and frustration, as she felt that Shifeng had just been toying with her. Despite being a Tier 3 powerhouse, Shifeng was insistent on hiding his strength. It would have been fine if he simply kept hiding his strength, yet he chose to reveal it midway through their quest. She felt as if the swordsman had been playing her for a fool. However, as luck would have it, she was utterly helpless to do anything against him. What Linya did not know was that, if not for the extreme importance of ocean boundary stones to Zero Wing, Shifeng wouldn't have bothered interfering at all. After all, it was much easier to just relax at the rear and collect his payment of ocean boundary stones once the quest was done. However, he had received an opportunity to earn 2 ocean boundary stones with merely a little effort. With the value of 2 ocean boundary stones equivalent to 1 piece of level 100 plus epic equipment, only a fool would choose not to make such a trade. Brother Yifeng, you really concealed your strength perfectly. It is my loss this time. According to our agreement, I'll give you the 2 ocean boundary stones White Autumn promised me, as well, Silent Rain said, admitting his defeat. Nobody present found Silent Rain's decision surprising. Although Silent Rain was a sea god's direct kin and could exert the combat power of a Tier 3 class in the sea god's realm, there were still massive differences between Tier 3s. Silent Rain might be able to cope against ordinary Tier 3 experts, but against a Tier 3 Sword King like Shifeng, who could suppress 2 level 101 Grand Lords all by himself, he would be nothing but a joke. Unless Silent Rain successfully advanced to Tier 3 as well, he wouldn't perform any better than other Tier 2 players when fighting Shifeng. However, completing the Tier 3 promotion quest was easier said than done. Even if Silent Rain could get promoted to Tier 3, that was something that would happen only in the distant future. Meanwhile, Shifeng did not say anything about this situation. Gaining 2 additional ocean barrier stones was undoubtedly a good thing for him. With this, his single trip here would earn him a total of 9 ocean barrier stones. This was definitely a huge windfall for Zero Wing. After all, compared to other powers, Zero Wing already possessed a significant advantage when it came to learning combat techniques, the Extraordinary Tower. The further one progressed into the Realms of Truth, the greater the assistance the Realms of Truth would provide. Upon reaching the Ascension Realm, even a Flowing Water Realm expert would have an excellent chance of learning bronze combat techniques. Even if their mastery wouldn't be very high, they would, at least, learn the basic principles of how bronze combat techniques improved one's combat power. Meanwhile, with the help of the Ocean Boundary Stones, Zero Wing would be able to nurture a batch of experts with mastery over bronze combat techniques. At that time, Zero Wing could further stabilize the situation of its various branch guilds. Vice Guild Leader White, may I know what we will be doing next? Shifeng asked as he looked at the sea of flowers around him. What we need to do next is very simple. We just have to get rid of the spirits created by the strange energy leaking out of the graves. The quicker we clear out all of these spirits, the higher our quest completion rate will be. During our previous 2 attempts, we spent nearly 3 days clearing out the spirits. Now that we have your help, we should be able to finish this part much more quickly, White Autumn said, smiling as he pointed at the faint, crimson mist seeping out of the graves. The spirits created by the strange energy were roughly equal in strength to the Naga sirens. However, unlike the Nagas, these spirits were limited in number. One could say that, upon entering this world, they had completed a large portion of the quest already. After eliminating the spirits, all that would be left was removing the strange energy from the graves. Once that was done, not only would White Autumn be able to become a sea god's direct kin, but he would also obtain a sea god's weapon, which would allow him to become the ruler of the seas. While White Autumn was speaking, the strange energy seeping from the graves condensed. A short moment later, translucent undying spirits took shape above the numerous graves. These undying spirits were all geared in excellent weapons and equipment. Their eyes gave off a black glow, and their bodies radiated an indescribably strange energy, which continuously corroded the space around them as if these spirits were trying to taint the space in their own colors. Undying Spirit, Special Energy Being, Great Lord, Level 99 HP 50 000 000/50 000 000. Although these immortal spirits looked to be only ordinary Great Lords, Shifeng could tell that their combat standards were superior to the Naga Sirens, probably reaching the 6th floor Trial Tower standard. Even refinement realm experts of the same level would not be a match for them with their powerful basic attributes. However, against experts like White Autumn and the others on the team, these undying spirits could hardly count as an opponent. Not to mention, Shifeng was also taking part in the fight now. Due to Shifeng's participation, the task that originally required nearly 3 days to complete was done in just roughly 2 days. If not for the undying spirit's very low spawn rate, the team would have finished this part of the quest in just 1.5 days. Meanwhile, during these 2 days, almost everyone in the team had received a lot of EXP. White Autumn, Linya, Silent Rain, and Uneducated Bull had all risen to level 98. As for Shifeng, due to the monster's lower level, he did not receive that much EXP from them. As a result, he was still 23% away from reaching level 103. Aside from EXP, the undying spirits had also dropped relatively excellent equipment. Even though the drop rate wasn't particularly high, White Autumn had still ended up with over 100 pieces of level 95 secret silver equipment and several pieces of level 95 fine gold equipment. In addition, he had also obtained quite a number of precious materials. After clearing out the undying spirits, White Autumn had everyone sit down and rest in preparation for the final phase of the quest. Once everyone was rested, he took out an aqua blue pendant and chanted an incantation before the graveyard. Immediately, the strange energy remaining in the graveyard went berserk and started gathering rapidly at the center of the graveyard. After 10 seconds, a 6-meter-tall undying spirit appeared before everyone's eyes, wearing a crimson cape made out of the strange energy. At this moment, this undying spirit was looking at the players before it with an evil grin on its face. Upon seeing this undying spirit, whether it was White Autumn or Silent Rain and the others, the expression on their faces changed immediately. That's not right. Why is this boss different from the ones we fought before? Linya could not help her confusion as she stared at the undying spirit. Sunset King, Mutant, Mythic, Level 100 HP 2, 700, 000, 000/2, 700, 000, 000. Is this Sunset King really the same as the ones we fought before? Silent Rain's complexion darkened as he felt the aura the Sunset King radiated. Its HP is more than triple of the previous ones. Although the two Sunset Kings they fought before were similarly mythic monsters, they had not been strong enough to make his scalp tingle. The intensity of the current Sunset King's aura was at least twice as strong as the previous ones. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Damn it. Why is it a mutant? White Autumn's complexion paled when he saw the Sunset King. He was very familiar with the existence of mutants, as he had come across one in the Sea God's realm before. The mutant back then was only a level 60 Grand Lord. However, its strength surpassed even that of mythic monsters of the same level. It had easily slaughtered a raid team consisting of several thousand level 70+ experts. In order to bring down that level 60+ mutant, Giant's Heart had mobilized its war weapons and sacrificed nearly 10,000 expert players. Meanwhile, the mutant before him now was a level 100 mythic monster. White Autumn didn't dare imagine what would happen to the Sea God's realm if it managed to leave this place. Run! Everyone, escape quickly! White Autumn shouted. This isn't a monster we can handle. We need to escape this place immediately. Chapter 2342, Void Fragmentation. None of the team members doubted White Autumn's judgment, and Linya immediately retrieved a Tier 3 group instantaneous transfer scroll, activating it. She almost moved faster than she ever had in her entire life. A level 100 mythic monster was already a handful, even for sea gods kin like themselves. They had Shifang's help, but that might not be enough to take one day. Needless to say, they had no hope of surviving against a mythic-ranked mutant. The last time a mutant had appeared in the Sea God's realm, it had badly shaken the entire world. For that battle, Giant's Heart had unified the forces across the Sea God's realm, losing over 10,000 lives and blowing through nearly half of its resources. The guild had even been forced to rely on certain cards it had prepared to use against super guilds to bring down the mutant. To make matters worse, a mutant didn't just kill players as normal monsters did. It would sometimes devour them as well. Players that were simply killed didn't have much of an issue, but those that were captured and eaten would suffer triple the usual death penalty, and their souls would be weakened for 10 days after their resurrection. Being eaten was far more severe a loss than dying 5 or 6 times. During the battle against the mutant, many of Giant's Heart's refinement realm experts and stronger had been devoured. Unfortunately, that included some peak experts. It had been a huge setback for the guild. If not for that battle, Pride Empire wouldn't have defended against Giant's Hear's invasion in the Fire Dragon Empire so effectively. Meanwhile, not only was the mutant before them a mythic-ranked monster, but it was also level 100. If they couldn't escape in time, and the monster devoured them, the consequences would be unimaginably dire for experts of their caliber. Fortunately, players could use teleportation tools within this divine temple. Otherwise, they'd have no hope. As soon as Linya activated the scroll, a teleportation array appeared under the team members' feet. As a Tier 3 group instantaneous teleportation scroll, it could instantly teleport up to 20 players to the nearest NPC city or a fixed location. She didn't waste a second deciding on the teleport location, setting the scroll to transport them to the nearest NPC city. Shifang didn't object to White Autumn's decision to retreat in the least. Even with his long years of experience in God's domain, this was the first time Shifeng had encountered or heard of a mythic-ranked mutant. By becoming a mutant, a monster would be akin to a fearsome beast released from its cage. Its basic attributes would undergo a qualitative transformation, and its intellect would substantially increase. At this point, Shifeng couldn't even fathom how powerful the mutated Sunset King had become. He was certain that if he chose to stay, he'd lose his life. Mythic-ranked mutant. By becoming a mutant, a monster would be akin to a fearsome beast released from its cage. Its basic attributes would undergo a qualitative transformation, and its intellect would substantially increase. At this point, Shifeng couldn't even fathom how powerful the mutated Sunset King had become. He was certain that if he chose to stay, he'd lose his life. We're finally safe. Linya breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the countless players wandering the street around them. The rest of the team members nodded in agreement. Had they lingered in that temple for a few more seconds, the mutated Sunset King would have slaughtered them. Now that they were in Lake Mountain City, they were safe. Lake Mountain City wasn't a capital city, but it was a major NPC city that was extremely far away from the ruin they had been exploring. Even if the Sunset King wanted to target them, it shouldn't be able to do so. Only White Autumn was disappointed with the outcome. He had gone to great lengths to complete that quest, and just when he had been a step away from his promotion to Direct Kin and the Sea God's weapon, his efforts were wasted. It seems I troubled you for nothing, Elder Yifeng. I hadn't expected these results. However, I will still pay for your time with 3 ocean barrier stones. I hope that you can accept them, White Autumn apologized. Although he had failed the quest, White Autumn saw the merit in befriending Shifeng after the swordsman's display in the cavern. It wasn't certain that Giant's Heart wouldn't encounter another quest that would require such an expert's assistance in the future. After all, Shifeng had completed his Tier 3 promotion quest far sooner than anyone in God's domain. Even if Giant's Heart's experts reached Tier 3 as well, Shifeng's strength shouldn't be underestimated with the massive lead he had. Silent Rain and Uneducated Bull watched Shifeng enviously. According to their agreement with White Autumn, they'd only get paid if they helped complete the quest. Since they hadn't, they'd receive nothing, yet Shifeng had still been given 3 ocean barrier stones. The original agreement they had with Giant's Heart had only involved a single ocean barrier stone as payment. As Shifeng was about to respond to White Autumn's offer, however, an intense shockwave blew through the street, attracting everyone's attention. Some distance away from Shifeng's group, a tear in space opened, and 2 pitch-black hands reached out, slowly prying the tear apart. How is this possible? Linya exclaimed as she watched the black hands emerge. Those hands belonged to none other than the Sunset King. The crimson aura radiating off the crimson hands was the same strange energy that filled the sea god's ruin they had been in. The others on the team stared at the rift as well, just as shocked. This was a monster that could track their teleportation and rip through space to hunt them down. It was the first time they had ever heard of such a creature in God's domain. Before Shifeng and the others could react, the Sunset King stepped through the enlarged spatial tear, its crimson gaze immediately locking on to the group. When it saw Shifeng and his companions, it gave them a sinister grin as if ridiculing Shifeng and the others for thinking they had any hope of escaping it. Void Fragmentation. A mythic-ranked mutant is actually this powerful. Shifeng was utterly astonished. Normally, not even Tier 4 NPCs could track players when they fled by teleporting, yet this mutated Sunset King was exactly that powerful, forcing open a path that led directly to its prey. To accomplish such a feat, the Sunset King would need to have the strength to fragment space itself. Normally, only Tier 5 or Tier 6 NPCs would have such power. Contrary to Shifeng and his companions' reactions, the players around them seemed excited as they watched the Sunset King emerge. Crap! A mythic monster is sieging the city. This is perfect timing. A level 100 mythic monster. If it dies, it'll definitely drop something excellent. If I can snatch 1 or 2 items, I'll be rich. Lake Mountain City's players didn't panic in the least when they saw the Sunset King. Rather, they hungered for its blood. They were in an NPC city, after all, and the city's NPC soldiers were all level 150 or higher. A measly level 100 mythic monster would just be asking for a beating by trying to attack the city. It wasn't long after the Sunset King's appearance that a group of level 150 plus NPC soldiers arrived and charged toward it. As the soldiers approached, however, the Sunset King removed a strange, crimson scythe from its back. It then brandished the weapon. Crimson blades flew from the scythe, surrounding the Sunset King. The instant these crimson blades slammed into the NPC soldiers, the NPCs flew through the air, heavily injured. Even the buildings lining the street, which were protected by magic arrays, turned into rubble as the attack sliced through them. Every player within 100 yards of the mutated Sunset King died without even leaving behind their ashes. It was as if they had evaporated instantly. Finally, the city's players realized how afraid they should be of the Sunset King. Are you kidding me? Magic arrays had protected those buildings. Even mythic monsters would need a lot of time to destroy them, yet this monster, the players that had assumed they could take advantage of the Sunset King's arrival were dumbfounded. With a single skill, the mutated mythic monster had heavily injured several dozen level 150 plus, tier 2 NPCs and flattened the street's buildings. This was the first time any of them had seen such power. White Autumn and his team could only gasp as they watched. How was this a mythic monster? The Sunset King was practically a natural disaster. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. After repelling the NPC soldiers, the Sunset King returned its attention to Shifang's group. It walked toward them, and every step it took increased the pressure they felt. For a moment, they all felt as if they were standing before the Grim Reaper himself. Although the process had seemed drawn out, the Sunset King had crossed the distance between it and Shifang's group in an instant. In fact, Shifang hadn't even had time to react to the monster's approach. Suddenly, however, a blue-haired man in silver armor and wielding an icy blue, two-handed axe appeared, interrupting the Sunset King when it was still 50 yards from Shifang and about to swing its scythe again. The instant this middle-aged, blue-haired man appeared, the nearby players breathed a sigh of relief. This man was none other than Lake Mountain City's magistrate, Westland, a level 180, tier 4 heavenly knight. Chapter 2343. Inferior legendary event. Even White Autumn and his guildmates released a relieved sigh when they spotted Westland. Westland was a level 180, tier 4 heavenly knight. Even if the Sunset King were immune to level suppression, Westland wouldn't be thrown as easily as the level 150 plus, tier 2 NPC soldiers. Furthermore, Lake Mountain City's magic array strengthened Westland in battle. However, the Sunset King remained unperturbed. It released even more intense energy from its scythe, energy so powerful that space around it began to crumble. At the same time, the power of the Sunset King's aura skyrocketed. What's going on? How has it become even stronger? Silent Rain stared at the crimson energy around the mutant's weapon in astonishment. The Sunset King had already displayed unbelievable power, yet it continued to grow stronger. It almost seemed like some seal had been removed. As the aura washed over him, Silent Rain even struggled to move. How is it growing so quickly? The situation confused Shifang, as well. As monsters completed a mutation, they would experience a qualitative leap to their strength, which would grow until it couldn't be quantified by levels. As mutants killed other creatures, they would continue to grow stronger, but Shifang had never heard of a mutant that could power up twice in such a short time. The Sunset King swung its scythe again before White Autumn or his comrades could react. As a result, the space before them turned a deep crimson. Is this really a mythic monster? The distant spectators were utterly dumbfounded. With just a swing of its scythe, the Sunset King had saturated the space before it with crimson energy, which vaporized everything in its path, distorting space itself. As the crimson energy extended toward Westland, the Heavenly Knight raised his icy blue axe and yanked it down in a deadly arc Tier 4 skill, Heavenly Flash. Several dozen arcs of blue light flew toward the approaching crimson energy. Boom! 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 As the attacks collided, they created a fierce shockwave that forced White Autumn and his team to stumble back. With it came a loud boom that echoed throughout the city. As the dust settled, it revealed that the Sunset King had only stumbled a few steps backward. Even after taking Westland's attack, the Sunset King maintained its calm gaze as it stared down the Tier 4 NPC. The mythic mutant hadn't sustained a single injury. Impossible. Is that really a monster? Even a level 180, Tier 4 NPC was only able to shove it back a little. The spectating players gaped in shock. They couldn't rationalize how a level 100 mythic monster had the strength to rival a level 180, Tier 4 NPC. While the nearby players were dazed, the Sunset King raised its scythe and bellowed. A bloody mist then manifested, spreading out around it. Easily tens of thousands of level 100+ undying spirits began to emerge from the mist. Even the weakest summoned undying spirit was a High Lord, while the strongest were Grand Lords. As these undying spirits appeared, Lake Mountain City's players heard the sound of a system notification. System, Lake Mountain City has triggered the Inferior legendary event, Awakening of the Mutant King. Kill the Sunset King before it destroys Lake Mountain City and obtain the Mutated Heart. With the Mutated Heart, one may receive the Sea God's blessing. The notification shocked everyone, and the players, who had been trying to flee, froze in place. An Inferior legendary event. They had never heard of such a thing happening in the Sea God's realm before. Moreover, if they killed the Sunset King, they could receive the Sea God's blessing. A God's blessing. That was even better than becoming a God's kin. If they could obtain the Sea God's blessing, an instant rise to fame would be easy. The way these players looked at the Sunset King immediately changed. Rather than fear and trepidation, they now stared at the mythic mutant with longing, fervent gazes. Attack! Our adventurer team must obtain that mutated heart. With it, we'll become famous throughout the Sea God's realm. Gather all of our war weapons immediately. We need to kill the Sunset King before other guilds arrive. Lake Mountain City's various major powers exploded into action. These major powers hadn't paid much attention to the Sunset King at first. A mythic monster's loot wasn't all that impressive, after all. Even if they killed it, they'd be lucky to claim a handful of items with how many players were in the area. Furthermore, the Sunset King was clearly quite powerful. The potential gains simply hadn't been worth the losses. However, the system announcement had changed everything. As long as they killed the Sunset King and obtained its mutated heart, they could grant one player the Sea God's blessing. With it, one would be unmatched at sea. We should gather our men, as well, Vice Guild Leader. With a Tier 4 NPC and an entire city of players to help raid the Sunset King, not even this mythic mutant will last long, Linya quickly advised. Before the planar passages had opened, no one would have dared to defy Giant's Heart in the Sea God's realm, but now, many of the Otherworld's major powers had allied with those on the main continent. Although Giant's Heart still held a significant portion of the Sea God's realm's resources, the various major powers didn't fear the guild as they once did. Hence, it was impossible to claim all of the Sunset King's loot. Notify our subordinates and tell them to send as many guild members to the city as they can. Inform them that we'll need all of our available war weapons, as well, White Autumn commanded, understanding the situation's importance as well. Giant's Heart might have a powerful hold on the Sea God's realm, but that did not mean its strength was equally distributed across the world. Logically, it shouldn't have much more manpower than the local guilds in a backwater area like Lake Mountain City. Moreover, that strange, bloody mist had disabled all teleportation abilities. In other words, players would have to run to Lake Mountain City. This gave Giant's Heart even less of an advantage over the local powers. Meanwhile, Silent Rain and Uneducated Bull also began to grow anxious. Due to the Sunset King's power, players couldn't approach it. If they tried, they'd be instantly vaporized. Hence, the city's players would have to rely on tools and war weapons to raid the Mythic Mutant, which was a major disadvantage to independent players like them. Following which, Lake Mountain City's various major powers mobilized one trump card after another, with some using summoning scrolls, and others revealing formidable war weapons, such as gnome cannons. These powers started to push back the Undying Army while bombarding the Sunset King. For a while, Lake Mountain City had transformed into a chaotic war zone. However, the Sunset King was no easy opponent. Not only was its attack range massive, but its summoned Undying Spirits also moved like a well-organized army. They specifically targeted the gnome cannons and large ballistas, forcing the various major powers to defend their war weapons desperately. Unfortunately, against the level 100+ Undying Spirits, ordinary Tier 2 experts were little more than moving targets. After only 20 minutes, over 100,000 players had died in Lake Mountain City. Several hundred Tier 2 NPC soldiers had also fallen amidst the chaos. In contrast, as the Bloody Mist continued to expand, more Undying Spirits joined the battlefield. Even though more players and powers joined the fight with each passing minute, they couldn't stop the spread of the Bloody Mist. Fortunately, bombarded by the various major powers' war weapons and magic scrolls, the Sunset King rapidly lost HP. At this rate, Vice Guild Leader, I'm afraid that the raid will end before our reinforcements arrive. Also, there are too many spirits here now. Approaching the boss's location will be very difficult, Linya worriedly reported as she watched the mythic monster's HP decrease. Even in Lake Mountain City, Giant's Heart had a considerable amount of manpower, but it didn't have as many war weapons and tools as the local powers. If their reinforcements didn't get to the battle soon, Giant's Heart's members wouldn't be able to reach the Sunset King's loot until after the other powers. White Autumn was just as anxious about the situation, but he didn't have a solution. Without being able to teleport, mobilizing their war weapons and tools would take a very long time. Vice Guild Leader White, I have a suggestion that may help us secure the Sunset King's kill, Shifeng suddenly offered. In exchange, however, I want everything the mutant drops aside from the mutated heart. Are you interested? You have a plan? White Autumn asked. The rest of the team turned to stare at Shifeng, confused. Linya was particularly confuddled, with no idea how Shifeng intended to kill the Sunset King and claim its mutated heart. The Sunset King was surrounded by a swarm of Undying Spirits, and the Grand Lord ranked Undying Spirits could even fly. Even with a flying ship, getting close to the Mythic Mutant would be impossible without being attacked. They would need a large number of war weapons to protect the flying ship. A flying ship wasn't particularly useful against monsters, to begin with. Its offensive abilities were mainly a deterrence for other players. The vessel would be a sitting duck against a group of monsters. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, of course, Shifeng said, nodding confidently. Deal. If you can get me the mutated heart, I'll give you the rest. White Autumn agreed. He wasn't particularly interested in the Sunset King's other items anyway. If Shifeng was confident of killing the Sunset King, it was only good news for him. May I know what the plan is, Elder Yifeng? Do everything you can to protect my flying ship, and I'll need 8 experts to man the ship's cannons. You can leave the rest to me, Shifeng said. After hearing the plan, Linya couldn't help but roll her eyes. If they had enough war weapons to keep the Undying Spirits off of the Crimson Dragon flying ship, then they wouldn't have to worry about missing out on the Sunset King's loot in the first place. Oh, I'll also need 6 peak experts to pilot these guardian puppets and protect the flying ship, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then revealed 6 guardian puppets from his epic spatial bag. Chapter 2344, Flying Ship vs. Sunset King. White Autumn and the others were stunned when they saw the 6 guardian puppets. 6 combat puppets. Did he bring Zero Wing's entire armory with him? Linya stared, astonished, at Shifeng after witnessing the 6 guardian puppets, which were as tall as buildings. Combat puppets weren't as rare as they once had been, and many superpowers had a few of their own at this stage of the game. Giant's Heart was no exception. However, due to how few the guild had, every one of them was treated as a part of the guild's foundation and mustn't be used casually. Even White Autumn, one of Giant's Heart's vice guild leaders, had to gain the guild leader's permission before he could mobilize a guardian puppet. And yet, Shifeng had pulled 6 of them from his bag as if they were common tools. The unexpected development rendered White Autumn speechless. White Autumn had already been shocked that Shifeng was allowed to carry a flying ship on him, yet now he found out that the swordsman also had 6 combat puppets. If he hadn't taken the initiative to invite Shifeng to assist on his quest and bring the man to the sea god's realm, he would have suspected that Shifeng had actually come to declare war on the otherworld. Bronze-ranked combat puppets possessed peak Tier 3 power, and under an expert player's control, they could easily surpass the combat power of Tier 3 summoned creatures and war weapons. This was why the various superpowers were so careful with their combat puppets. Destroying a guild town would be child's play if one mobilized 6 bronze combat puppets at once. Combined with a flying ship, even destroying a guild city might be possible. We don't have much time left. Let's hurry, Shifeng said, watching the spreading mist and increasing number of undying spirits. He hadn't planned to reveal the guardian puppets, initially. They were a part of Zero Wing's foundation, after all, and they would lose durability in combat. Moreover, the materials needed to repair them weren't easy to produce. However, this was an extraordinary situation, and the Sunset King was a mythic-ranked mutant. This was the first time he had ever even heard of such a monster. The last mutant he had killed in White River City had only been a High Lord, yet its loot had been priceless, especially the Blade Saint legacy. At mythic rank, the Sunset King's loot would be just as astonishing. Its total value might even rival that of the Sea God's Blessing. However, the Sunset King wouldn't be easy to kill. Aside from the increasing number of undying spirits, the mutant itself wasn't a being current players could afford to provoke. If the city's level 180, Tier 4 magistrate weren't taking it, the Sunset King would have already transformed the city into ruins. After factoring in the swarm of undying spirits, it would be impossible to get the Crimson Dragon flying ship close to the Sunset King. Hence, Shifeng had to rely on the guardian puppet's strength. Blue, your group will pilot these guardian puppets and protect the flying ship with me. Linya, your group will help Elder Yifeng control the flying ship, White Autumn said. He knew that time was of the essence right now. Everyone else, use everything you've got to help from the side. I will ensure that you're all rewarded appropriately as long as we succeed. Following which, White Autumn and 5 peak experts entered the guardian puppets' cockpits. Meanwhile, Linya's group boarded the Crimson Dragon flying ship with Shifeng. Naturally, Lake Mountain City's players soon noticed the flying ship and combat puppets. The steel giants were difficult to ignore. The constructs dwarfed both the players and the undying spirits. The level 100+ undying spirits, which current players had no hope against, were like children before the guardian puppets. White Autumn and Giant's Heart's peak experts perfectly displayed the colossal construct's strength, sending groups of undying spirits flying with a single slap. Effortlessly, the 6 guardian puppets opened a path through the swarm of undying spirits, preventing the summoned monsters from getting between the Crimson Dragon flying ship and the Sunset King. A flying ship. Crap. How is this fair? When the various major powers and adventurer teams saw the guardian puppets in Crimson Dragon flying ship, they felt as if they were using guns and swords in this battle, while Zero Wing and Giant's Heart used fighter jets and tanks. The two sides' firepower was on entirely different levels. White Autumn and the other guardian puppet pilots couldn't help but agree with that thought. When fighting alone, the guardian puppet didn't seem particularly powerful, but when 6 fought together, they made up for each other's weaknesses, doubling their combat power. Now, they were even confident of taking down a level 100 mythic monster, much less a few level 100 Grand Lords. Before the watching players could overcome their shock from seeing the guardian puppets, the Crimson Dragon flying ship's main cannons began to gather mana. Everyone within 2,000 yards of the flying ship felt the mana density around them sharply decrease. The instant Westland used a Tier 4 skill to push the Sunset King back, the magic elven cannon fired a beam of divine light at the mythic mutant. The Sunset King had extraordinary movement speed and reaction speed. Normally, even ballistas and gnome cannons would struggle to land a hit. However, less than 300 yards separated the Sunset King and the Crimson Dragon flying ship, and even if the mythic mutant tried, it couldn't dodge the attacks in time. Thus, the Sunset King was forced to block the attack with its scythe. Boom! The instant the beam attack smashed into the scythe, space around the impact ruptured. The Sunset King simply didn't have enough strength to resist the magic elven cannons, and as a result, the beam of divine light devoured the mythic mutant power. The Sunset King rapidly lost HP while bathed in the divine light. By the time the attack ended, the Sunset King, whom the magistrate hadn't been able to injure, was visibly hurt. Cracks spread across the mutant's body, and it had lost over 20 million HP. While the Sunset King slowly healed its injuries, it would command far less combat power. A flying ship possesses such destructive power. Linya stared at the injured Sunset King with wide eyes. Not even a Tier 4 Heavenly Knight had been able to damage the Sunset King's body, yet the Crimson Dragon had achieved the feat with a single attack. It was simply unbelievable. What Linya didn't know was that the Crimson Dragon flying ship was powered by a bronze engine. Its overall DPS might not be a match for an actual bronze flying ship, but its main cannon had peak Tier 4 power. Not even Westland could afford to take a direct hit from the magic elven cannon. The boss is coming. Activate the magic shield and mana field. All mana pulse cannons, attack with everything you've got. Sherfone commanded as the Sunset King turned his glare toward the Crimson Dragon flying ship. The mythic mutant made its move as soon as Sherfone finished giving orders. The Sunset King appeared before the flying ship in the blink of an eye and swung its scythe, sending a crimson arc slicing at the vessel. Fortunately, the flying ship's magic shield and mana field snapped up before the Sunset King had attacked. As a result, the flying ship avoided taking any hull damage. However, the attack had depleted the magic shield's energy reserve by over 6 million points. After blocking the Sunset King's attack, the flying ship's mana pulse cannons activated, one after another, firing a black and white beam that struck the mythic mutant. Each one of the beams shaved off a sizable chunk of the Sunset King's HP, and the spectating players were stunned by the horrific, spectacular explosions that ensued. After witnessing the Crimson Dragon flying ship's performance, everyone gained a newfound appreciation for flying ships. None of them had ever thought that a flying ship could go toe-to-toe with a monster as powerful as the Sunset King. With Westland pinning down the mutant and the Crimson Dragon flying ship's firepower devouring its HP, the Sunset King was rendered powerless. It could only watch as it continued to lose HP. Moreover, due to the 6 guardian puppets, the tens of thousands of Undying couldn't even reach the flying ship. 60%. 30%. 10%. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. As the Sunset King's HP continued to plummet, the mythic mutant frenzied. In turn, the Crimson Dragon flying ship steadily lost durability. They were lucky that Westland had shown up. Without him to tank the mythic mutant, the Crimson Dragon flying ship would have lost durability at a much faster rate. When the Sunset King's HP fell to 5%, it turned and fled, but Westland refused to allow it. The magistrate immediately activated Lake Mountain City's defensive magic array, sealing off the city. The Sunset King couldn't escape the city until it destroyed the magic barrier. Die! When Shifeng saw how little HP the mythic mutant had left, he activated the magic elven cannon once more. Although the Sunset King tried desperately to defend itself, the beam of divine light cut through its HP until it eventually hit zero. The mutant's body then disappeared, returning to the void. Chapter 2345, Holy Chant. As the Sunset King's body vanished into the void, a bright glow enveloped Shifeng and his companions. He reached level 103 and was more than halfway to the next level. Linya and the others manning the flying ship's mana pulse cannons instantly leveled from 98 to 100. The Sunset King had awarded many times more EXP than ordinary level 100 mythic monsters. It left Linya and the others dazed for a moment. Meanwhile, the bloody mist that had saturated Lake Mountain City began to gather toward the disappearing Sunset King. After 3 seconds, a resplendent, crimson gem formed within the mist, attracting everyone's attention instantly. The Mutated Heart. Even without inspecting the gem, everyone knew it was the Mutated Heart. After all, the crystal contained tremendous energy, even more than 7 luminaries crystals. While it hovered in the air, the crimson gem radiated such powerful waves of energy that space around it distorted as if it couldn't endure the energy. The energy within the crimson gem had no place on this plane of existence. Suddenly, a ray of holy light descended from the sky, and every player in the city heard a divine chant. As if the heavens were celebrating the Sunset King's death, over 100 globes of light fell from the sky, landing around the Mutated Heart. Their brilliant light illuminated all of Lake Mountain City. Every one of these treasures radiated incredible auras, and so close together, their auras amplified each other. Bathing in the combined auras and warm light, ordinary players struggled to approach the items. Loot. After a few seconds, someone broke the silence. As if the word had been the spark to ignite a powder keg, every player surged toward the glowing orbs like a crowd of lunatics. The city's players seemed to have forgotten about Giant's Heart's members, the Guardian Puppets, and the Crimson Dragon flying ship. All of you, charge. Those treasures are ours. Kill whoever tries to get in your way. I'll ensure that whoever claims an item is promoted by 1 rank within the guild. I'll even award bonus GCPs depending on the item's rarity. Lake Mountain City's various major powers promptly ordered their guild members to surround the Sunset King's loot. Although there were quite a few Giant's Heart members nearby, no one paid them any mind. With so much precious treasure before them, all else was secondary. Improving one's strength was the key to success in God's domain. Even if the superpower demanded that they hand over the treasures they had claimed later, how would Giant's Heart's players know what treasures they had taken? The guild would be quite impressive if it even knew how many items had dropped. All these powers would have to do is hand over some of the less valuable items, and Giant's Heart wouldn't be able to do anything about it. While the various major powers made their move, they bombarded the area with attacks to prevent others from getting to the loot first. These people have lost their minds. Linya was furious as she watched the various major powers members swarm the loot area like locusts. She had never thought they'd be so desperate or shameless. Some major powers even began to attack the area with their war weapons. Even with a flying ship, it would take some time to clear out these pests, and by the time the loot area was clear, the surrounding players would have taken what they wanted. They were talking about several 100,000 players. Even if Giant's Heart had 6 guardian puppets and several thousand members present, it couldn't stop all of these players. I'll loot the items. You just need to keep players out of the area, Shifeng calmly told Linya. Honestly, though, he was just trying to suppress the elation and shock in his heart. A holy chant. If the super guilds from his previous life had known about this, they would have done everything in their power to secure these items. He wouldn't even be surprised if they flattened Lake Mountain City for the sake of the Sunset King's loot. By now, every player in God's domain was familiar with the appearance of loot, but most didn't know that there were different ranks of this phenomenon. The most common was the glow that enveloped dropped items. After that was a dragon's roar that heralded the item's arrival, and then, there was the holy chant. The strongest phenomena he had experienced in the past had been the dragon's roar. He had only ever heard of the holy chant announcing the loot's arrival. A holy chant normally only preceded loot from Tier 5 superior demon kings, Tier 5 saints, and Tier 5 adult dragons. These bosses had already taken half a step into the realm of gods. Every one of these bosses ruled an area in God's domain. Ordinary superpowers had no chance of contending with such powerful existences. Usually, several superpowers would have to work together to take one down. Hence, Shifeng had been taken aback when he heard the holy chant as the Sunset King's loot had dropped. He had expected a mythic mutant's loot to be extraordinary, but he hadn't thought it would be this incredible. If the various superpowers of his previous life had known about this, they would have nurtured every mutant they could find to mythic rank before slaughtering them. When Linya watched Shifeng vault from the pilot seat, she was at a loss. Hundreds of cannons and ballistas continued to bombard the loot area. Not even a guardian puppet would last long against so many war weapons. How exactly did that swordsman intend to get to the items in such a situation? Even if Shifeng had invulnerability skills, the dropped items were scattered across a vast area. He wouldn't be able to accomplish anything significant with how short invulnerability skills' durations were. On the off chance that he miscalculated his timing or spent too much time gathering the loot, he'd lose his life and the items he'd collected. However, before she could try to dissuade the man, Shifeng had already jumped from the Crimson Dragon flying ship directly into the loot area. Crazy bastard. The sight stupefied Linya. Everyone else had noticed Shifeng jump from the flying ship, as well. Is that guy stupid? He's trying to collect the loot in such a situation. He should have an invulnerability skill. Damn it. Why don't I have one as well? I could have gone down there and stolen a dozen items myself. The crowd watched Shifeng in envy and admiration. With a dozen of the 100 or so items on the ground, one could make a killing. So many major powers were trying to get to those items right now, and each would be fortunate enough to obtain 5 or 6 items at most. However, Shifeng hadn't activated an invulnerability skill when he hit the ground as everyone had expected. Rather, he replaced the Abyssal Blade with the Twilight Blade and summoned 8 doppelgangers, each with 85% of Shifeng's basic attributes. What is he trying to do? White Autumn, who commanded Giant's Heart's members some distance away, was confused as he watched the swordsman. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Some doppelgangers could use their players' skills and spells, but none of the doppelgangers in God's domain could pick up items. Only the player's main body could do so. So, what was the point in summoning a bunch of doppelgangers in this situation? When they saw what happened next, however, everyone's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. As soon as the 8 doppelgangers appeared, they charged toward the hundreds of approaching cannonballs and ballista arrows. The 8 clones easily blocked the incoming projectiles, which were powerful enough to damage Grand Lord-ranked monsters. Meanwhile, Shifeng strolled through the area as if it were his backyard, casually collecting the scattered loot. 1 item. 3 items. 9 items. Chapter 2346, Oppressing all sides. As Shifeng started collecting one dropped item after another, silence fell over the entire city. How is something like this even possible? Crap. Is he even human? Everyone felt their worldview crumble as they watched. At this stage of the game, practically everyone had a healthy fear of war weapons. They could kill players in one hit, after all. War weapons could also cause significant damage to high-ranked monsters. Without invulnerability skills, players had no way to stand up against war weapons. Relying on his own strength, Shifeng successfully blocked every incoming cannonball and ballista arrow. Even his doppelgangers effortlessly deflected the hundreds of war weapon attacks. He was simply inhuman. The various major powers members watched as Shifeng steadily collected the loot with bloodshot eyes. Every one of the Sunset King's items radiated an incredibly powerful aura. In God's domain, such auras were proof of an item's rarity and value. Even from so far away, they could see the epic glow effect shining among the Sunset King's loot, and a few items radiated a strange light and a faint trace of divine might. Kill him. Those items are mine. Use Tier 4 magic scrolls. I refuse to believe he can stop those. The various major powers' upper echelons nearly spat blood as they watched Shifeng storing the Sunset King's loot in his bag. Had Shifeng used an invulnerability skill to stop their attacks, they would have accepted their fate, but he blocked their attacks with his doppelgangers. With doppelganger skill's average duration, Shifeng would have more than enough time to collect all of the loot before his doppelgangers disappeared. If that happened, none of them would get anything from this inferior legendary event. A few of the major powers experts immediately retrieved the Tier 4 magic scrolls they had been saving and activated them against the swordsman. Tier 4 spell, Heavenly Thunder. Tier 4 spell, Dark Domain of Arrows. Tier 4, Hurricane Howl. Have these people gone insane? They're actually using Tier 4 magic scrolls against him. Linya felt her scalp tingle as she watched the 3 Tier 4 spells approach Shifeng. At this stage of the game, Tier 4 magic scrolls were considered a part of a guild's foundation. Every one was worth as much as an ordinary epic item. Tier 4 spells could do even more damage than gnome cannons and large ballistas, and not just because they commanded greater raw power. Players had full control of these spells. They could manipulate the spell's trajectories and implement combat techniques as they cast them. Blocking a single Tier 4 spell was impossible for current players, much less 3. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt struck down on Shifeng with enough speed to break the sound barrier. At the same time, 12 dark arrows appeared around the swordsman, each with enough power to rival a mythic monster's attacks. Lastly, a gigantic tornado blotted out the sky as it rolled down toward Shifeng. These 3 spells sealed off any path of escape for Shifeng, and watching them move toward the swordsman was like watching Armageddon begin. The watching players felt their hearts skip a beat. The 3 Tier 4 spells' devastating power was stifling. How vicious! That guy's dead for sure now. Not even a mythic monster could take those spells without suffering severe injuries. The general populace hadn't expected Lake Mountain City's various major powers to be so vicious and decisive. Not even superpowers would casually waste Tier 4 magic scrolls on a single player. Death awaits any who oppose us. Let's see how you intend to block these attacks. The various major powers eagerly watched the Tier 4 spells assault Shifeng, waiting for the moment the swordsman died and dropped all of the items he had claimed thus far. However, as everyone expected the Tier 4 spells to devour Shifeng, the swordsman's aura exploded, and a strange black energy enveloped his body. Power of darkness. Scram! Shifeng bellowed as he brandished Killing Ray. Secret technique, lightning flash. Sword lights immediately appeared around him, cutting down the incoming streams of mana. The lightning bolt and dark arrows scattered, and he sliced the descending tornado cleanly in two, dissipating the violent wind. Silence. As if time had frozen, silence filled Lake Mountain City. The city's independent players, the various major powers members, even Giant's Hearts members stared, dumbfounded. Those 3 Tier 4 spells would have even injured a mythic monster, yet Shifeng had countered all 3 with a single swing of his sword. How is this possible? The upper echelons from the 3 major powers that had used the Tier 4 magic scrolls were frozen in shock. They had originally saved the Tier 4 magic scrolls as trump cards to use against mythic monsters, yet Shifeng had stopped all 3 effortlessly. He hadn't even lost a single HP, much less been injured. So strong. Is this the true power of a Tier 3 class? Linya felt overwhelmed as she watched Shifeng. She had seen the strength of a Tier 3 class when Shifeng had fought the 2 rock giants outside the temple, but she hadn't realized that a Tier 3 class was powerful enough to nullify Tier 4 spells. With such strength, none of God's domain's superpowers could touch Shifeng. He was on an entirely different level compared to Tier 2 players. Before a Tier 3 player, a Tier 2 player was no more than an infant learning how to walk. Thank goodness. I'm so glad I didn't pick a fight with him. I'd be doomed. Silent Rain inwardly celebrated after seeing Shifeng emerge from the Tier 4 spell bombardment unscathed. Silent Rain had considered plotting a way to steal the Crimson Dragon flying ship, but after this performance, he knew that not even a superpower's main army could take that swordsman down. Warblood and Starlin are truly unlucky to have provoked such an individual. White Autumn couldn't help but pity the two organizations. Warblood and Starlink would have already found Zero Wing to be an incredibly challenging opponent with its guardian puppets and Crimson Dragon flying ship, but with a player like Yifeng to protect the guild as well, Zero Wing was essentially a natural disaster for the two organizations. After countering the 3 Tier 4 spells, Shifeng glanced at the approaching players. These players, who still intended to fight for the Sunset King's loot, halted their steps immediately. Even the various major powers leading the charge stopped, quietly watching Shifeng. None of them dared to take even half a step closer, afraid of attracting the swordsman's attention. They'd be gambling their lives if they tried to snatch the items from such a monstrous being. Even if they got their hands on one of the dropped items, they wouldn't be able to escape with it. They'd just become a target for Shifeng to practice his swordsmanship. Seeing these players abandon their contest for the Sunset King's loot, Shifeng turned around and resumed his work. Everyone merely watched as he quietly gathered the remaining items. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, who is that guy? Isn't he a little too strong? He actually deterred an entire city of players by himself. I know, right? Not even the Sea God's Realm's #1 player, Scarlet Hand, would be a match for him. The players in the vicinity began to admire Shifeng. They were also incredibly curious about his identity. As for the Sunset King's loot, none of them dared object to the situation anymore. Once Shifeng had collected the dropped items, he quickly approached White Autumn, handing over the mutated heart. If possible, he wanted to leave Lake Mountain City as soon as he could. He planned to return to White River City immediately. Only there would he be safe enough to appraise the Sunset King's loot. In return for the mutated heart, White Autumn gave Shifeng a whopping 10 ocean barrier stones. Shifeng then retrieved a return scroll and activated it, transforming into a streak of light and leaving the Sea God's realm. Chapter 2347, Extraordinary Loot. White River City's business district was full of advanced carriages and a variety of mounts. Meanwhile, the candlelight trading firm loomed over the street like a giant. A long line of players stood before the shop's entrance. Aside from those looking to purchase Candlelight's products, many were lifestyle players, seeking to improve themselves. They were there to take the Candlelight's recruitment test, hoping they'd be accepted into this sacred land for lifestyle players to become a respectable master lifestyle player eventually. A sea of players filled the shop itself, crowding around every counter in the firm and fighting desperately to purchase items. First-time visitors to the Candlelight trading firm were stunned by the scene. Isn't this just a shop? Why are so many people here? A level 96 female druid with a strong life aura muttered, surprised by the players around her. What is this shop selling? That's not what we're here to find out. Our main goal is to investigate the various kingdoms' alchemical standards. The sooner we finish our investigation, the sooner we can employ our moon god's realm's advantages, a male guardian knight, who radiated a similar aura, said. I guess you're right. The main continent's alchemy standards are far inferior to our world's. Once we verify the potions these people are selling, we can establish ourselves across the continent through our alchemy techniques, the female druid agreed, nodding. She then ignored the commotion on the first floor and headed up the stairs to the second. While the female druid and male guardian knight moved to the second floor, Shifeng, who had overheard their conversation, couldn't help but pause. The moon god's realm. He watched the two players carefully after hearing mention of the moon god's realm. Other worlds in God's domain varied in size. When the planar passages had activated, these other worlds had gradually connected to the main continent according to size. The smaller other worlds were the first to open to the main continent. Meanwhile, the moon god's realm was one of the largest other worlds in God's domain, aside from higher planes. Now that the moon god's realm's players had arrived, the planar passages had opened fully. With all of the planar passages open, the other worlds would truly begin to impact the continent. From this point onward, not only would the competition for dominance over level 100 neutral maps become more intense, but the status quo in the various kingdoms and empires would also shift. Some kingdoms and empires might even see a new ruling power. During Shifeng's previous life, the planar passages had greatly affected Star Moon Kingdom as well. Fortunately, Star Moon Kingdom had been a mid-ranked country among the many kingdoms on the continent, so none of the most powerful Otherworlds organizations had targeted the kingdom. Because of this, the various first-rate guilds that had ruled Star Moon Kingdom in the past had survived the chaos. Shifeng certainly hadn't expected the moon god's realm's powers to target his kingdom in this life. This definitely wasn't good news to Zero Wing. If powers from another world like the moon god's realm targeted Zero Wing, the other powers from large-scale otherworlds wouldn't be able to ignore Star Moon Kingdom. It seems I'll have to take care of the situation in the Cold Spring Canyon quickly. With the quality and number of experts Zero Wing has, we cannot stop an assault from multiple large-scale otherworlds. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng picked up his speed. A sufficiently powerful expert might be able to turn the tides of war, but not even God's domain's strongest expert could affect multiple large-scale battles across an entire kingdom simultaneously. In the end, it would still be a competition of quantity and quality of experts, as well as guild foundations. Although Zero Wing had the strength to contend with superpowers, its overall strength wasn't a match for an actual superpower. Once he had closed himself in one of the special forging rooms on the Candlelight Trading Firm's top floor, Shifeng pulled a Tier 3 strengthening magic scroll from his bag and chanted the incantation. Strengthening magic scrolls could reinforce magic arrays. A Tier 3 strengthening magic scroll was even effective on Grandmaster magic arrays. After activating the scroll, Shifeng targeted the forging room's defensive magic array. Now, even a Tier 4 NPC would struggle to break down the door. The magic array should be strong enough now, Shifeng thought as he examined the magic runes carved into the walls. The runes brimmed with mana, significantly increasing their overall effects. Following which, Shifeng pulled one of the Sunset King's dropped items from his epic spatial bag after another. He wasn't being overly careful. Every item accompanied by a holy chant would be extraordinary, and all of these items had been sealed when they had dropped. These seals contained the item's auras, and the moment a player tried to appraise these items, the seals would vanish, exposing the item's true auras. Even while sealed, the combined aura the Sunset King's loot had radiated had been powerful enough that ordinary players hadn't been able to approach. Once Shifeng broke the seals, even a Tier 2 expert would likely have a hard time reaching for these items. This was why Shifeng had decided to appraise the items from within the Candlelight Trading Firm. Had he appraised the items in some random room in Lake Mountain City, it would have caused a huge commotion. Lake Mountain City's various major powers weren't fools. Just the loot's subdued aura had been enough of a reason for them to expend Tier 4 magic scrolls willingly. If they were exposed to the full strength of the loot's aura, even White Autumn might have been tempted to take action. As Shifeng appraised one item after another, the energy in the room grew more intense. By the time he had finished, the loot's combined aura had grown more than twice as strong. So, these are a holy chance items. There were as many as 6 Tier 4 magic scrolls alone. There were also 45 inferior legendary materials, 6 legendary materials, 26 units of 7 luminaries crystals, 3 god crystals, 4 pieces of level 100 epic equipment, and 1 level 100 epic weapon. Every one of the 5 epic items was top tier and could be used until level 150. Unfortunately, none of them suited Shifeng. The 4 pieces of epic equipment were pieces of the Dark Flare set, a 4-piece, epic set equipment for MTs. The 4-piece set effect increased its user's basic attributes by 30%, defense by 40%, and physique by 20%. It was undoubtedly a top-tier set equipment for MTs. As for the epic weapon, it was the Fantasy Blade, a 2-handed greatsword. Its attributes might be average, but its hidden effect, Blade Blur, was frightening. When it triggered, Fantasy Blade would ignore the opponent's defense and armor for 0.5 seconds, dealing direct damage to the target. Shifeng had also appraised a fragmented legendary weapon. Brilliant Silver, 2-handed staff, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 800, agility 800, intelligence 2400, attack power, 210% of main attribute, all attributes, increases according to user's level. When equipped, strength increased by 40%, ability increased by 40%, intelligence increased by 70%, endurance increased by 30%, vitality increased by 50%, casting speed increased by 35%, spell completion rate increased by 4%, spell critical rate increased by 35%, stamina and concentration consumption decreased by 20%, ignore levels plus 20. Additional passive skill 1, Soul Transition, increases the user's soul by 1 tier. Can be increased up to tier 5. Additional passive skill 2, Mana Blessing, user's spells have a certain chance to be upgraded by 1 tier. Can be increased up to tier 5. Additional passive skill 3, Mana Body, increases Mana Body's effect by 1 rank. Additional active skill 1, Void Field, all magic damage received decreased by 80%. All spells effects increased by 100%. Physique increased by 60%. Duration, 1 minute cooldown, 2 hours. Additional active skill 2, Void Blade, summons 18 blades using the power of Void. Each blade possesses strength equal to 120% of the user's main attribute and deals divine damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU cooldown, 5 minutes. Brilliant Silver had once belonged to the Void Creator. However, its core had been severely damaged when the staff had been used to repair the world's heart. In addition, to gain full control of the staff, one must be acknowledged by the Void Creator. Repairing it requires 10 God Crystals. God Crystals required to repair Brilliant Silver, 0/10. Brilliant Silver was suitable for any magical class expert and would qualitatively transform a player's combat power. Its ability to improve its user's mana body was particularly useful to Tier 3 players. However, none of these items could compare to the most valuable item the Sunset King had dropped in Shifeng's eyes. Not even the other item's total value could compare to this single item. The 4-star shop promotion order. Chapter 2348. 4-star shop. Mainstream players haven't even reached level 100, yet Zero Wing is about to own a 4-star shop. If the various superpowers in the past knew about this, they'd die from envy. Shifeng couldn't help his growing excitement as he gazed at the shining, black token in his hand. A 4-star shop promotion order was roughly worth as much as a fragmented legendary item, but it was far more difficult to obtain. Even of the many superpowers in God's domain, only a minority could obtain a 4-star shop promotion order. No power would trade a 4-star shop promotion order, even if offered a legendary item. Similar to the qualitative transformation players undergone when they rose from Tier 2 to Tier 3, shops would transform when they were upgraded from 3-star to 4-star status. Shops in God's domain were considered basic rank from 1 to 3-star status, but once they reached 4-star status, they become an advanced shop. Not only would all of the shop's existing functions improve, but it would also gain new major functions. The first was the research workshop. The research workshop would be tremendously helpful to lifestyle players as they work to rise through the ranks. Not even the Philosopher's Hand or Moon God's secret journal could compete. The research workshop could examine data on existing items and identify their deficiencies. Players could then modify and improve these items, thereby creating a new item. It was easy to imagine how helpful this would be to lifestyle players. The research workshops were a large part of the reason the various superpowers have been able to nurture Master, even Grandmaster, lifestyle players during Shifeng's previous life. Without these workshops, the various superpowers would have, at most, been able to nurture Master lifestyle players, even if they relied on all sorts of rare materials. None of them would have had enough super rare materials to nurture a Grandmaster. Now that Zero Wing had access to a research workshop, the guild could have a large batch of Master lifestyle players in no time with how many talented lifestyle players it already had. God's Domain's designs for high-ranked weapons and equipment were incredibly rare already, but after level 100, rare would be an understatement. Trying to obtain a high-quality design would be like trying to win the lottery. Hence, the various major powers would have to rely on lifestyle players for such items. Of course, creating a high-ranked level 100+ weapon or equipment piece was easier said than done. Because of this, the cost for high-ranked level 100+ weapons and equipment would skyrocket as mainstream players reached level 100. Not even ordinary expert players would be able to afford such items. In fact, some ordinary experts would be stuck using level 100 equipment even after they reached level 110. Meanwhile, this scarcity would only begin to subside as 4-star shops began to emerge. The various major powers experts would still need some time to reach level 100, not to mention the time they'd need to obtain high-quality level-appropriate weapons and equipment. Zero Wing's experts were no exception. If Zero Wing could secure a source of weapons and equipment early on, these items would be immensely helpful to the guild's experts as they gained more combat power and cleared their Tier 3 promotion quests. The second ability the shop would gain with its 4-star status would help a power dominate the market. The shared warehouse. At 4-star status, a shop would gain a shared warehouse and the ability to create similar warehouses in 5 3-star shops. These shared warehouses would be connected. The function might not seem glamorous, but countless powers dreamed of having such an ability. With a shared warehouse, a power could transfer items across long distances at no cost, including non-bag space items. Transporting non-bag space items had always been a huge problem in God's Domain, and the shared warehouse was one of the few methods that could solve this problem. Because of this, the various powers of Shifeng's previous life had fought to promote their shops to 4-star status, with some even trading legendary items for the promotion order. There was a catch, of course. Once items had been placed in the shared warehouse, they'd be frozen for 24 hours, locked in the warehouse. Moreover, there was an extremely limited amount of space for non-bag space items. At the 4-star status, the shared warehouse could only hold up to 200 non-bag space items at a time. Even so, the function would save a lot of money and transportation time. Most importantly, this method of relocating items was safe. Had Shadow possessed a 4-star shop during Shifeng's previous life, the guild wouldn't have taken so many risks to move highly valuable non-bag space items, getting robbed by powerful NPCs. Unfortunately, 4-star shop promotion orders were painfully rare in God's Domain. Only a small number of superpowers could enjoy the luxury of owning a 4-star shop. Due to these two functions, not even powers with 103-star shops could compete with those that had a 4-star and a few 3-star shops for dominance over the market. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng collected the Sunset King's loot in his bag and stored the 7 Luminaries crystals and God crystals in his private warehouse. He then made his way to the city hall to upgrade the Candlelight trading firm to a 4-star shop. He also notified Melancholic Smile and had her mass recruit players for Candlelight's internal membership, pausing normal recruitment for now. Previously, Candlelight hadn't met the conditions for expansion. The trading firm only had a limited number of special workshops and meditation rooms, after all. Moreover, competition between the various trading firms hadn't been particularly intense, as designs for high-quality weapons and equipment below level 100 were relatively easy to obtain. However, that was about to change. Any design or recipe a player found in a level 100 plus neutral map would be incredibly valuable. Now that Candlelight was about to have a 4-star shop, Sherfone couldn't allow the trading firm to operate as liberally as it had been. Moreover, otherworld players were flooding to the main continent, and they would have a massive impact on the status quo, especially those from otherworlds like the Moon God's Realm, who focused on lifestyle development. Otherworlds like these would have a huge impact on the main continent's economy. To compete against these otherworlds, Candlelight would need to nurture its lifestyle players to a higher standard. However, Candlelight had many secrets it had to protect. Thus, it would need more internal members, not normal members. Guild leader, our recruitment requirements are already quite demanding. If we start recruiting with these standards, I'm afraid that other powers will use the opportunity to poach some of our members, Melancholic Smile cautioned after listening to Shifang's new requirements. Few of God's domain's lifestyle players enjoyed being bound by strict contracts. Hence, the various major powers typically offered relaxed conditions. If Candlelight increased its requirements, they'd be lucky not to lose normal members, much less recruit new, internal members. Furthermore, Starlink was still trying to steal Candlelight's members. If they increased the trading firm's strict conditions, Candlelight would suffer for it. Relax. That is only true if they can steal our members, Sherfone said, chuckling. He then held up the 4-star shop promotion order to the display and continued, "What do you think this is? Is that a 4-star shop promotion order?" Melancholic Smile's eyes went wide with shock when she saw the black token. Guild leader, is that real? Many superpowers had upgraded their own shops to 3-star status by now, and as a result, Candlelight's advantages became less prominent by the day. As a result, Candlelight's advantages were continuously shrinking by the day. Now, the trading firm could only rely on its secret techniques to attract new members. If Candlelight had a 4-star shop, however, it would reclaim its lead over its competition. Of course, it's real, Sherfone said, chuckling. I'll leave the recruitment to you. We need to get this done as quickly as possible. All right. I'll make the announcement immediately. Melancholic Smile nodded. Melancholic Smile did as she promised, and news quickly spread that Candlelight was mass recruiting for internal members in the various kingdoms and empires. What's Candlelight trying to do? It's only recruiting internal members? Candlelight has become too arrogant after being named a sacred land for lifestyle players. Not only are its recruitment requirements so high, but all applicants must become internal members, as well. Lifestyle players would be better off joining a different guild. They'd have more freedom than in Candlelight. Candlelight's latest recruitment announcement enraged many lifestyle players, and quite a few of them, who had intended to apply, promptly abandoned the idea. Meanwhile, 2 players radiating powerful life auras lounged in one of White River City's advanced restaurants. They were none other than the female druid and male guardian knight from the Moon God's Realm who had come to investigate Star Moon Kingdom's alchemical standards. Across from them sat a woman that fit the idea of a cool beauty to a T. She wore an intermediate master alchemist's insignia pinned to her chest. I didn't expect to find you here, Silent, but you won't have a future if you choose to continue developing in this kingdom. Zero Wing can't help you. Why don't you just join Dark Pursuit? With your standards, you're guaranteed to earn a high position in the guild, and you'll have access to plenty of resources, including resources Candlelight can't ever hope to offer, the female druid suggested, trying to persuade Silent Wonder. Memory is right. The main continent's alchemical resources are too scarce. Not even the superpowers here can compare to Dark Pursuit's alchemical resources, much less Zero Wing. Yan Xiaoqian has already received a lot of support and resources from Dark Pursuit. Do you really want to lose the family competition to her? The male guardian knight asked. You know that you don't have much time left. I understand, but I need a little more time to think about it, Silent Wonder said hesitantly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, Silent, you can't keep putting this off. If you can't decide, I might as well have a talk with your guild leader. I don't mind showing him the difference between our strengths if he refuses to let you go, the female druid, Cold Memory, declared, raising a fist. I'll go with you. I doubt he'd dare waste more of Silent's time once he hears Dark Pursuit's name, the male guardian knight nodded. Elsewhere, Shurfeng had arrived at White River City's City Hall. Hello, sir. How may I be of service? The NPC beauty behind the VIP counter amicably asked Shurfeng. I wish to upgrade the Candlelight trading firm to 4-star status. Here is the promotion order, Shurfeng said as he handed the promotion order to the NPC. Chapter 2349, New Candlelight Trading Firm. When the NPC administrator saw the 4-star shop promotion order, she gave Shurfeng an odd look. Sir, do you really wish to promote your shop to 4-star status? She asked for confirmation. Is there a problem? Shurfeng asked strangely. As far as Shurfeng could remember, the City Hall managed shop promotions within its city. Although he had never upgraded a shop to 4-star status before, the process should not be any different than the previous upgrades. Sir, a 4-star shop isn't like normal shops. If you promote your shop to 4-star status, as per our prior agreement, the kingdom's laws will no longer be able to protect your shop. Rather, you will take full control and responsibility for the land and any danger you encounter, the NPC administrator slowly explained. I will have complete ownership of the land. Realization dawned on Shurfeng. He had never thought that 4-star shops would have such a secret. It was no wonder why 4-star shops he had visited in the past had seemed somewhat odd. When Shurfeng had visited 4-star shops in his past, he had noticed that many peak experts had been stationed in the shops long-term. They had become a normal sight. He had assumed the ruling powers had simply meant to deter other experts that ignored NPC soldiers. However, it seemed there had been a much greater reason. With the country's protection, players could do whatever they wanted in these shops, and NPC soldiers wouldn't even bat an eye. If they stole from the shop, they wouldn't have to worry about the NPC soldiers capturing and jailing them for a month, and the various large guild shops usually sold incredibly precious treasures. If players could steal these items without repercussions, they'd certainly try. If a power weren't strong enough to protect their products in 4-star shop, the shop they had gone to such great lengths to nurture would be crippled. Sir, do you still wish to promote your shop? The NPC administrator asked again. Yes, Shurfeng decided. There was a lot of risk to upgrading a shop to 4-star status, but the risks were insignificant compared to the benefits. Now, all he had to do was to figure out how to improve the shop's security. The cost of rebuilding and expanding your territory will be calculated independently. Here are the reconstruction and expansion options. You may choose whichever you wish. If you are not satisfied with the results, you may reconstruct and expand again, the NPC administrator said, smiling as she handed Shurfeng a list. How vicious! Shurfeng was flabbergasted when he saw the stated prices. Reconstruction meant adding new floors to the shop. In this regard, he had 3 choices: 12 floors, 15 floors, and 21 floors. They would cost 20,000 gold, 40,000 gold, and 100,000 gold, respectively. The expansion cost was even more ruthless. Gaining 40% more land would cost 50,000 gold, while each additional 10% would cost 30,000 gold to a maximum of a 100% expansion. This was even more expensive than constructing a city. First-rate guilds would be considered quite wealthy if they had 50,000 gold in liquid funds, yet that was only a fraction of the cost for reconstructing and expanding the shop. Although Zero Wing had recently earned a lot of money, with around 170,000 gold in liquid funds, it couldn't afford to splurge on a 4-star shop. The guild still needed to pay the recruitment costs for 5,000 NPC knights, after all. Shifeng's hesitation didn't last long, however. After a moment, he chose the 21-story option and expanded the shop's land by 40%. Unlike 3-star shops, which had a fixed number of special workshops and meditation rooms, a 4-star shop with more floors could contain more special workshops and meditations rooms. For example, the 15-story version would only have 30 special workshops, while the 21-story building would have 50 special workshops. As for the basic meditation room, a 21-story shop would have as many as 12 in total, which would be more than enough to satisfy Candlelight's lifestyle players. In fact, it would be enough to allow Shifeng to reserve one for himself. Unfortunately, the number of total floors wouldn't affect the number of research workshops the shop possessed. Even in the 21-story shop, the shop would only have a single research workshop. As for the additional land, that would only allow the shop to accommodate more players. Hence, Shifeng prioritized the number of floors for his shop over the shop's size. Alright. Your bill comes to 155,000 gold, the NPC administrator said, flashing Shifeng a bright smile. Once you've completed the payment, our men will head over and start the reconstruction. The process should take half an hour. During this time, nobody will be allowed into the shop. That won't be a problem, Shifeng replied. His heart ached a little as he handed over the payment. He had just spent a ridiculous amount of money, but with a 4-star shop's abilities, he could likely earn it all back within the first week. Even during his previous life, research workshops had been one of the best tools to nurture lifestyle players. Since he still had some time before mainstream players reached level 100, the research workshop would be priceless. Meanwhile, after Shifeng completed the payment, the NPC administrator handed him the deed to the Candlelight trading firm. Once the shop's reconstruction was complete, White River City's Candlelight trading firm would become Shifeng's personal possession. He would then be responsible for the shop's security. With this task complete, Shifeng left the city hall and returned to the Candlelight trading firm. He intended to spend some time planning the shop's security measures. However, halfway through his journey, Melancholic Smile called. Guild leader, 2 people are here to meet you. They've identified themselves as Dark Pursuit's representatives and say that they'd like to negotiate a partnership, Melancholic Smile excitedly reported. Any player that had spent time in the virtual gaming world knew about the guild known as Dark Pursuit. The Super Guild was famous for its focus on support classes. Although Dark Pursuit did not operate on the main continent, no power dared to underestimate it. If Candlelight could secure an alliance with the Super Guild, it could gain some serious advantages. Partnership. The news confused Shifeng. He had never expected Dark Pursuit to seek cooperation with Zero Wing. I understand. Have them head to the Candlelight trading firm. I'll be there in a moment. Following which, Shifeng picked up his pace and hurried toward the Candlelight trading firm. Meanwhile, chaos filled the street outside of the Candlelight trading firm. As soon as Shifeng had paid for the promotion, every player that had been in the shop had been teleported to the street outside. The abrupt interruption had left the shoppers and Candlelight members stunned. What's going on? Why was I forced out of the shop? Crap! I wasn't done shopping. What is Candlelight trying to do? Does it want our business or not? The customers that had been teleported out of the shop flew into a rage. He requested us to meet him here, yet closed the shop. Is Zero Wing's guild leader toying with us? Cold Memory, who had just arrived, snarled. Her investigation into Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm had been quite thorough. The lifestyle players that worked for the trading firm had excellent standards. Candlelight even had 3 basic meditation rooms, which were incredibly helpful to lifestyle players. However, it was still significantly weaker than Dark Pursuit. Dark Pursuit had basic meditation rooms, but it also had intermediate meditation rooms. Naturally, the intermediate meditation rooms were more effective than the basic version and could greatly improve a lifestyle player's production success rates. Since the guild's elder supported Yan Xiaoqian, Silent Wonder's opponent in the upcoming competition, they allowed her to use the intermediate meditation room for up to 3 hours per day. Because of this, her development speed was astonishing. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. I am familiar with guild leader Black Flame's general disposition. He wouldn't play such an underhanded trick. I suspect he's ordered impromptu renovations for the shop. Let's just wait for a bit, Silent Wonder said. Renovations? Is it necessary to cause such a scene just for a simple renovation? Cold Memory muttered disdainfully. The various powers did renovate their shops from time to time to attract more customers, but no matter how many renovations they did, they'd, at most, change the interior design. Not long after Cold Memory's comment, the magic barrier enveloping the candlelight trading firm dissipated. As it did, it revealed a 100-meter-tall building. The nearby player-owned shops, which were only 4 or 5 stories tall, and the NPC shops, which were about a dozen stories tall, looked like children next to the upgraded candlelight trading firm. Chapter 2350, Crazy Masters. The candlelight trading firm's new appearance stupefied every player on the street. It_S massive. What did Zero Wing do? They were overcome with shock as they gazed up at the humongous candlelight trading firm. The surrounding player-owned shops might look extravagant, but they were nothing compared to Candlelight's 100-meter-tall shop. The merchant players were particularly stunned, staring with wide eyes and dropped jaws at the new candlelight trading firm shop. Ordinary players didn't usually understand God's Domain's rules regarding its shops, but merchant players like them were very familiar with these rules and regulations. Shop construction in NPC cities was heavily regulated. Players couldn't simply build as many floors as they wanted. For example, a 3-star shop could only have up to 9 floors. And yet, the candlelight trading firm in White River City now had 21 floors. Not only could a shop display more merchandise with more floors, but it could also house more lifestyle players. An ordinary shop's environment couldn't compare to that of the various subclasses associations, but once it reached 3-star status, a shop would offer better advanced workshops than the subclass associations. This was one of the factors that attracted so many lifestyle players to White River City's candlelight trading firm. Moreover, there wasn't a limit to how many advanced workshops a 3-star shop could have as long as it had enough space for all of them. What's going on? How can a player-owned shop in an NPC city have 21 floors? Cold Memory stared at the candlelight trading firm in shock. When she had investigated the main continent's shops, the largest she had seen had only been 9 stories tall, yet the candlelight trading firm before her had more than double that. It also occupied more land than other 3-star shops. Did he promote the candlelight trading firm? South Dream, the male guardian knight, murmured as he considered a possibility. However, he couldn't be certain about the idea. I'm pretty sure he promoted it to 4-star status. It wouldn't have transformed so massively, otherwise. Silent Wonder nodded. Although she seemed calm, she was just as surprised as her 2 companions. Promoting a shop was an incredibly difficult task, especially after it had reached 3-star status. Even at this stage of the game, very few superpowers had 3-star shops. However, it seemed that the candlelight trading firm now has a 4-star shop, which would give it major advantages. It seems Zero Wing is quite capable after all, but so what if it has a 4-star shop? Cold Memory said, clicking her tongue. Haughtily, she continued, Dark Pursuit has already captured an ancient civilization's town and owns an intermediate meditation room, which no one on the main continent has acquired. How could a shop compare to a town? Ancient civilizations had greater technology than what could be found in the current kingdoms and empires, and Dark Pursuit had secured an ancient civilization's town that specialized in lifestyle development in the moon god's realm. The technology in that town easily surpasses any within a mere shop. Moreover, as the town developed, the guild would unlock more advantages. The shop's open now. Let's head inside, Silent Wonder said. Silent Wonder didn't try to argue with Cold Memory. The woman had already shown her proof, and she had to admit that the Moon God's realm's lifestyle standards were far beyond that of the main continent. Moreover, Dark Pursuit's alchemical techniques were just as impressive as Zero Wings. Hence, Cold Memory qualified to be so arrogant. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile had been waiting before the Candlelight's entrance for quite some time. When she saw Silent Wonder's group approach, she led them inside, earning the surrounding players' envy and admiration. Everyone was curious about the Candlelight trading firm's promotion, and they all wanted to inspect the new changes for themselves, especially the lifestyle players who had come to join the trading firm. However, non-members weren't allowed to enter the shop at the moment. They had to wait outside, which was why they jealously watched Cold Memory and South Dream, both outsiders, enter the shop. As they entered the building, Silent Wonder, Cold Memory, and South Dream were shocked by what they saw. When they entered the shop, they felt as if they had just stepped into an entirely different world. Not only was the shop's interior far more magnificent and brilliant than it had been earlier, but its mana density was twice as high, as well. They felt incredibly calm and clear-headed as they stood in the doorway. As Cold Memory and South Dream followed Melancholic Smile to the Candlelight trading firm's top floor, what they saw on the various floors rendered them speechless. There were now more than 40 special workshops and as many as 12 basic meditation rooms. It was enough to rival the number in the ancient civilization's town. Fortunately for them, Candlelight didn't seem to have an intermediate meditation room, which meant Cold Memory and South Dream still had a chance of dragging Silent Wonder into Dark Pursuit. Melancholic Smile quickly led Silent Wonder and her companions to the top floor. As the group was about to enter the top floor reception room, Cold Memory and South Dream noticed a commotion at the end of the corridor. A group of players crowded before a door made of magic crystals, looking in with ecstatic expressions. To Cold Memory and South Dream, those players looked like a pack of wolves that hadn't eaten for several days. What astonished the two outsiders, however, was the fact that every one of those players wore the insignia of a lifestyle master. Sister Melancholic, can I use the research workshop for a moment? I promise I'll be quick. Melancholic, we're all core members and just a step away from reaching intermediate master rank. I'll even hand over all of my GCPs to use the research workshop for 3 days. Crap. You want 3 days? I'd be satisfied to use it for 1 day. Every one of these master lifestyle players gave Melancholic Smile desperate, passionate looks. Afraid that she'd reject their requests, they offered everything they had to convince her. Have these people gone insane? When Cold Memory saw the master lifestyle players' behavior, her worldview shifted. Even in the various superpowers, master lifestyle players enjoyed VIP treatment, yet these Candlelight masters were begging Melancholic Smile just to enter a room, the research workshop. Her guild's master lifestyle players would call her crazy if she told them about this. Even the intermediate meditation room was only slightly helpful to master lifestyle players. It wasn't such a treasure that players would beg and bribe to use it. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, calm down. We have yet to decide the rules for the research workshop, and we're not letting anyone use it until we do. Once the guild leader has set up the rules, any internal member that has successfully become a master will get an opportunity to use it, Melancholic Smile said, attempting to placate the crowd. The master lifestyle players seemed satisfied with Melancholic Smile's response, and they said nothing more. She had already confirmed that the trading firm's internal master lifestyle players would get an opportunity to use the room, and for now, that was good enough. All they had to do was wait. Even so, they still stared at the door longingly as they left. Shopkeeper Melancholic, may I know what that research workshop is? South Dream asked curiously. In Dark Pursuit, a basic lifestyle master enjoyed the same status as peak experts like himself. Intermediate masters had an even higher rank in the guild than he did. However, quite a few of those master lifestyle players had been intermediate masters, yet they begged Melancholic Smile to let them into the research workshop. Why wouldn't it make him curious? The research workshop. That's a new room our shop has gained with its promotion to 4-star status. Since no one is using it right now, why don't we head in and take a look? Melancholic Smile suggested. Rather than keeping the room a secret, she invited Cold Memory and South Dream inside. Chapter 2351, Frightening Research Workshop. After they made their way over to the research workshop, Melancholic Smile slowly pushed open the heavy, crystalline doors. As the doors parted, incomparably dense mana flooded out. Even Silent Wonder, who was used to working in high mana density environments, felt refreshed as the workshop's mana hit her. She felt as if she had just woken from a sweet dream. Cold Memory and South Dream, on the other hand, stared at the research workshop in astonishment, unable to process what was happening even as their minds became clear and sharp. How can this room have such high mana density? Cold Memory gave the workshop an incredulous look. There was a special magic array that could gather an immense amount of mana in the ancient civilization town Dark Pursuit had captured. Hence, the mana density within the town was unusually high. Naturally, the town's intermediate meditation room had the highest mana density in the town, but compared to this research workshop, the intermediate meditation room's mana density was a joke. Cold Memory couldn't fathom how a mere shop had such incredible mana density. However, what she saw as she entered the research workshop shocked her even more. The majority of the research workshop had been constructed with magic crystals, and some parts of the workshop were even made with mana stones. The room was like a magic crystal cave. In the research workshop, our members can study new designs and recipes. Not only is the mana density here extremely high, but the room also has a special instrument that can analyze all sorts of items, giving players the information they need to strengthen and modify their work to create new and better designs and recipes, Melancholic Smile introduced. Assist players in creating new designs and recipes. Impossible. Cold Memory and South Dream instinctively denied Melancholic Smile's claim. Almost every player in the Moon God's realm understood how difficult it was to reach the next lifestyle promotion. Once lifestyle players reached the advanced rank, their greatest hurdle was the creation of new designs and recipes. If it were possible to increase players' chances of creating new designs, a power could nurture master lifestyle players far faster than its competition. For advanced lifestyle players, accumulating enough proficiency points for their promotion to master rank was easy, but the same couldn't be said for creating new designs and recipes. The task required a lot of materials and experimentation. The amount of gold and resources an advanced lifestyle player would need was astronomical. Because of the cost, the various major powers were very careful when selecting advanced lifestyle players to nurture. Dark Pursuit's intermediate meditation room only helped clear players' minds so they could focus when producing items. It couldn't help them create new items. I see that the two of you are advanced alchemists. Why don't you give it a try? You can see for yourselves whether or not I'm telling the truth, Melancholic Smile said. She wasn't surprised that her two guests refused to believe her. When she had first learned about the research workshop's function, even she found it hard to believe. To lifestyle players, gaining access to the research workshop's ability was akin to combat players getting their hands on a tool with godly abilities. It was expected that Cold Mem and South Dream would be skeptical about the research workshop. We'll have to trouble you then, shopkeeper Melancholic. With Melancholic Smile's blessing, Cold Memory saw no reason to hold back. Her declaration was simply impossible. Zero Wing was merely lying to people in an attempt to look good before Dark Pursuit. Following which, Melancholic Smile spent 1,000 magic crystals to activate the research workshop's instrument. As soon as she did, the mana density in the room rose. What a powerful mana! It's no wonder why she made such a foolish claim. Even if she were lying about the workshop's ability, such an environment would be immensely helpful when creating new items. South Dream was flabbergasted as he felt the room's mana density change. Unlike her companion, however, Cold Memory wasn't yet convinced. She retrieved a bottle of Breath of Life, an advanced potion, from her bag and placed it on the workshop scanner. She then waited for the research workshop to analyze the potion. Her lack of reaction rendered South Dream speechless. He thought she was taking this a little too seriously. The Breath of Life was a super rare advanced potion in God's domain. When consumed, it reduced the amount of EXP players would lose after their next death. The potion was just slightly less difficult to brew than a master potion. As a potion that was close to master rank, modifying the Breath of Life potion further was incredibly challenging. Even Master Alchemists struggled to accomplish the feat. How much help could the research workshop's apparatus possibly provide? However, before South Dream could try to dissuade Cold Memory, the research workshop's apparatus completed its analysis. Immediately, the holographic screen displayed a mass of information. How is this possible? South Dream's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he saw the lines of data. After conducting its analysis, the apparatus had revealed 11 aspects that required modification and 6 aspects that could be strengthened. The situation even shocked Silent Wonder, not to mention her visitors. She had researched the Breath of Life potion as well, but with her current alchemical standards and knowledge, she had only found 3 aspects that needed modification and 1 that could be strengthened. She wasn't far from becoming an advanced master alchemist, and Zero Wing had provided her with plenty of alchemical information. These were the only reasons that she had been able to improve the Breath of Life potion to such an extent. Any other master alchemist would likely struggle to modify the potion successfully without extensive research into the recipe. As for Cold Memory, she was utterly dumbfounded when she saw the data on the research workshop's holographic screen. She had dedicated a lot of time to researching the Breath of Life potion, searching for the key that would allow her to become a master alchemist, but after all her research and experiments, she had been stuck in a dead end. So, that's the case. I made a mistake there. It's no wonder why I never succeeded. Cold Memory couldn't help her elation as she read the information. She had found a clue to one of the modification aspects the research workshop pointed out, but she hadn't been able to follow that clue to the end, even after countless experiments. Eventually, she had given up on the clue, tired of wasting her time. She hadn't actually realized that she had been on the right track. The herbs she had used just hadn't been potent enough. If she replaced those herbs with higher quality ones, she'd substantially increase her success rate. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Considering this fact, Cold Memory began to conduct a test. She always carried the materials necessary to brew the Breath of Life potion to ensure that she could experiment when inspiration struck her. Fortunately, the research workshop had just the facilities she needed and incredibly dense mana. It was the perfect place to brew a potion. In less than 10 minutes, Cold Memory had successfully created a bottle of dark blue liquid that radiated incredible life energy, far stronger than the life energy the prior Breath of Life potion had radiated. It's a success. I succeeded. After appraising the dark blue potion, Cold Memory turned to her companion with a bright, excited expression. She had just become a master alchemist, standing at the apex of God's domain's alchemy industry. Chapter 2352, He's Tier 3. She succeeded, just like that. South Dream stared at the excited Cold Memory in shock. He was very familiar with her alchemy standards, which were basically on par with his. Hence, he knew that she should have needed a lot more time and effort to become a master alchemist. And yet, after a few minutes in the research workshop, she had completed her promotion. If he told his guildmates about this, the other alchemists would likely think he'd gone mad. The various superpowers respected master lifestyle players because they were so rare. Less than 1% of the lifestyle players in God's domain had the potential to reach the master rank, and each one that succeeded would have dedicated a lot of time and effort into their craft. However, it seemed that lifestyle players could easily cross that threshold by relying on the research workshop, saving a lot of time, effort, and resources. In other words, Zero Wing could now nurture master lifestyle players far more easily than the various superpowers. So long as Zero Wing willed it, it could likely produce a large group of master lifestyle players as it needed. What do you two think of the research workshop's effects? Melancholic Smile asked, chuckling lightly when she saw the Cold Memory's ecstatic expression and South Dream's surprised reaction. In truth, even Melancholic Smile was surprised at how quickly Cold Memory had been promoted to Master Alchemist, after just a few minutes of using the research workshop. Shi Feng had told her that nurturing master lifestyle players would still be a major hurdle, even with the research workshop's help. The workshop merely provided guidelines. Whether or not players could follow those guidelines depended on their abilities. To put it simply, the research workshop was simply a support tool. When they heard Melancholic Smile's question, Cold Memory and South Dream realized they had lost their composure. With a fake, dry cough, Cold Memory awkwardly said, "Not bad. This research workshop is certainly helpful in creating new items, as you said." She tried to play it off, but the research workshop had completely exceeded her expectations. She had a far better understanding of the workshop's power than her companion. Initially, she had assumed she'd be limited to the Master Alchemist standard, but after using the research workshop, she could see herself becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist in the future. A Grandmaster Alchemist. Even Dark Pursuit's top alchemists struggled to reach such a prestigious rank. Currently, they estimated that their chances of reaching the Grandmaster rank were less than 10%, but if she could use the research workshop long-term, she was confident that she had as high as a 30% chance of becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist. South Dream could only nod in response to Melancholic Smile's question. He simply didn't know what to say. They had come to inform Zero Wing of the difference between their guilds when it came to developing lifestyle players. However, not only had they discovered that Zero Wing had just as many basic meditations rooms as Dark Pursuit, but the guild also had a godly tool like the research workshop. What could he possibly say? What confused South Dream the most was that, despite not being a superpower, Zero Wing had already gotten its hands on such powerful training resources for lifestyle players. "I'm glad it's to your satisfaction. Our guild leader is waiting in the reception room. We should meet him," Melancholic Smile said, a slow smile forming as she watched her visitor's silent reactions. While Melancholic Smile led them to the reception room, Cold Memory and South Dream had a private conversation through their team chat. "Memory, Zero Wing is better equipped to nurture lifestyle players than we expected. Not even our intermediate meditation room is a match for that research workshop," South Dream said, smiling bitterly. "I'm afraid that we don't have the resources to offer in exchange for wonder." They had planned to offer Zero Wing training resources in exchange for nullifying Silent Wonder's contract with the guild. After all, Dark Pursuit's training resources were far superior to what the main continent's various powers possessed. If Zero Wing agreed, it'd give up Silent Wonder, but it would acquire the ability to nurture several more lifestyle players. It was definitely a tempting offer. But it seemed the situation wasn't what they had thought. With the research workshop, Zero Wing was even better equipped to nurture master lifestyle players than Dark Pursuit. In fact, if Dark Pursuit's upper echelons and guild elders found out about this, they'd likely offer Zero Wing a huge sum of gold and resources to purchase time in the research workshop for their own lifestyle players. If they tried to offer Zero Wing training resources now, they'd make fools of themselves. "It's too early to give up," Cold Memory said, gritting her teeth. "I admit that Zero Wing's ability to nurture lifestyle players is impressive, but don't forget that strength is the most important factor in God's domain. Even if Zero Wing can nurture an army of master lifestyle players, it doesn't necessarily have the strength to protect them. Not only does our guild have excellent training resources, but we're also far stronger than Zero Wing. We can simply offer Zero Wing protection in exchange for wonder. That should be tempting enough." Based on our reports, many otherworld powers have begun to move against Star Moon Kingdom in secret. Surviving in such a situation will be a major challenge for Zero Wing, but if the guild had Dark Pursuit's protection, it might be a different story. Most importantly, Wonder's competition with Yan Shaoqian isn't limited to alchemy. With Zero Wing's foundations, how could it possibly provide the same resources Yan Shaoqian currently receives? Zero Wing's lifestyle facilities had certainly taken her by surprise, but strength was more important than anything in God's domain. With Zero Wing's current strength, staying in the guild would do more harm than good to Silent Wonder in the long run. She might even unintentionally drag her family down with her if she stayed in this guild. I guess you're right. We can't let Wonder waste any more time in Zero Wing, South Dream said. After giving the matter some thought, he agreed with Cold Memory's view of the situation. If the competition between Silent Wonder and Yan Shaoqian only involved alchemy standards, allowing her to remain in Zero Wing wouldn't be an issue. However, that wasn't the case. This was also a competition of strength. Since Yan Shaoqian had joined Dark Pursuit, Silent Wonder would be at a disadvantage if she didn't do the same. In fact, she might even be disqualified before she had the chance to compete against Yan Shaoqian. While Cold Memory and South Dream silently conversed, the group arrived before the top-floor reception room. Guild leader, Dark Pursuit's representatives are here, Melancholic Smile declared as she gently pushed open the doors. Come in, Shifeng said, nodding. Hearing Shifeng's reply, Melancholic Smile led Cold Memory's group into the reception room. The instant the two Dark Pursuit representatives entered the room, they felt an incomparably powerful aura wash over them. For a moment, they nearly stumbled. What a strong life aura. Is he really a player? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The two looked at Shifeng in disbelief as the man sat at the reception room's desk. As players from the Moon God's realm, they were far more sensitive to life hours than ordinary players, and the aura they felt from Shifeng was like nothing they had ever felt before from a player. The gap between their life ratings and Shifeng's was obvious. If not for the green marker hovering above Shifeng's head, they would have suspected that the man before them was actually a monster in human skin. Not even players with a god's blessing radiate such an intense life aura. Has he already reached Tier 3? South Dream wondered in their team chat. Tier 3. How is this possible? Cold Memory could not help but stare at the swordsman, utterly astonished. Chapter 2353, Bit off more than they could chew. What is this guild? As Cold Memory stared at Shifeng, she felt as if she were hallucinating. Before she had actually met the man, she had considered what she might say to persuade him. She refused to believe that he wouldn't be interested in the conditions she had to offer. However, as she met Shifeng face to face, her words caught in her throat. The fact that they hadn't known about Zero Wing's research workshop wasn't a major issue. The Candlelight trading firm had just been promoted to 4-star status, after all. It was expected that there would be some deviation to their investigation results. However, they had also just found out that Zero Wing's guild leader was already a Tier 3 player. A Tier 3 player. None of Dark Pursuit's players had even reached level 100 yet, much less complete their Tier 3 promotion quests. At this stage of the game, they knew how massive the gap was between tiers. A Tier 3 player could give the current superpowers massive headaches. Killing Tier 2 players would be child's play for a Tier 3 player. Moreover, due to how soon Shifeng had reached Tier 3, he could benefit his guild far more than before. The main god system had specifically prepared level 100 neutral maps for Tier 3 players. Exploring such maps was impossible for current players. Realizing that Cold Memory was dazed, South Dream gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am South Dream, a main force vice commander from Dark Pursuit's 4th branch. South Dream nervously introduced himself. My companion is Cold Memory. She is one of the main force vice commanders from the 4th branch as well. We are here to represent our guild in negotiations concerning a partnership. South Dream had been confident that he could negotiate with Zero Wing's guild leader as an equal before he had met him, but now, his confidence was gone. Even the fourth branch's vice guild leader would have to treat a Tier 3 powerhouse with respect at this stage of the game. If they provoked such a player, and that powerhouse decided to disregard the consequences of causing trouble, their guild would suffer for it. Dark Pursuit's fourth branch. Nodding, Shifeng asked calmly, "How do you wish to collaborate with Zero Wing?" Super guilds were massive organizations. Thus, they divided their territories among their branch guilds. When another power wished to ally with a super guild, they'd do so through a branch guild. Powers rarely allied with a super guild as a whole. Dark Pursuit had 5 main branches, and as far as Shifeng knew, the fourth branch controlled a considerable amount of the guild's alchemical resources, including many of the Moon God's realm specialty materials for potions. During his previous life, the fourth branch had played a huge role in Dark Pursuit's success with occupying the market in many of the main continent's kingdoms and empires. Truthfully, we are here to request that Zero Wing allows Silent Wonder to join Dark Pursuit, Cold Memory said, gritting her teeth. I know the proposal is a little offensive, but you might not realize her true identity and the responsibility she holds, Guild Leader Black Flame. If she remains in Zero Wing, she will only bring ruin upon herself. She can only resolve the issue she faces by joining our guild. Of course, our fourth branch will do everything within our authority to supply Zero Wing with various resources in exchange. With these resources, Zero Wing will be able to develop further. I hope that you will do what's best for Silent Wonder's future. The foundation Zero Wing had displayed thus far had greatly surprised Cold Memory. She was especially shocked by Shifeng's status as a Tier 3 player. However, after all was said and done, Shifeng was only one player. Meanwhile, a single individual couldn't free Silent Wonder from her predicament. She'd only be able to resolve her problem by joining a super guild like Dark Pursuit. Memory. Silent Wonder snapped, annoyed and hinting that Cold Memory should stop speaking. It was her business, after all, and she owed Zero Wing a massive debt of gratitude. During her membership, the guild had offered unusually loose restrictions and gave her everything she needed to improve her alchemy standards quickly. Now that Zero Wing needed her strength, she couldn't just abandon the guild for her own interests. Although if she didn't leave, her presence would put Zero Wing in considerable danger. Lately, she had been frustrated and hesitant due to this dilemma. Wonder, you know that you don't have much time left. Yen Zioyan isn't the only one with the full support of a superpower. Do you think you defeat your competition without any help? Cold Memory asked. Silent Wonder fell silent. She didn't have anything she could say to that. If it were a simple competition of alchemy techniques, she was confident of emerging victorious, but it was a different story when the competition involved combat power and foundations. Wonder's identity. What do you mean? Shifeng asked, confused. He thought he was relatively familiar with Silent Wonder's story. She had been one of the 10 great Grandmaster Alchemists during his previous life and a lone ranger the various superpowers had desperately tried to recruit. However, he hadn't heard anything regarding a powerful background or special identity outside of her Grandmaster rank. You've heard of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, correct? Cold Memory asked. Shifeng nodded. Very few people in the virtual gaming world hadn't heard of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Although it couldn't compare to the Secret Chamber of Commerce, it was one of the top 10 chambers in the virtual gaming world. It had far more resources and wealth than any ordinary superpower. However, even during Shifeng's previous life, the Azure Chamber of Commerce's focus had been on the Western continent. It had rarely bothered with anything on the Eastern continent. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, Wonder is the heiress to one of the 2 families that control the Azure Chamber of Commerce. To earn the right to rule Azure, the family's heirs periodically compete. Only, none of the heirs are allowed to use Azure's strength. There are only a few days left before the next competition, and Yan Xiaoqian, one of Wonder's competitors, has joined Dark Pursuit and receives the guild's full support, Cold Memory truthfully explained. Smiling, she continued, now, guild leader Black Flame, do you still think it's best that Wonder remains in Zero Wing? The Azure Chamber of Commerce's overall strength rivaled super guilds. Hence, the two main shareholders of Azure fought desperately to secure the right to rule the organization. If Silent Wonder lost, Yan Xiaoqing and the others, her competitors, would definitely try to squash Zero Wing to prevent Silent Wonder from becoming a problem in the future. Similarly, Silent Wonder's family would hold Zero Wing responsible. The guild would be the cause of their loss in such a vital competition, after all. Silent Wonder's family wouldn't stop until they vented their anger out on Zero Wing. As for winning the competition with Zero Wing's support, that was impossible. Yan Xiaoqing had the full support of a super guild. The best solution was for Silent Wonder to join Dark Pursuit as well. This way, she could compete with Yan Xiaoqing on equal terms, and Dark Pursuit wouldn't try to interfere with Silent Wonder's development. If other powers attempted to interfere, Dark Pursuit would ensure that they bit off more than they could chew. Chapter 2354, Mental Strengthening. What memory says is true, Guild Leader Black Flame, South Dream added, afraid that Shifeng would misunderstand their intentions. God's domain is becoming more popular across the globe. More corporations have been investing in the game, as well, and as a result, Azure's two main shareholders have become desperate to win the organization's right to rule. Azure might focus its development on the Western continent, but it still had a lot of influence among the Eastern continent's empires. If either of the shareholders decide to target Zero Wing, your guild's development will suffer. Zero Wing might be very powerful, but it wasn't a superpower like the Azure Chamber of Commerce. This was especially true now that the Western and Eastern continents had more contact. Many superpowers were trying to join Azure. If Azure asked those superpowers to move against Zero Wing as a condition for joining, many of them would be more than willing to fulfill that request. At that time, Zero Wing's position would become very precarious. If Zero Wing did not wish to suffer, it had to allow Silent Wonder to leave. Not only would she have more access to resources, but Yan Xiaoqian wouldn't be able to monopolize Dark Pursuit's strength either. As for Zero Wing, it would avoid Azure's wrath and receive help from Dark Pursuit. Silent Wonder gave Shifeng an apologetic look. She knew how crazy her family was about this competition. If the two families hadn't kept such a close eye on each other, they would have likely resorted to underhanded means to win the upcoming competition. She also knew that if her family lost, they'd go ballistic. They would absolutely vent their anger out on Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Zero Wing wasn't in the best of positions at the moment. If more superpowers tried to interfere, the guild's days would be numbered. Thank you for informing me of the situation. If there is nothing else you'd wish to discuss, I'll consider our meeting over now. I still have other matters I need to attend to, Shifeng calmly replied. What are you trying to say, Guild Leader Black Flame? Cold Memory stared at the swordsman, confused. For a moment, she even wondered if Shifeng knew anything about the Azure Chamber of Commerce or Dark Pursuit. If he made the wrong decision now, Zero Wing would encounter enough trouble to ensure the guild's destruction. I'm already aware of Wonder's situation. If another guild can support her, so can Zero Wing, Shifeng said, chuckling as he replied to Cold Memory. Shifeng was far more familiar with the Azure Chamber of Commerce's strength than Cold Memory. It was one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the virtual gaming world, after all. It was as powerful as super guilds, ordinary superpowers simply couldn't compare. Needless to say, Shifeng knew about Dark Pursuit, as well. Not only was Dark Pursuit a veteran super guild, but it had also annihilated 2 superpowers after the Planar Passage's activation during his previous life. If Zero Wing had encountered this situation some weeks ago, he would have seriously considered the matter. However, that was unnecessary now. Guild leader. Silent Wonder was incredibly touched by Shifeng's statement. She became even more resolved to remain in Zero Wing. Insane. This guy must be insane. Does he really think he can help Silent Wonder with Zero Wing's resources? The response rendered Cold Memory speechless. Azure's internal competition wasn't just a competition of alchemy standards. It was also a competition of strength. Zero Wing's resources couldn't even compare to an ordinary superpowers, much less Dark Pursuits. Memory, I've decided. I want to stay in Zero Wing. Even if Yan Shaoqian has Dark Pursuit's full support, with the research workshop, my defeat isn't guaranteed, Silent Wonder decided, turning to look Cold Memory in the eyes. Suit yourself. I don't care anymore. You better not regret this later. Cold Memory exclaimed, annoyed. She had never thought Silent Wonder would be confident of defeating Yan Shaoqian. Yan Shaoqian had access to the intermediate meditation room every day and was only one step away from becoming an advanced master alchemist. Dark Pursuit planned to invest all of its available resources in her training to secure its first advanced master alchemist, as well. On the other hand, Zero Wing's only advantage was its research workshop. The workshop might help Silent Wonder become an advanced master alchemist, but she wasn't likely to complete her promotion before the internal competition. The research workshop only provided hints. Players still had to research their designs or recipes and materials and experiment. It wasn't possible to reach advanced master rank quickly, and this wasn't just a competition involving alchemy standards. Had Silent Wonder joined Dark Pursuit, she would have, more or less, had a chance at victory, but since she had decided to remain in Zero Wing, she had practically no hope. Cold Memory and South Dream then left the reception room. For Zero Wing's arrogance and Silent Wonder's blind faith, she could already predict the outcome that awaited them. Memory, are you really done caring about this? South Dream asked. I don't have anything else that could persuade Wonder. Our only other choice is to recruit Moon Silk for Dark Pursuit. I didn't want to approach her, but her strength is unquestionable. If Moon Silk wins, Silent Wonder can maintain her position in the family, for the most part, Cold Memory said as she shook her head in frustration. The competition between the two main families involved more than 2 people. 6 people would take part in total, 3 from each family. As long as one of the participants earned first place, the other 2 family members' performance wouldn't matter. The winner's family will still secure the right to rule the organization. Moon Silk was the most talented among the 3 participants from Silent Wonder's family. However, she was also the most quirky of the 3. Cold Memory had hoped to avoid approaching the woman. However, as things were now, they didn't have a choice if they wanted to help Silent Wonder's family win the competition. Moon Silk. Even South Dream shuddered at the mention of her name. However, after giving the matter some thought, he agreed with his companion. At least, this option would increase their chances of victory. If Moon Silk won the competition, Silent Wonder's family wouldn't restrict her freedom over much. Following which, Cold Memory and South Dream quickly left White River City and made their way to the city Moon Silk resided in. Meanwhile, back in Candlelight's top-floor reception room, Shifeng pulled an ancient, sealed parchment from his bag once his guests had left. I'll leave this with you for now. I hope it will help you become an advanced master alchemist as quickly as possible. If you succeed, you'll have a much greater chance of winning your family's competition, Shifeng said as he carefully removed the seal and handed it to Silent Wonder. As Silent Wonder inspected the parchment, her eyes went wide in shock. Guild leader, how did you get this recipe? Silent Wonder's breathing grew somewhat labored as she stared at the recipe in her hands. What she held was no ordinary recipe. It was a peak master recipe for the Droplet of Life potion. Countless alchemists dreamed of getting their hands on this parchment to study and learn from it. The reason for this was because of the Water of Life. With the Water of Life, one could resurrect the dead. The potion contained an unimaginable amount of life force and served as one of the base materials to resurrect NPCs. Unfortunately, the water of life was too precious and more valuable than what money could buy. The droplet of life potion was a weakened version of the water of life. Although it couldn't resurrect NPCs, it could help NPCs recover from severe and permanent injuries. It was easy to imagine how valuable this recipe was. Most importantly, no one had even found an advanced master recipe yet, much less a peak master recipe. Alchemists that wanted to rise through the ranks needed to create new recipes, but to create a recipe suitable for their rank, they needed a lot of reference material. Without that, they wouldn't know where to start, which was why master recipes were so valuable in God's domain. However, at Silent Wonder's standard, basic master recipes, were no longer useful. She'd need advanced master recipes. Unfortunately, she had never managed to locate an alchemical master recipe, and as a result, she had been forced to explore and experiment by herself. The droplet of life recipe would definitely help her reach the advanced master alchemist rank. Rather than answer Silent Wonder's question, Shifeng asked, "Now that you have this recipe, how confident are you in completing your promotion?" The droplet of life recipe was incomparably precious and one of the most important recipes the Sunset King had dropped. It was only inferior to Grandmaster recipes. Shifeng had planned to offer it as a benefit for the guild's core members, allowing Candlelight's master alchemists time to study it. However, to help Silent Wonder reach advanced master rank as soon as possible, he decided to postpone those plans. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. I'm afraid that I'm only 30% confident of reaching my promotion before the competition, Silent Wonder said helplessly after a moment of self-reflection. Becoming an advanced master alchemist wasn't easy, and even with the research workshop's assistance, she'd still need time to conduct her own research. 30%. After pondering for some time, Shifeng said, "It's a little off, but it should be enough." After saying so, Shifeng called up the Candlelight Trading Fin system interface and chose to upgrade the shop in Blue Base City to 3-star status. At the same time, he established a shared warehouse and sent the members there to transfer the Primal Void Stones. The various major powers would likely assume the best use of the Primal Void Stones was selling them to the Dark Forces for gold and resources, but they weren't aware of the stones' other function. Mental Strengthening. Chapter 2355, Advanced Mana Set Equipment, 30% is enough? Silent Wonder was confused by Shifeng's statement. Based on his tone, he seemed very confident in her success in becoming an advanced master alchemist. Not only did she need enough proficiency points for her promotion, but she also had to create a new advanced master recipe. Unfortunately, creating an advanced master recipe was multiple times more difficult than creating a basic master recipe. It wasn't simply a problem of mixing materials. The process also required magic arrays, which tested her ability to manipulate mana. Resources and hints weren't enough for her to reach the advanced master alchemist rank. "I can't guarantee it, but if you have a 30% chance, we should be able to boost that to 80% within the remaining time," Shifeng said, chuckling. 80%. Silent Wonder repeated in a higher-pitched tone, giving Shifeng an incredulous look. Creating an advanced master alchemist was easier said than done. Even if the various superpowers alchemists generously offered her all of their research, she'd be lucky to increase her success rate by 10%. Yet, Shifeng insisted that he could help raise her success rate by a whopping 50%. If God's domain's various master alchemists heard this, they'd laugh at Shifeng for being an ignorant fool and a layman. However, Shifeng was no noob when it came to lifestyle classes. He was a bona fide intermediate master forger, after all, an existence that stood at the apex of God's domain's forging industry. He was also one of the first players to become a master lifestyle player in God's domain. There were less than a handful of people who could claim they understood lifestyle classes better than Shifeng in the Candlelight trading firm. You'll understand when the time comes. For now, head to the research workshop and study the Droplet of Life recipe. If you can master that recipe, it'll definitely help you to create an advanced master recipe, Shifeng said, ending the conversation rather than elaborate. The secret regarding the Primal Void Stone was too important. If information about the stones leaked, it would cause a huge commotion in God's domain. The advanced master rank was a huge threshold for lifestyle players. Over 90% of the master lifestyle players in Shifeng's previous life had been stuck at intermediate master rank due to the difficulty of the promotion. Those masters hadn't lacked techniques, but simply hadn't had the mental strength to succeed. Rising through the tiers was the easiest way for players to improve their mental fortitude. The higher a player's tier was, the stronger their mental strength would be, which was also why most of the top-tier lifestyle players of Shifeng's previous life had been high-tiered players as well. Silent Wonder was only a level 97, tier 2 player. She'd still need quite some time to reach level 100, not to mention complete her tier 3 promotion quest. Meanwhile, God's domain had very few items that could improve a player's mental strength, and the Primal Void Stones were one of them. However, mainstream players in the past had only learned this secret after reaching level 160. When they had discovered it, the various superpowers had fought desperately to secure Primal Void Stones. From then on, Primal Void Stones hadn't been treated as a simple mana-gathering tool. They had become a strategic item to improve combat and lifestyle players' standards. Although the Primal Void Stones only improved a player's mental fortitude by 20% to 30%, it was a valuable boost. Players only received a slightly higher percentage when they reached a higher tier, after all. If Silent Wonder didn't have any issues with her alchemy techniques, she should have no problems reaching advanced master rank as long as she had adequate mental strength. After sending Silent Wonder to the research workshop to study the Droplet of Life recipe and while he waited for the Primal Void Stones to become available in the shared warehouse, Shifeng began to select a few of Candlelight's other shops to promote to 3-star status. With White River City's Candlelight trading firm now a 4-star shop, he could upgrade 5 2-star shops to 3-star status, and after promoting Blue Bay City's shop, he had 4 slots remaining. After much consideration, he chose the shops in Dark Knight City, Black Dragon City, Apocalypse City, and Twin Towers City. With 3-star shops in these cities, recruiting lifestyle players and collecting materials would be a lot more convenient. With 5 more 3-star shops, it wouldn't be long before Zero Wing's lifestyle operations would rival that of the various superpowers. Once it did, the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce would be strong enough to rival the superpowers' chambers. Zero Wing would no longer need to rely on Stone Forest City's temporary residences as bait to lure guilds into joining the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. However, to give the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce a competitive edge and earn a fortune from it, it would need more than a lot of lifestyle players. Candlelight would also need a large variety of valuable, useful products. It seems it's time to research these forging designs, Shifeng thought as he glanced at the ancient, sealed parchments in his bag. Aside from weapons and materials, the Sunset King had dropped 14 designs and recipes, and every one of them was master rank. The most valuable of them was the Droplet of Life recipe, but following that were the 6 forging designs for an advanced mana set equipment, L. The Crimson Sunset. The Crimson Sunset set was only a Tier 2 advanced mana set equipment and couldn't compare to level 100 plus Dark Gold set equipment, but it was still far stronger than what current players had access to. As an advanced mana set equipment, players could also rely on the equipment up to level 120. Its basic attribute bonuses were just as significant as that of level 100 plus Fine Gold set equipment, and it would be more than enough for Tier 3 players to rely on until they reached Tier 4 at level 120. Shifeng then left the reception room and found an empty basic meditation room to start the Crimson Sunset's production. Initially, he had wanted to give the designs to Melancholic Smile and the others, but since they were still busy with the Crimson Dragon flying ship's parts, they didn't have the spare time to forge the advanced mana set equipment. Moreover, unlike other master forgers, Shifeng no longer needed to create a new forging design to become an advanced master forger. he needed forging proficiency. Fortunately, crafting set equipment was the fastest way to earn proficiency points, especially if one crafted mana set equipment. Sure enough, a mana set equipment's production process is really complex. It's no wonder why only a few superpowers had managed to produce their own mana set equipment in the past. After reading through the Crimson Sunset design, Feng took in a deep breath. The Crimson Sunset was several times more complex than a pre-level 100 Dark Gold set equipment. The forging techniques were particularly demanding. Feng could only think of 3 master forgers in Candlelight that could handle the techniques. Most importantly, players would need incredible mastery of magic arrays. One would, at the very least, need to be an advanced magician even to attempt drawing the necessary magic arrays. No other master forger in the trading firm was capable of drawing the Crimson Sunset's arrays. Even Feng had to spend 5 hours to learn them. Now that I've grasped the basics, it's time to start the actual production. However, the material cost is vicious. Any other guild would likely despair at the very idea of paying these costs. Feng revealed a bitter smile as he examined the required materials for the mana set equipment. The Crimson Sunset's main materials were mana stones and magic crystals. A single production attempt would cost 40 mana stones. If Feng hadn't been able to rely on the Philosopher's Stone, he'd only be limited to a few attempts. Even so, producing the Crimson Sunset would still cost him a lot of magic crystals. He was relieved that the guild had found a manatite vein. Otherwise, this design would simply be too expensive to use. Once Feng verified that he had everything he needed, he began to forge the mana set equipment. He would have to forge the Crimson Sunset's 6 parts simultaneously. It was so demanding on a player's mental strength that even if a weaker player learned the process, they wouldn't be able to use it. Fortunately, Feng's mental fortitude was already relatively high, and after his promotion to Tier 3, it had become even stronger. During his first attempt, his magic array's quality hadn't been high enough, and the process had failed before he had finished half of it. On his second attempt, due to physical imperfections, the system deemed his product a total failure. The results of his third attempt were nothing but scrap metal, as well. In the end, Feng had failed 6 times in a row, losing enough materials to make his heart ache. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, please let me succeed this time. Feng prayed as he gritted his teeth. Nervously, Feng appraised the Crimson Sunset before him. If this attempt failed as well, he'd have to give up on the set. As Feng clicked the Appraise button, the 6 pieces of crimson equipment on the stone table lit with a dazzling, colorful glow. At the same time, the room's mana flooded to the equipment pieces. System: Crimson Sunset has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 180 points. Obtained 1,200,000 EXP. System: Black Steel Insignia's effect triggered, Crimson Sunset's attributes increased. Chapter 2356, Primal Void Stone Room. The Crimson Sunset radiated such a colorful glow that it illuminated the entire meditation room. Its aura was just as intense as that of Great Lord ranked monsters. The strengthening effect improved it so drastically. Feng read the Crimson Sunset statistics in shock. He was already overjoyed that he had successfully produced the advanced mana set equipment. He hadn't actually expected to trigger the Black Steel Insignia's effect as well. Now, the Crimson Sunset's basic attributes could practically rival a Tier 3 mana set equipment. Mana equipment wasn't like ordinary equipment. It traded durability, which would continue to deplete with each use, in exchange for greater performance. Because of this, players could exhibit extraordinary strength with mana equipment. If a level 100, Tier 2 expert wore Tier 2 advanced mana set equipment, they could solo a level 100 High Lord. Normally, a Tier 2 expert couldn't even solo a level 100 Lord and would need a full party to take one down. This was why Feng was so determined to produce the Crimson Sunset. Zero Wing already had an adequate number of peak combatants, but when it came to lower-grade experts, the guild was no match for the various superpowers. If he could arm Zero Wing's core experts with the Crimson Sunset, their combat power would undergo a qualitative transformation, and they'd only be weaker than true Tier 3 experts. Now that he had the experience of producing the Crimson Sunset, Shifeng began to mass-produce the mana set equipment. His production success rate was still quite low, but one Crimson Sunset would instantly arm Zero Wing with a Tier 2 expert that had the combat power to rival peak experts. Not even the various superpowers were capable of accomplishing this feat. Furthermore, the Crimson Sunset would be immensely helpful to players when they challenged their Tier 3 promotion quests. Following which, Shifeng forged 22 Crimson Sunsets, only stopping when he received a message from Melancholic Smile. She had contacted him to inform him that the second batch of Primal Void Stones had been retrieved from the shared warehouse. Blue Base City's members had also added the third batch to the shared warehouse. They're finally here. After reading Melancholic Smile's message, Shifeng decided to take a break from the Crimson Sunset's production for now. It took 24 hours to transfer items through the shared warehouse. Although the shared warehouse could only hold 200 Primal Void Stones at a time, it was the most convenient method for transferring non-bag space items that Zero Wing had right now. If he had to rely on the Crimson Dragon flying ship, it would take more than 24 hours to receive a shipment from Blue Base City. With 2 transfer cycles, White River City's Candlelight trading firm had 400 Primal Void Stones in stock. Although 400 Primal Void Stones were far from enough to construct a building, they'd be more than enough to build a small room. A small room might not be useful for combat players, but it would be for lifestyle players. They didn't need a lot of workspace, after all. Shifeng then contacted Melancholic Smile and had her deliver the Primal Void Stones to one of the small reception rooms on the top floor, and he began to modify the room. Shops in NPC cities had fixed layouts for their workshops, and players weren't allowed to modify them, but the reception rooms and offices were a different story. Since these rooms didn't have a specific function, players could modify them as they wished. To protect the Primal Void Stone's secret, Shifeng saw to the modifications himself. Fortunately, one didn't need to be an architect to complete the task. Finally, after more than a dozen hours of work, Shifeng had replaced the walls, ceiling, and floor with Primal Void Stones, spending 376 stones in total. If Sindhart saw the room, he'd have a heart attack. If they had sold those stones, they would have earned nearly 20,000 gold. Even the various superpowers would find a 20,000 gold modification to a small reception room to be a stroke of madness. And yet, Shifeng wasn't satisfied. He also set up a mana-gathering magic array within the room, increasing the room's mana density even further. Combined with the Primal Void Stone's mana-gathering properties, the mana in the small reception room was only slightly less dense than in the research workshop. These Primal Void Stones are amazing. This is only a small room, yet it can improve a player's mental strength by 20%. If I construct an entire building, I can likely increase that boost to 30%, Shifeng thought as he sensed the improvement to his mental fortitude. If he could train in such an environment, he might even be able to execute a perfect lightning flash, even if he were still at Tier 2. The Primal Void Stones were far more effective than he had expected. Tools that could improve a player's mental strength by 10% in God's domain already sold for astronomical amounts of money. One might not even be able to exchange a fragmented legendary item for such a tool. However, a Primal Void Stone room could improve a player's mental strength by 20%. Shifeng finally realized why the various superpowers in the past had reserved their Primal Void Stone houses for their own use, refusing to rent them to outsiders. Once he was satisfied, Shifeng contacted Silent Wonder and requested her presence. Silent Wonder had a huge headache from trying to create her new potion, having reached a bottleneck. She wanted nothing more than to spend the 48-hour day in the research workshop, but upon receiving Shifeng's order, she had no choice but to set aside her research and begrudgingly visit the small reception room in question. Guild leader, this room. After a moment in the small reception room, she was stunned by the sensation of it. Silent Wonder hadn't felt anything in particular when she had first entered the room. She had merely felt a refreshing coolness spread throughout her body, but after 5 seconds, she noticed that her mind was far clearer than before. In addition, her physical control and mana had increased substantially. It's not bad, right? Shifeng asked, chuckling at Silent Wonder's shocked expression. The research workshop can only provide a rough guideline. You'll have to figure out the details on your own. Meanwhile, this room will help improve your control. You can spend time here to learn the techniques and concepts you've struggled with. With this environment, your chances of creating a new recipe should rise to 70% or 80%, right? The room is simply magical. Forget 80%. I'm sure I can create a new recipe if I work in here for the next 4 or 5 days. Silent Wonder excitedly and confidently exclaimed. While in this room, she could finally understand some of the aspects of the Droplet of Life recipe that had confused her. Moreover, the advanced magic arrays she had struggled with no longer seemed difficult. She was 90% sure that she could draw the necessary arrays to produce the Droplet of Life now. Good, then. I'll have Melancholic send some alchemy tools up in a moment. If you come across anything you can't figure out in the research workshop, you can come here to figure it out, Shifeng said, not surprised in the least by Silent Wonder's declaration. A room of primal void stones would even be useful to Grandmaster lifestyle players, not to mention Master lifestyle players. With Silent Wonder's talents, it'd be a joke if she couldn't become an advanced Master Alchemist with the help of this room. Once she had everything she needed, Shifeng stopped bothering Silent Wonder and returned to his own basic meditation room to continue his work with the Crimson Sunset Mana set equipment. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. With access to the Primal Void Stone rooms, Silent Wonder completed her promotion to Advanced Master rank in 4 days, becoming the first Advanced Master lifestyle player in the Candlelight trading firm. Meanwhile, Shifeng worked arduously for 5 straight days, leveling up from 103 to 104. His leveling speed was absurdly fast for someone of his level. He had also produced 86 Crimson Sunsets, although he had blown through all of Zero Wing's stockpiled magic crystals. While he'd been busy, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose had returned from the Tower of 4 Gods, all 4 now at level 100. Shifeng instructed the 4 women to learn a bronze combat technique using the ocean barrier stones before he sent them off to challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests. Guild leader, Azure's people have arrived. They say they're here to take me to the competition venue. Silent Wonder suddenly contacted Shifeng to inform him. They're here. Shifeng set his tools down. Nodding, he continued, I'll go with you. Chapter 2357_equipment upgraded, you're coming too, guild leader? Silent Wonder asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. Shifeng was Zero Wing's guild leader. He had many things he needed to do every day. She had thought the guild would, at most, send a guild elder or vice guild leader as a show of support for the Azure Chamber of Commerce's competition. She had never thought Shifeng would want to make the trip himself. Emichim, Azure has the ability to travel between God's domain's main continents. This is a good opportunity to investigate the situation on the western continent, Shifeng said, nodding. The planar passage's activation provided the major powers an opportunity to obtain more resources, but compared to what one could gain from another main continent, the other worlds offered scrap. This was especially true regarding the main continent's merchandise. Reselling such items could offer significant profits. This was also why so many superpowers were so desperate to join the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Azure was one of the few powers in God's domain with the ability to travel between the main continents. Although Zero Wing had no chance of joining Azure right now, it wouldn't hurt to use this competition to get a glimpse of the western continent. Finding a way to travel between the eastern and western continents might be an issue for others, but it was a simple matter for Shifeng. Zero Wing severely lacked funds for many of the guild's needs, especially the development of Zero Wing's territory in the Cold Spring Canyon. As soon as the guild began to develop the area, it would become a bottomless pit that endlessly devoured coins and resources. If Zero Wing relied on Candlelight's current income, it would take a very long time to develop the territory properly. The best solution Shifeng could come up with was to resell Zero Wing's merchandise on the Western continent. Not only would this generate income far more quickly, but it would also generate enough to drive any superpower mad with envy. I'll take care of the necessary preparations, then. Naturally, Silent Wonder was overjoyed that Shifeng wanted to attend the competition with her, and she immediately left to prepare what she'd need for the competition. Oh, right. Come see me later and collect some equipment, Shifeng said. Since Silent Wonder had become an advanced master alchemist, she could produce items with far more speed than before, and as a result, her leveling speed had substantially increased. In fact, she had already reached level 99. However, her equipment was still average, at best. She wasn't even wearing full level 95 equipment. Although Azure's internal competition was a personal affair, Silent Wonder was still a member of Zero Wing. If the Chamber's representatives saw her current equipment, Zero Wing would become a laughingstock. Equipment. When Silent Wonder took a look at her own equipment, she was a little ashamed. Her equipment was pretty shabby. More than half of the items she wore was level 90 equipment, and the few level 95 pieces she had were only secret, silver rank. Her equipment might be excellent for ordinary expert players, but she was Candlelight's chief alchemist. For someone of her status, equipment of such quality was like wearing a pauper's rags. After all, the items in Zero Wing's guild warehouse were available to Candlelight's lifestyle players as well. However, to increase her development as an alchemist, she had spent almost all of her GCPs on rare materials. Once Silent Wonder collected her alchemy tools and materials, she promptly made her way to the basic meditation room Shifeng occupied. As she entered the room, Shifeng gestured to the strengthened crimson sunset on the stone table and said, "Here. Give this a try." Since the crimson sunset was basically made of mana stones and magic crystals, it wasn't restricted to a particular class. Once equipped, the set's attributes would automatically adjust to its wearer. This was one of the benefits of mana set equipment. A Tier 2 advanced mana set equipment? Silent Wonder was stunned after inspecting the crimson sunset. She wasn't a stranger to mana set equipment. Some of Zero Wing's members had used such items before, and many of the Candlelight's members had watched on with envy. Mana set equipment was essentially equipment made of pure mana. When equipped, it would increase the mana density around the player, calming and clearing their mind. However, mana set equipment was incredibly rare. The guild didn't have enough to allow its members to purchase it with GCPs. And yet, Shifeng was giving her own mana set equipment. Moreover, this wasn't any ordinary mana set equipment. It was a 6-piece, Tier 2 advanced mana set equipment. At this stage of the game, not even the various superpowers likely had such a set. Guild leader, this is too precious. I'm only an alchemist. Giving this crimson sunset to me would be a waste. It'd be better if someone else in the guild used it, Silent Wonder said, refusing Shifeng's generosity. If Shifeng had merely offered her level 95 dark gold equipment, it wouldn't be a major issue since it wouldn't be helpful for very long, but that wasn't the case for the crimson sunset. A player could rely on the crimson sunset until they reached level 120. A lifestyle player like her wouldn't be able to make full use of the set equipment. You're our guild's chief alchemist. I can afford to give you such equipment, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then pointed to the pile of equipment in a corner of the room and continued, moreover, our guild has plenty of these sets. Plenty. At first, Silent Wonder was confused, but when she turned to look where Shifeng had pointed, she gaped in shock. More than 20 sets of equipment sat in a pile on a massive stone table in the corner of the room. Every one of those sets looked just like the crimson sunset before her. Alright, hurry up and equip it. If we waste any more time, Azure's people will likely grow impatient, Shurfong reminded her when he saw her in a daze. Suddenly, Silent Wonder realized that she didn't understand her guild as well as she had thought. First, he had handed her the Droplet of Life recipe, and then, Shurfong had shown her that strange reception room. Now, she learned that the guild had a pile of Tier 2 advanced mana set equipment. However, Silent Wonder didn't give the matter much thought. Since Shurfong insisted, she stopped hesitating and equipped the Crimson Sunset he offered. In seconds, Silent Wonder transformed from a cold, workaholic beauty into a charming, graceful witch surrounded by a layer of dense mana. The crimson robes radiated a faint, bloody mist that gave Silent Wonder a wicked feeling. Wearing the Crimson Sunset, she looked like a completely different person. Once they were ready, Shurfong and Silent Wonder quickly made their way to White River City's teleportation hall. After arriving at the teleportation hall, they headed toward one of the advanced restaurants located on the second floor. As they entered the restaurant, a level 100 Guardian Knight moved forward to greet Silent Wonder. He looked to be in his early 30s and wore 4 pieces of epic equipment. The Guardian Knight's weakest piece of equipment was even level 95 fine gold rank. Every one of the man's movements seemed natural and weightless. From what Shurfong could tell, this Guardian Knight should only be slightly weaker than Enchanting. Long time no see, second miss, the Guardian Knight respectfully greeted Silent Wonder. Cloud. Why are you here? Silent Wonder was a little surprised to see this Guardian Knight, Cloud Hunter. I thought you've been managing one of the branch guild on the western continent. Has something happened to it? The family's branch guild is fine. The old master was simply worried that you might encounter some problems during your trip, so he sent me to escort you, Cloud Hunter said, shaking his head. He then turned to Shurfong, who stood behind Silent Wonder, and said, however, it seems you would have been safe without me. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Grandpa is being too cautious. They wouldn't dare move against me during such a crucial time, Silent Wonder said, not feeling surprised by the arrangement in the least. In a slightly prideful tone, she continued, allow me to introduce you. This is my guild leader, Black Flame. Not only is he an intermediate master forger, but he's also Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. He's even slain Warblood's commander. If those people dare to attack, they'll find that they've only made a one-way trip. The old master simply wants to ensure your safety. After all, the boundary space we're heading to is the Dark Hills. Azure has stationed some people in the area, but it won't stop anyone with ill intentions, Cloud Hunter said. I understand. Let's set out, then. Silent Wonder nodded. She understood how special an area the Dark Hills was, but Shurfong was a Tier 3 player. Anyone that tried to ambush them would be digging their own grave. Cloud Hunter said nothing more after witnessing Silent Wonder's nonchalant attitude. His task was simply to protect her. Following which, he led Silent Wonder and Shurfong to the Fire Dragon Empire. Chapter 2358, Boundary Space Fire Dragon Empire, Fire Dragon City, 20 flashes illuminated in the city's teleportation hall. As these flashes faded, players in standardized equipment emerged from the array. The moment these players appeared, they attracted envious, awed looks from many of the building's other occupants. Even the lowest level player in the group was level 99 and wore standardized level 95 dark gold set equipment. Standardized dark gold set equipment couldn't compare to ordinary set equipment of the same level and rank, but its basic attributes were on par with level 95 dark gold equipment. At this stage of the game, most ordinary experts were stuck at level 95 and would be lucky if they had a full set of level 95 secret silver equipment. Not even large guilds' core experts dared to dream of wearing level 95 dark gold equipment. The man leading the group was a level 100 player, and not only did he wear 5 pieces of epic equipment, but he also carried a crimson axe that radiated a chilling aura with an indiscernible rank. The weakest of this man's equipment was level 95 Dark Gold rank. Even among such high-leveled and excellently geared players, he was conspicuous. While the crowd wondered who these players were, two level 99 players with dense life auras approached the group. These two were none other than Cold Memory and South Dream, whom Shifeng had met earlier. "Owl, you actually made a trip here. If your grandfather finds out, he'll definitely scold you," South Dream said, pinching the bridge of his nose as he gazed at the level 100 berserker youth named Burning Owl. Burning Owl was one of South Dream's childhood friends. He was also one of the Azure Chamber of Commerce's vice guild leaders. Apart from the fact that he had his family's support, Burning Owl had earned the position through his superior abilities and talents. Of course. This is an important day that decides our family's position. How could I miss it? Burning Owl said, chuckling. How did it go with my second sister? We tried, but Wonder intends to stay with Zero Wing. We have no choice but to ask Silk Moon to join Dark Pursuit, Cold Memory said, frustrated. However, Zero Wing's guild leader has promised to arm Wonder with the guild's full support. Zero Wing. Support my second sister. Burning Owl could not help but frown. Zero Wing really knows how to take advantage of people. Are they planning on relying on my second sister's identity to claim benefits from Azure? Second sister is too gullible. The Azure Chamber of Commerce's influence stretched across both of God's domain's main continents. Even the various superpowers desperately fought to join the chamber. As for his second sister, she was a free spirit that never cared about the family's matters. Unlike her, Burning Owl constantly managed many of Azure's affairs, which meant he had to deal with the powers that continued to seek a place with Azure. I am impressed by Zero Wing's ability to nurture lifestyle players. I'm confident that Wonder will perform well in the competition, South Dream added. Hopefully, that's the case, but if Zero Wing's guild leader tries to take advantage of my second sister, I'll show him the power of my Heaven Piercer team, Burning Owl said, nodding as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Neither Cold Memory nor South Dream offered a response. The Heaven Piercer team Burning Owl controlled was certainly powerful. It might not have a lot of members, less than 50 in total, but every member was an expert among experts in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Even the weakest member could rival peak experts. If these players split up and targeted a guild, even as a Tier 3 Sword King, Shifeng would find them difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, Shifeng and his two companions reached a large forest's edge on their mounts a short distance away from the Fire Dragon Empire. A gigantic magic array enveloped the forest, and a massive spatial tear was faintly visible in the sky. It was as if this entire forest were located within the spatial tear. The only way to enter or leave this forest was through the massive steel checkpoint. This was the Dark Hills, a famous boundary space among the neighboring empires and kingdoms. It was also a well-known trade hub between the nearby countries. Although the Dark Hills was a trade hub, it was not open to individual players or ordinary powers. Only the various major powers from the neighboring kingdoms and empires had access. When they needed to find precious materials, they usually came here. All trades in the Dark Hills were done through a bartering system. There were also large-scale player auctions from time to time, in which incomparably precious items would be sold. Most importantly, the Azure Chamber of Commerce controlled the Dark Hills. Occasionally, Azure would sell items that could only be found on the Western continent, which were very attractive to the various major powers. Azure's presence was the reason that the Dark Hills had become such a famous trade hub. A large number of players stood in line for the checkpoint, with many of them driving carriages filled with non-bag space items. They were all looking to trade their items in the Dark Hills. Due to Azure's forces at the checkpoint, none of these players dared to make a fuss as they waited. The Chamber of Commerce had stationed all sorts of war weapons and magic arrays at the checkpoint as well to secure its rule over the area, and a small army of experts had garrisoned in the Dark Hills. Not even an army of tens of thousands of experts could shake Azure's rule in the Dark Hills, much less a small team. After arriving, Shifeng's group quietly stood in line, waiting to enter the Dark Hills. It was a dozen minutes or so before they reached the steel gate, reinforced by a magic array. "Second Miss, Guild Leader Black Flame, please wait here for a moment. I'll handle the entry procedures," Cloud Hunter said before approaching the Azure members stationed at the gate. "You and Second Miss can go in," the robust man at the gate said after examining Cloud Hunter's proof of identity. He then pointed to Shifeng and said, "He must wait out here for now." "Why?" "My guild leader is coming with us," Silent Wonder explained. "This is a very important day. To maintain the peace, outsiders aren't allowed on the premises. However, since he is your companion, Second Miss, I'll make this easier, but he'll still have to undergo an inspection before he can enter," the robust man decided, chuckling. "Why aren't your men inspecting them, then?" Silent Wonder demanded as she gestured to a group of players that walked through the gate without an inspection. None of those players were members of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. They are from the Fire Dragon Empire's various superpowers and Azure's esteemed guests. "They are different," the robust man replied. "You better not go overboard, brute. Zero Wings Guild Leader is our Second Miss's esteemed guest." Cloud Hunter coldly informed the robust man, "Prideful brute." Although Prideful Brute was one of Azure's peak experts, he wasn't a member of Silent Wonder's family. Even a fool could tell that he was trying to cause trouble to humiliate Silent Wonder. "Didn't I say that he can go in as long as he allows us to inspect him?" Prideful Brute said, grinning at Cloud Hunter. "What? You want to start a fight here?" With Prideful Brute's question, the 40 heavy crossbows on the wall turned to aim at Cloud Hunter, and two of Prideful Brute's companions stepped forward. Both players were Azure experts as well, and they wore the same battle array set equipment as Prideful Brute. When they activated their battle array, they'd be just as powerful as Cloud Hunter overall. That was the reason that Prideful Brute dared to act so arrogantly before Cloud Hunter. Prideful Brute's attitude even infuriated Silent Wonder. She wanted nothing more than to teach the man a lesson. Shifeng was Zero Wings Guild Leader. If he had to be inspected before he'd be allowed into the Dark Hills, it would be embarrassing for her guild. "Don't do it, Second Mississippi. If you take action, you'll play right into his hands," Cloud Hunter quickly advised his charge when he sensed Silent Wonder's rage. "He has full control over this area. He has the authorization to suppress you if you attack, even if you are one of the Chamber's vice guild leaders." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The Dark Hills wasn't an ordinary location. It was an important source of income for the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Hence, the Chamber's security of this area was of the utmost importance. As the checkpoint's manager, Prideful Brute had the authorization to attack anyone who wasn't Azure's guild leader or a Grand Elder if they caused trouble. If Silent Wonder caused a scene and died as a result, her maternal grandfather wouldn't be able to object. "It seems you're not that dumb after all. This is one of Azure's most important territories. Do you really think your family has full say in Azure?" Prideful Brute said, sneering Silent Wonder. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sword light startled everyone. The attack was so fast that by the time players had reacted, it had already sliced through Prideful Brute's throat. As the sword light faded, Prideful Brute lost all of his HP and collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Everyone that had seen the attack spun toward its origin. The attacker was none other than Silent Wonder's guest Shifeng. Chapter 2359, Unfortunate Death, Prideful Brute died. How dare he? Everyone stared at Shifeng in shock. The players from the various superpowers were especially stunned. Azure was a large-scale chamber of commerce with close to 100 years of history in the virtual gaming world. It was no weaker than a super guild. Azure was even capable of operating on both the western and eastern continents in God's domain, which was why the various superpowers sought to become a member. The Dark Hills was one of Azure's important territories, and as such, the chamber had stationed 4,000 experts at the checkpoint. It had also set up 40 heavy crossbows and 6 basic mana pulse cannons on the checkpoint's walls. All sorts of magic arrays protected the checkpoint, as well. Even domain realm experts would have to behave themselves here. After watching Prideful Brute die, Cloud Hunter was utterly stupefied. He simply couldn't understand why Shifeng had been so impulsive. The several cloaked players that Prideful Brute had respectfully welcomed into the Dark Hills earlier jerked to a halt, watching Shifeng curiously. That guy must be crazy, Big Sis Jade. He actually dared to attack someone here. I doubt even the Long family's second miss can save him now, a blue-clad assassin youth said. Although the Long family was one of the Azure Chamber of Commerce's main shareholders, Silent Wonder didn't have a particular position or authority in the chamber. She could only rely on the Long family's old man for help. Prideful Brute, on the other hand, was one of Azure's upper echelons. Silent Wonder was lucky that he had shown her any respect. Now that the situation had devolved, Prideful Brute's faction wouldn't let this matter rest unless the Long family's old man made a personal appearance. Furthermore, magic arrays had been set up all over the Dark Hills checkpoint. Not only was all teleportation prohibited, but if Azure activated a magic barrier, Shifeng wouldn't have any hope of escaping physically. He wouldn't get away with a single death, either. He's courageous, but it's a pity that his actions will only result in his death. He simply doesn't understand how strong superpowers are, the female berserker named Jade Bamboo said, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes as she gazed at Shifeng. However, she quickly turned away from him to look at the refined middle-aged man above the checkpoint's gate. This middle-aged man was Hermit, one of the Azure Chamber of Commerce's old monsters and the Dark Hills protector. He ranked among the top of the Fire Dragon Empire's players. A domain realm expert wouldn't even have a chance to escape with their life from someone like Hermit, much less defeat the man. She suspected only the 2 Vice Alliance Masters or the Alliance Master from her Adventurer Alliance would have any hope of surviving a fight against Hermit. While Jade Bamboo watched, Hermit jumped down from the wall, landing before Shifeng's group. As he did, he earned horrified looks from the various superpowers experts. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Even Cloud Hunter watched the older man seriously. Elder Hermit, please don't misunderstand. This isn't what it looks like. Cloud Hunter hurriedly explained. If he had only had to face the checkpoint's war weapons and various experts, he would have been confident of helping Shifeng escape, but now that Hermit was involved, the situation had changed. Hermit wasn't allied with either of the 2 families, but he was Azure's secret enforcer. He had assassinated countless peak and apex experts that had wished to harm the Azure Chamber of Commerce. In contrast to the visiting players, the several peak experts that guarded the checkpoint couldn't help but grin when Hermit appeared. Those people have crap luck. I hadn't thought that Elder Hermit would get involved. Not even Old Man Long can help that guy now, not to mention Silent Wonder. Elder Hermit is famous for being a stickler for the chamber's rules. Initially, they hadn't been particularly confident of going up against Shifeng. After all, Shifeng had Cloud Hunter with him, who was one of Azure's apex experts and one of the outstanding talents among the organization's younger generation. They could not afford to kill Cloud Hunter without a good enough reason. If Cloud Hunter intended to help Shifeng escape, the swordsman was likely to get away. However, they no longer had to worry about that problem. Hermit was one of the strongest players in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. He'd have no problems killing Cloud Hunter, much less suppress the youth. If Hermit wanted someone dead, very few would survive against him. As Hermit slowly approached Shifeng's group, another group of cloaked players, who watched from afar, began to panic. How? Why is Hermit here? Burning Owl paled when he saw the middle-aged man. Doesn't he normally patrol inside the Dark Hills? Burning Owl had been surprised to see Shifeng abruptly attack and slay Prideful Brute, but he was actually quite pleased to watch the man die. As a result, his opinion of Shifeng significantly improved. As such, he had intended to lend a helping hand, but now that Hermit had arrived, this problem had become far worse. Even Burning Owl was afraid of the older man, and Hermit was one of the guild's grand elders. Hermit wouldn't back down out of respect even if he were one of Azure's vice guild leaders. While Burning Owl considered ignoring the repercussions to save Shurfeng, Hermit appeared before the swordsman in question and extended a hand. "Greetings, guild leader Black Flame. I am Hermit, the Dark Hills protector," Hermit said, smiling at Shurfeng. "I've been hearing of you for some time now, but I hadn't expected to meet you here today, guild leader Black Flame." Both Azure's members and the various superpowers experts gaped in shock when they heard Hermit's greeting. "What's going on?" Jade Bamboo stared with wide eyes. Everyone in the Fire Dragon Empire had heard of Hermit, especially the various superpowers experts. They all treated Hermit like the Grim Reaper. The man was known for his indifferent expression, and even when he had stood before her Adventurer Alliance's Alliance Master, he had treated her coldly. Now, however, Hermit welcomed Shurfeng with a smile. It was unbelievable. Even Cloud Hunter and Burning Owl, who were both quite familiar with the middle-aged man, were utterly flabbergasted, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Was this really the Hermit they knew? Even stranger, Shurfeng had just killed Prideful Brute in public. Prideful Brute had picked the fight, but he was still one of Azure's peak experts, and Shurfeng had slain him as so many people watched. This would definitely damage Azure's reputation. Normally, Hermit wouldn't tolerate such an insult. Both Cloud Hunter and Burning Owl figured Shurfeng would be lucky if Hermit decided to spare him. However, not only wasn't Hermit attacking the swordsman, but he had greeted Shurfeng with a smile. "You offer too much praise, Elder Hermit. I've heard a lot about you, as well. I am here to accompany Silent Wonder and visit the Azure Chamber of Commerce," Shurfeng politely responded. In reality, Hermit's behavior surprised even him. "I see. The competition will begin soon. I'll have someone guide you and your group to the venue," Guild Leader Black Flame, Hermit said. He then instructed one of his subordinates to lead Shurfeng's group through the gates. After watching the amicable conversation between Hermit and Shurfeng, and Hermit's initiative to have someone lead Shurfeng into the Dark Hills, everyone was utterly confused. "Elder Hermit, that player hasn't been inspected. And he killed Prideful Brute. We cannot just let him get away with this," one of Azure's peak experts whispered to Hermit. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The other Azure experts nodded in agreement. However, they then felt an intense aura wash over them. It was from none other than Hermit himself. "Fools!" Hermit glared at the peak expert that had spoken. "You think you can afford to provoke a Tier 3 player? It seems you lot have been slacking while I wasn't around. From now on, you and that Prideful Brute will spend your days in the combat training rooms. You are only allowed a break once you've passed those trials." After saying so, Hermit ignored the experts and left. Chapter 2360, Dark Hills. Shocked watching Hermit leave, the several peak experts from Azure were stunned. Tier 3. How is that possible? Nobody in our chamber is even confident of challenging their Tier 3 promotion quest. How can he have reached Tier 3 already? Tier 3 classes were no longer foreign to the various superpowers in God's domain, who knew very clearly how powerful a Tier 3 class was. It was not something that Tier 2 classes could go up against. Meanwhile, now that level 100 players had already appeared, the various superpowers had started researching the Tier 3 promotion quest. However, their findings indicated that the Tier 3 promotion quest was absurdly difficult. Ordinary experts could not hope to complete the quest as soon as they reached level 100. As for Peak and Apex experts, they faced an even greater challenge. After all, not only had they obtained excellent legacies, but they also had to challenge the highest difficulty promotion quest available in consideration of their future development. If they settled for a mediocre result, they would only be harming themselves in the long run. However, even the ordinary Tier 3 promotion quest already exceeded the expectations of the various superpowers because players had to travel to level 100 neutral maps to conduct their Tier 3 promotion quest. Level 100 neutral maps were not places that just any player could visit. Even a team of level 100, Tier 2 experts would face great danger when exploring a level 100 neutral map. Anyone capable of completing their Tier 3 promotion quest at this stage of the game undoubtedly had extraordinary strength. Needless to say, after completing their Tier 3 promotion quest, they would only have further improved their extraordinary strength. Brute died for nothing this time. That's right. He really dug his grave this time. Let alone Brute, even if Black Flame killed one of the chamber's elders, the chamber would most likely still ignore the matter. If what Hermit said was indeed true, then Prideful Brute's attempt to use Sherfone to make trouble for Silent Wonder was simply suicidal. After all, the Azure Chamber of Commerce didn't have a single Tier 3 player right now. If a Tier 3 player wanted to do something against Azure's members out in the fields, particularly in level 100 neutral chamber would be absolutely powerless to do anything about it. To avoid such an outcome, the chamber naturally wouldn't retaliate against Sherfone just because he responded aggressively to Prideful Brute's provocation. As for the spectating crowd, when they saw Hermit berating Azure's peak experts, their jaws dropped even more than before. They simply could not wrap their minds around what had just happened. Who is that Black Flame? Black Flame had killed Azure's Prideful Brute, yet not only did Hermit not react in rage, but he even berated his own people. Jade Bamboo's eyes roiled with confusion as she gazed at Azure's peak experts. Although Hermit had spoken to those peak experts through a team chat, which prevented her from hearing what he said, she could still see his behavior and sense the aura he exuded, particularly his sudden burst of killing intent. That dense killing intent was something that made even an Apex expert like herself shudder in fear. Moreover, she could tell that Hermit's killing intent wasn't directed at the departing Sherfone, but at the several peak experts before him. From this, one could tell that the behavior of Prideful Brute and the other experts of Azure had enraged Hermit. At the same time, it was also obvious that Hermit was afraid of Sherfone. Hermit was one of the top 10 experts of the Fire Dragon Empire, yet he actually appeared fearful of another player right now. This was simply unbelievable. It's over, just like that. At this moment, Burning Owl, who stood a short distance away from the checkpoint, could not help his stupefaction when he saw Hermit walking away. He could not understand what had just happened. However, Cold Memory and South Dream, beside him, were not the least bit surprised by Hermit's response to Sherfang's aggression. The fact that Sherfone was now a Tier 3 player was still a secret. After the two of them found out about this, they had immediately reported the matter to their vice guild leader. Meanwhile, their vice guild leader had promptly issued a gag order on this secret. Although the two of them hadn't told anybody else, with Azure's discerning intelligence department, Hermit must have obtained word of it. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have let this matter rest so easily. After Sherfone and his companions entered the Dark Hills, they immediately felt a pleasant sensation enveloping their spirits. The Dark Hills was located within a sealed space. Not only was the mana density here considerably higher than that of the outside world, but there were also multiple teleportation gates to the cities of neutral races, which allowed human players to travel freely to those cities. Likewise, neutral players could teleport to the Dark Hills from their respective cities. Hence, the Dark Hills Demonstone Town became an excellent trade hub. The one downside was the ridiculously high cost of the teleportation gates. Each use cost 300 magic crystals, a price utterly beyond ordinary experts. Only major powers could tolerate it. Meanwhile, as Demonstone Town was only so large, in order to avoid overcrowding, Azure, the power that had captured it, had limited entry to members of the various major powers. However, even with this rule in place, Demonstone Town was still extremely crowded. One could see not only the experts of the Fire Dragon Empire's major powers but also many players belonging to various neutral races present. Many of these players were hawking their wares along the streets of the city. Some of the items were enough to tempt even Shifeng. The Demon Stone auction house, which was located at the town center, was the liveliest place in the entire town. It's no wonder so many powers were trying to enter this place back then. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he looked at the crowded auction house. Zero Wing City's auction house might be grand and majestic, but when comparing the quality of items available, Zero Wing City's auction house was leagues behind the Demon Stone auction house. Every item sold in the Demon Stone auction house was precious. One could buy even epic weapons and equipment here. Of course, as the Demon Stone auction house only allowed bartering, it didn't matter even if players brought a ton of coins here. The only options players had were to trade using the requested items or to pay magic crystals. However, magic crystals were a strategic resource to the various major powers. Hence, most of the major powers that came here would only trade using the required items. Those that lacked the required items could only window shop to sate their desires. As for the auction house's second floor, the Azure Chamber of Commerce currently had full control over it. Only the members of invited superpowers were allowed entry there. The members of ordinary powers could only watch Azure's internal competition from the first floor hall. Under the lead of Hermit's subordinate, Shifeng's group entered the second floor unhindered. At this moment, not only was the second floor hall seated with Azure's upper echelon, but there were also plenty of players belonging to the upper echelons of various superpowers. Azure's internal competition today would decide whether the Long family or the Duan family would rule over the chamber. Hence, the superpowers placed considerable importance on the competition today. After all, if the family they supported won, they would gain greater benefits from Azure. On the other hand, if the family they supported lost, their benefits would naturally decrease. When Shifeng's group entered the venue, everyone's gaze promptly shifted to it. That person's black flame. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, how desperate is this guy trying to gain the Long family's favor? He actually dared to kill a member of the Duan family. Doesn't he know that the Duan family has much more influence than the Long family in the Fire Dragon Empire? He's used to playing tyrant in a kingdom. He is naturally short-sighted when it comes to the bigger world. I heard that Giant's Heart has plenty of partnerships with the Duan family. This time, the Duan family has even managed to get Vice Guild leader White Autumn to visit. I heard that White Autumn recently gained a god's blessing, and his strength is now off the charts. If the Duan family manages to get White Autumn to secretly take action, Zero Wing will be finished. At this point, the various superpowers members had already heard about what had occurred at the checkpoint. They had never imagined that Shifeng would actually be foolish enough to kill the Duan family's prideful brute. Meanwhile, as these players were discussing quietly, another group of people entered the hall. The moment these people arrived, everyone's attention immediately turned toward them. This was because the newcomers were none other than the Azure Chamber of Commerce's Duan family. Chapter 2361, Gathering of Bigshots. The Duan family had not sent a lot of people to this competition, only a dozen or so. Their number was far fewer than that of the various superpowers. However, when the attendees present saw the pale white, middle-aged man at the head of the group, they all revealed surprised expressions. The Ice Demon, Duan Hans Han. He actually came too. This is going to be interesting. The Ice Demon's combat standards are not the slightest bit inferior to Hermit's. In fact, he is even stronger than Hermit in a frontal confrontation. Moreover, unlike Hermit, who maintains a neutral stance in Azure, Duan Hans Han is famous for his partisanship. The faces of the various superpowers members shone with anticipation when they saw the man leading the Duan family's group. Duan Hans Han was the strongest person of the Duan family's second generation. His position in Azure rivaled that of the assassin Hermit. He had been fighting in the Western continent all this time, and his fame over there surpassed even Hermit's. Although Duan Hans Han was nicknamed the Ice Demon, his short temper was well known among the various superpowers. Meanwhile, after stepping into the hall, Duan Hanshan did not head toward the VIP seats. Instead, he walked up to Shifeng, the chilling aura he radiated making the various superpowers refinement realm experts shudder involuntarily. "You're that black flame that killed prideful brood at the checkpoint?" Duan Hanshan asked coldly as he glared at Shifeng. Upon hearing Duan Hanshan's question, everyone present revealed looks that suggested they had expected such a situation to arise. Although they were currently inside the auction house and within Azure's territory, Duan Hanshan would not care about etiquette. If Shifeng gave him an unsatisfactory reply, Duan Hanshan would definitely take action. "That's right. Do you have business with me?" Shifeng nodded, not evading Duan Hanshan's question at all. His nonchalant reply also made it seem as if the killing intent Duan Hanshan radiated was non-existent. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone present gasped involuntarily. Is this guy nuts? He's still trying to act tough at this point. A blue-clad assassin youth, who was also in the second-floor hall, stared at Shifeng in shock. Duan Hanshan was known for being an unstoppable killing machine over in the Western continent. This was why he was nicknamed Ice Demon. Even the guild leaders of the various superpowers had to show respect when meeting him. Shifeng, however, behaved as if he had nothing to do with this matter. He probably doesn't know about the Ice Demon. After all, Zero Wing is developing in a small kingdom. It shouldn't know much about matters in the Western continent, said Jade Bamboo from beside the assassin youth. She, too, had been surprised at Shifeng's reply. However, now that he has spoken to Ice Demon that way, he's definitely doomed. Hemet maintained a neutral stance in the Azure Chamber of Commerce, so it was only normal for him to ignore the quarrels between the two main families and prioritize the chamber's benefits above all else. However, that was not the case for Duan Hanshan at all. Meanwhile, as soon as Shifeng finished speaking, Duan Hanshan's killing intent skyrocketed in intensity, putting a powerful pressure on the spectating crowd. Good. Young man, you're very brave. It seems that if I don't take some action in the Eastern continent, nobody will place the Azure Chamber of Commerce in their eyes in the future. Duan Hanshan exclaimed wrathfully. Mana started gathering around him, the ambient temperature plummeting. Black Flame is doomed now. At this moment, everyone understood that Duan Hanshan was thoroughly enraged. With this, even Silent Melody and Cloud Hunter would be powerless to save Black Flame. After all, quite a few of those standing behind Duan Hanshan were peak experts. They would have no problem holding Cloud Hunter back for a short period. However, just when everyone thought a battle would break out between Shifeng and Duan Hanshan, a deep and powerful voice echoed throughout the entire hall. Old Ice, are you planning on breaking the chamber's rules? When everyone turned to look at the origin of this voice, what they saw was a man in dark gray armor, who seemed to be in his early 50s. The aura this man radiated was not the slightest bit weaker than that of Duan Hanshan. It daunted the nearby refinement realm experts, deterring them from approaching him. Third uncle, why are you here? Silent Wonder asked in confusion when she saw this middle-aged man. This stalwart, middle-aged man was none other than Long Xianglong, one of the Long family's second-generation leaders. He was also one of Azure's Grand Elders and was Silent Wonder's third uncle. As Long Xianglong was addicted to improving his combat standards, he had not bothered himself with the chamber's matters in a very long time. Your father has some other matters to take care of and cannot attend this competition, so he asked me to come in his place, Long Xianglong said, a rare smile appearing on his face when he looked at Silent Wonder. He then turned to look at Duan Hanshan. Old Ice, Azure is holding an important competition here today. Are you still planning on taking action here? Or are you telling me that you've already forgotten about the chamber's rules? At Long Xianglong's words, Duan Hanshan's complexion darkened. Lunatic Long, I'll step back out of respect for you this time. However, if there is a next time, your people won't be as lucky, Duan Hanshan said. After glaring at Shifeng, he promptly turned around and left. Upon seeing this, Cloud Hunter breathed a deep sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also speechless at Shifang's bravery. It was fortunate that Long Xianglong appeared. While attacking an invited guest within Azure's territory was indeed against Azure's rules, if Duan Hanshan was intent on taking action, even Cloud Hunter was not confident of stopping the Ice Demon. However, Long Xianglong was Duan Hanshan's equal in strength. Moreover, the rules were on Long Xianglong's side. If Duan Hanshan took action, he would definitely end up getting himself punished. After seeing Duan Hanshan leave, Long Xianglong turned his gaze away from the Ice Demon and walked up to Shifeng. "Young man, you shouldn't act so impulsively next time. That old Ice Demon usually does whatever he wants," Long Xianglong admonished Shifeng slightly. Very quickly, however, he shifted his attention to Silent Wonder and said, "Wonder, your grandfather has constantly been thinking about you. If not for the competition this time, he would have most likely called you back already. Once this competition is over, return with me." From the previous scene, Long Xianglong understood that Shifeng was a very impulsive person. If he allowed his niece to remain in Zero Wing, it would only be a matter of time before disaster befell her. "Return? No. I wish to stay in Zero Wing and continue my development there. In any case, Owl and Big Sis Silk are more than enough to handle the chamber's affairs. It doesn't matter whether I return or not," Silent Wonder said, shaking her head. "Moreover, I'm developing very well." "Nonsense. Your talents are second only to Silk Moon's. It might be fine if it were before, but after this competition, the struggle between the two main families will come to an end. Regardless of today's outcome, you will receive the chamber's full support. At that time, your improvement speed will definitely exceed your current rate," Long Xianglong said as he glared in exasperation at Silent Wonder. The Azure Chamber of Commerce's resources far surpassed that of ordinary superpowers. The future Silent Wonder could have in Azure would be many times better than if she remained in Zero Wing. In fact, remaining in Zero Wing would be a complete and utter waste of her talents. Moreover, the Long family's third generation still needed some strong pillars to support it. Simply relying on Burning Owl and Silk Moon wouldn't be enough. "Third uncle, I've already decided. Moreover, I feel that Zero Wing is quite good." "Stop trying to persuade me," Silent Wonder said, shaking her head. She was determined to stick to her decision. Just as Long Xianglong was about to launch another round of persuasion, a fresh group of players arrived, inducing gasps throughout the hall. This was because these players were members of Giant's Heart, a superpower that had thoroughly shaken the foundations of the Fire Dragon Empire and was capable of contending against the Super Guild Pride Empire. In fact, when comparing them purely in terms of naval prowess, Giant's Heart was superior to Pride Empire. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Nowadays, the various superpowers were placing extreme emphasis on their naval development. Since Giant's Heart possessed exceedingly great naval prowess, it had naturally become the target of partnership for many other superpowers. Meanwhile, the person leading Giant's Heart's group this time was none other than White Autumn, one of Giant's Heart's Vice Guild leaders, who was currently a megastar in the Fire Dragon Empire. At the same time, he was an existence that the various superpowers feared greatly because he had gained the Sea God's blessing and possessed near unrivaled strength out at sea. During these past few days, White Autumn's existence alone had inflicted a lot of major losses on Pride Empire. When White Autumn entered the hall, the upper echelons of the various attending superpowers promptly surged forward to greet him. Azure's Duan Hanshan and Long Xianglong even took the initiative to greet White Autumn in an attempt to bridge the distance between Giant's Heart and the Azure Chamber of Commerce. However, after making small talk with the other attendees for a short time, White Autumn suddenly walked up to Shifeng. "Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am White Autumn, one of Giant's Heart's Vice Guild leaders. I have heard a lot about you. I feel joyful that I finally get to meet you today." White Autumn greeted Shifeng in a very friendly manner. Chapter 2362, She's an Advanced Master Alchemist too. Silence. Shock. For a time, everyone in the hall was stunned. White Autumn was one of Giant's Heart's Vice Guild leaders as well as one of the strongest individuals in the Fire Dragon Empire. After he obtained the Sea God's blessing, his strength had further skyrocketed. Nowadays, he was an existence that even the guild leaders of the various superpowers wished to befriend. Now, however, White Autumn had actually taken the initiative to greet Shifeng. Let alone the various superpowers' upper echelons, even Long Xianglong and Duan Hanshan could not help looking confused at this scene. In their opinion, Shifeng was merely the guild leader of a pseudo-superpower. Even if Zero Wing had a lot of potential, it would still take a long time to become a superpower. Moreover, even if it eventually became a superpower, it still wouldn't warrant the attention of someone like White Autumn. Could that kid have some kind of relationship with Giant's Heart? Duan Hanshan guessed as he took in Shifeng's calm expression. White Autumn was an existence that even the Duan family fervently wished to befriend. After all, Giant's Heart possessed extraordinary strength out at sea. In the future, when the various powers of the two main continents interacted more frequently, maritime trade would be unavoidable. So, he still has such a backer. It's no wonder he paid no heed to Old Ice's questioning. Long Xianglong also started observing Shifeng. He had never thought that Shifeng would have such a connection. If Shifeng had Giant's Heart supporting him, with the Azure Chamber of Commerce's current attitude toward Giant's Heart, Duan Hanshan definitely wouldn't dare to casually take action against Shifeng. Although the Ice Demon was short-tempered, he was no fool. He knew when he should take action and when he should restrain himself. A short distance away, Jade Bamboo and the blue-clad assassin beside her were dazed for quite some time after seeing White Autumn greeting Shifeng. When they snapped out of their daze, however, realization immediately dawned upon them. Previously, they had been curious as to why Hermit had spared Shifeng so easily. Looking at it now, Hermit must have known about the relationship between Shifeng and Giant's Heart. Meanwhile, in response to White Autumn's greeting, Shifeng simply nodded and said, "Vice Guild Leader White, you're too courteous." In reality, Shifeng was also somewhat surprised that White Autumn had taken the initiative to greet him. After all, his current identity was Black Flame, not Yifeng. Moreover, he had only helped White Autumn complete a quest and receive the Sea God's blessing. This amount of help should not warrant White Autumn's enthusiastic welcome. "Guild Leader Black Flame, I am not being courteous at all," White Autumn said, shaking his head. In a serious tone, he continued, "Currently, Giant's Heart has captured a relatively excellent town over at Dark Moon Lake, outside the Fire Dragon Empire. We wish to form a partnership with Zero Wing for this town. May I know if Guild Leader Black Flame is interested?" As soon as White Autumn finished speaking, gasps filled the hall once more. As for Long Xianglong and Duan Hanshan, they both gaped in shock at this scene, their minds blank with disbelief. The area around Dark Moon Lake was a fat piece of meat that many powers were eyeing. Not only was it a neutral map, but it was even connected to the sea, a location without many developmental restrictions. Dark Moon Town had the potential to become a large-scale port city. At that time, the income generated from the city would be several times higher than that from NPC port cities. Hence, many of the Fire Dragon Empire's superpowers had tried to capture Dark Moon Town. In the end, however, it was White Autumn who succeeded. Moreover, he had even served Pride Empire a huge loss while doing so. Now, however, White Autumn wanted to form a partnership with Shifeng. Dark Moon Town. Zero Wing is naturally very interested in this partnership, Shifeng said, although he, too, was very surprised by White Autumn's suggestion. Shifeng was relatively familiar with Dark Moon Town, or more precisely, with Dark Moon City. In his previous life, Dark Moon City had been the largest player-operated port city in the vicinity of the Fire Dragon Empire. It had practically been the lifeline linking the Fire Dragon Empire with the sea. The prices of the shops and lands inside Dark Moon City had rivaled even those of imperial capitals. Back then, Giant's Heart ruled over Dark Moon City as well, and countless powers wished to form a partnership with the guild. Unfortunately for them, very few powers actually succeeded. During the time Shifeng and White Autumn were hashing out the details of their partnership, everyone present was thoroughly stupefied, especially Duan Hanshan and Long Xianglong. Shock and confusion filled their hearts. They even wondered if they were dreaming. Who is he? The Fire Dragon Empire's various superpowers were desperately seeking to cooperate with Giant's Heart on Dark Moon Town. Now, however, White Autumn was proposing a partnership with Shifeng. This was simply absurd. Aside from Duan Hanshan and Long Xianglong, Burning Owl and Cold Memories Group were also astonished by this scene. Big sis, what kind of relationship does your guild have with Giant's Heart? Burning Owl asked Silent Wonder. Even though Burning Owl had just arrived in the Eastern Continent, he knew about Dark Moon Town and its importance because one of his tasks in coming to the Eastern Continent this time was to negotiate a partnership with Giant's Heart regarding Dark Moon Town. However, there were simply too many superpowers eyeing Dark Moon Town, so even with the Azure Chamber of Commerce's backing, he was not particularly confident in his chances. Now, however, Cold Memory and South Dream were also eager to hear the answer to Burning Owl's question. They knew for a fact that Shifeng was a Tier 3 player. However, they never considered that Zero Wing might still possess a foundation so powerful that it would warrant Giant's Heart's active solicitation. This was something even Dark Pursuit was incapable of accomplishing. I don't know, either. Silent Wonder was also confused by this situation. Meanwhile, White Autumn himself paid no heed whatsoever to the shock everyone felt at his actions. He had personally witnessed Zero Wing's strength before, particularly its Crimson Dragon flying ship. The flying ship's performance exceeded his expectations entirely. Meanwhile, after seeing Shifeng now, he was even more certain that his decision to partner with Zero Wing was a wise one. Due to the sea god's blessing, White Autumn's perception toward life aura and danger had improved significantly. When looking at Shifeng, he actually felt a deadly threat. Moreover, he could also tell that Shifeng's life aura was stronger than his own. The only explanation he could think of for this situation was that Shifeng was a Tier 3 player. In a period where none of the various superpowers possessed even one Tier 3 player, Zero Wing actually had two. He simply did not know what to say about this situation. Elder Hanshan, this is going to be troublesome. Silent Wonder is a member of Zero Wing. Now that Zero Wing is proven to have a close relationship with Giant's Heart, the Long family will have an easier time partnering with Giant's Heart, a youth standing behind Duan Hanshan said worriedly. What's there to worry about? So what if the Long family gets to partner with Giant's Heart? The most important point is who will get to rule Azure. Even if Zero Wing has a good relationship with Giant's Heart, that won't help the Long family or Silent Wonder win the upcoming competition, Duan Hanshan retorted. Although the Long family's Silk Moon had also joined the famous Dark Pursuit as a lifestyle player, the time she joined Dark Pursuit was much shorter compared to Yan Xiaoqian's. Moreover, Yan Xiaoqian was almost as talented as Silk Moon. In such a situation, it would be impossible for Silk Moon to beat Yan Xiaoqian. While Duan Hanshan was saying so, another group of players arrived in the second floor hall. Similar to the arrival of Giant's Heart's group, the arrival of this group of players caused quite a commotion because it consisted of Dark Pursuit's members. Not only was the lowest level player among them level 100, but the equipment they possessed was also something that could make even the upper echelons of the various superpowers envious. Of the dozen or so Dark Pursuit members that entered the hall, even the worst equipped among them had 3 pieces of epic equipment paired up with a 6-piece, level 95 Dark Gold set equipment. The most eye-catching among these players were undoubtedly the 2 heroic women walking in the lead. One of these women was Silk Moon, a cursemancer that possessed a mature and seductive charm. Silk Moon's appearance and figure were not the slightest bit inferior to Silent Wonder's. The other tall and graceful woman was Yen Xiaoqian. However, unlike Silk Moon's mature appearance, Yen Xiaoqian looked to be only 18 years old. Both women were actually geared in the Elven Light set, an 8-piece set of level 95 dark gold equipment, currently the best set equipment available for magical classes. The other pieces of equipment they wore were all epic rank. Amazing. Truly amazing. So, this is Dark Pursuit's foundations. The Elven Light set. Dark Pursuit is really going all out for the competition this time. It seems the winner of this competition is going to be one of these two. I know, right? I heard that Dark Pursuit invested all its available resources into nurturing the two of them. Although the Long family's and Duan family's other heirs are excellent, these two are on a completely different level. The various superpowers' upper echelons were green with envy as they looked at Silk Moon and Yen Xiaoqian. The Elven Light set was currently the strongest dark gold set equipment available for magical class players. None of the various superpowers present had managed to complete even a single set yet. However, Dark Pursuit actually had two. This was simply unbelievable. With the arrival of Dark Pursuit's group, all 6 representatives of the Long family and Duan family were finally present. A short moment later, an elegant, middle-aged man walked to the center of the hall. This man was none other than Hermit, the manager of the Dark Hills. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for attending the Azure Chamber of Commerce's alchemy competition today, Hermit said. I believe everyone present has been waiting for quite some time now, so I'll dispense with the pleasantries. The competition this time will be very simple. Participants will have to produce as many meditation souls, an intermediate master potion, as possible within the given time frame. However, there is a precondition for those seeking to participate in the competition: they must be an intermediate master alchemist at the very minimum. Those who do not meet this requirement may not participate in the competition, so all participants, please show your alchemist insignias. Upon hearing the rules, the various spectators gasped involuntarily. Setting aside the meditation soul's production difficulty, just the condition of intermediate mastery would already leave countless alchemist players in despair. The requirements of this competition are really high. I bet that more than half of the participants will be disqualified because of this condition. Cold Memory was astonished when she heard Hermit's words. Nurturing an intermediate master alchemist was easier said than done. This was a task that even Dark Pursuit found difficult. Despite being very talented herself, Cold Memory was still a long way from the intermediate master rank. Needless to say, others would have an even more difficult time attaining it. In the next moment, just like Cold Memory anticipated, the Long family's first representative revealed that he was only a basic master alchemist. As for the Duan family's heirs, Duan Ying and Duan Qingfeng, they, too, were only basic master alchemists. Although they would be extremely talented geniuses in the eyes of the various superpowers, they failed to meet the minimum requirement for participation in this competition. When it was Yen Xiaoqian's turn, she proudly took out an insignia with 3 silver moons. Upon seeing this insignia, the spectating crowd gasped in shock. Advanced Master rank. She's actually an Advanced Master Alchemist. How is this possible? Our guild doesn't even have an Intermediate Master, yet she's actually an Advanced Master already. The various superpowers were filled with an indescribable sense of shock and envy at this scene. After all, the abilities an Advanced Master could exhibit were far greater than those of an Intermediate Master. Furthermore, an Advanced Master could produce Advanced Master potions, which would be extremely useful when exploring new maps in the future. However, shortly after Yen Xiaoqian flaunted her insignia, the Long family's Silk Moon also took out an insignia with 3 silver moons on it, shocking the spectating crowd once more. 2 Advanced Master Alchemists. How powerful is Dark Pursuit? Advanced Master Alchemists. Sure enough, everyone else is no match for these 2 women. The various superpowers were left breathless by this revelation. At the same time, they also started growing fearful of Dark Pursuit's foundations. Big Sis Silk really is amazing. With this, we at least have a 50% chance of winning. Burning Owl sighed in relief when he saw Silk Moon's Alchemist insignia. The latest information he had received said that Yan Xiaoqian had been promoted into an advanced master alchemist already while Silk Moon was still trying. Hence, he had been considerably worried until this point. Now that Silk Moon had become an advanced master alchemist as well, both the Long family and Duan family could be said to be on the same starting line. It's a pity that Wonder did not join Dark Pursuit. Otherwise, she would also have had a chance at becoming an advanced master alchemist before this competition, and our chances of winning will be much greater. Cold Memory was relatively confident in her own guild's strength. However, as Silent Wonder was determined to stay in Zero Wing, Cold Memory couldn't do anything about it. This is already good enough. At least, it is much better than our initial expectations, South Dream said, chuckling. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. She caught up. Yan Xiaoqian reflexively took an extra glance at Silk Moon. She had never thought that Silk Moon would actually succeed in catching up with her. While everyone was wondering who between Yan Xiaoqian or Silk Moon would win this competition, Silent Wonder also took out an alchemist insignia with 3 silver moons on it from her bag. Impossible. She's an advanced master alchemist too. Chapter 2363, Shocking the venue. Silence filled the competition venue as everyone stared at Silent Wonder's Triple Moon alchemist insignia. They could all understand Silk Moon and Yan Xiaoqian becoming advanced master alchemists, but none of them could fathom how Silent Wonder had become one as well. It wasn't easy to reach advanced master rank. Even now, very few of God's domain superpowers had successfully nurtured an advanced master alchemist, yet Zero Wing had. It was utterly unbelievable. How is this possible? Cold Memory was shocked to see Silent Wonder's advanced master alchemist insignia. How has she been promoted so quickly? Completing the requirements to become an advanced master alchemist was easier said than done. Aside from talent, the rare resources required for research and experimentation were more than enough to give any superpower a huge headache. Dark Pursuit had only been able to supply these resources due to its control in the Moon God's world and access to precious alchemical resources. This was why Cold Memory was so confident in Dark Pursuit's ability to nurture advanced master alchemists. Any other superpower would likely run out of materials before one of its alchemists could reach advanced master rank. Zero Wing had the research workshop, but that only provided guidelines to assist the guild's lifestyle players. In doing so, it would only slightly reduce the amount of materials one would need for their experiments. Moreover, Silent Wonder had been some time away from reaching advanced master rank during their last meeting. She hadn't progressed as far as Silk Moon and Yan Xiaoqian, who had stood before the threshold to advanced master rank. Even as talented as Silent Wonder was, she should have needed another fortnight to complete her promotion, yet she had caught up with Silk Moon and Yan Xiaoqian in less than a week. Cold Memory couldn't imagine how Zero Wing had helped her accomplish the feat. Even Silk Moon and Yan Xiaoqian, who stood beside Silent Wonder, were astonished. Little Sis actually succeeded. Silk Moon could not help but glance at Shifeng, who watched from the spectator stands, with a soft smile. It seems Zero Wing is quite capable, after all. Silk Moon knew better than anyone here how difficult it was to reach advanced master rank. One needed talent and resources. Anyone who said otherwise was either lying or a fool. An advanced master alchemist. Ha ha ha. This girl is quite impressive. Long Xianglong laughed when he saw the alchemist insignia in Silent Wonder's hand. Now, he was even more determined to take the girl with him to the Western continent. Even without a superpower support, Silent Wonder had become an advanced master alchemist. She proved to be frighteningly talented. Long Xianglong acknowledged that Zero Wing had played a massive role in his niece's success, but how could such a small guild compete with the Azure Chamber of Commerce's resources? When the Duan family's members saw that Silent Wonder was also an advanced master alchemist, they watched on with grim expressions. Although the final victor would decide the competition's outcome, the fact that the Long family had one more advanced master alchemist than they did gave their competitor an edge. Why are you so worried? She's merely an advanced master alchemist, Duan Han said as he eyed the people around him. So what if she's a talented alchemist? This competition won't be won on alchemy standards alone. The competition would determine which of the two families had a stronger heir. Even though this was an alchemy competition, it wasn't any ordinary battle between alchemists. High alchemy standards would provide an advantage, but combat power would also play a significant role. The participants would have to fight for the materials they needed. If they weren't strong enough in combat, they wouldn't secure enough materials, and without materials, how were they supposed to brew the required potion? With Duan Hanshan's comment, realization dawned on the other Duan family members. After all was said and done, this competition would rely on the strength of the competitors' backers. In this regard, Zero Wing was no match for Dark Pursuit. While everyone chatted amongst themselves, Hermit, who had inspected all 6 participants' insignias, spoke again. Since the remaining participants have met the minimum requirements, let's officially begin this competition. As you all know, the participants are required to produce meditation soul potions, an intermediate master potion. However, participants must earn their required materials, Hermit explained as he gestured to an approaching group of players. These players carried gigantic cages into the venue, all containing incredibly powerful beasts. He then turned to Silk Moon, Yen Xiaoqian, and Silent Wonder. You will face these level 100 wild beasts. You will earn more materials by defeating stronger monsters. Of the monsters we've prepared, the weakest is a lord. For defeating this monster, you'll acquire 3 sets of materials. The next monster is a high lord, and you'll earn 6 sets for defeating it. You will not be required to defeat the level 100 Great Lord, but if you survive against it for 10 minutes, you'll receive 10 sets of materials. If you survive for 10 minutes against the level 100 Grand Lord, you'll receive 20 sets of materials. However, you will only have one chance to challenge a monster, so choose wisely. As Hermit finished his explanation, a commotion erupted in the venue. The Azure Chamber of Commerce is so generous. It's captured so many level 100 wild beasts. Crap! Isn't this challenge a little too difficult? Not even level 100 Refinement Realm experts can defeat a level 100 Lord one-on-one, yet it's the weakest monster here. Do the participants even stand a chance? The various superpowers felt a cold chill when they saw Azure's level 100 wild beasts. Capturing wild beasts to tame as mounts was extremely difficult, especially at such a high level. Ordinary powers couldn't afford to spare the amount of manpower the task would require, yet Azure used these precious level 100 wild beasts to test its heir's strength. Even the various superpowers upper echelons thought this competition was absurdly difficult. At this stage of the game, level 100 peak experts would, at most, be strong enough to challenge a level 100 High Lord. If they encountered a level 100 Great Lord alone, they'd have no choice but to flee. Even worse, lifestyle players had far less combat power than actual combat players. Whether or not Silk Moon and the others could fight a level 100 Lord was already questionable, not to mention a High Lord. The various superpowers members couldn't help but glance at Silent Wonder in pity. Of the 3 remaining participants, only Silent Wonder was under level 100. Other experts might be impressed that she had reached level 99, but it put her at an overwhelming disadvantage in this competition. Although there was only one level between level 99 and 100, the difference between the strength one could command at those levels was tremendous. A level 100 player would have far more control and flexibility than a level 99 player, and the difference between the basic attributes provided by equipment was just as drastic. I had never thought you'd become an advanced master alchemist before the competition as well. Had you joined Dark Pursuit, we might have been rivals in this competition. However, it seems you'll just be watching from the sidelines, Yan Xiaoqian said, chuckling. If you have to assign blame, blame yourself for being so stubborn. Rather than accept Dark Pursuit's invitation, you chose to remain with a non-superpower like Zero Wing. Everyone has constantly compared Silent Wonder and Yan Xiaoqian, assuming one of them would win this competition. However, their guilds were simply on different levels. Now, only Silk Moon had a chance of giving Yan Xiaoqian a run for her money. Silk Moon was powerful in every aspect and had been known as an unrivaled genius. Unfortunately, she had become quite strange after surviving an illness a few years ago. Now, Yan Xiaoqian didn't even think of Silk Moon as a competitor. Cold Memory and South Dream watched the three participants, frustrated. They had thought Silent Wonder had a significantly higher chance of winning now that she had become an advanced master alchemist, but even they would struggle in this competition, not to mention Silent Wonder. Pick a difficulty. Remember, you only have one opportunity. You won't get a second chance, Hermit told the three young women before him. This trial wasn't a simple test of strength, it would also test the participants' understanding of their strength. I choose the High Lord, Silk Moon said after giving the matter some thought. I choose the High Lord, as well, Yan Xiaoqian said without hesitation. Hearing Silk Moon and Yan Xiaoqian's decision, Hermit nodded, satisfied. He then turned to Silent Wonder, curious about which beast the girl would choose. Although Silent Wonder hadn't yet reached level 100, she should have a chance against a level 100 lord. If she could defeat it, she'd still have a chance at victory. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. I wonder which difficulty Silent Wonder will choose. Is that necessary? She'll definitely challenge the Lord. That's her only hope. If she tries to face the High Lord, she'll likely die after a single hit. I guess you're right. She's talented, but it's a pity she only has Zero Wing support. If she were backed by a superpower, even an ordinary one, she might have had a chance against Silk Moon and Yan Xiaoqian. Quietly, the audience discussed Silent Wonder's situation, glancing at Shifeng with mocking sneers. So what if Zero Wing were supported by Giant's Heart? In the end, Zero Wing's weakness would be exposed before them all. While everyone softly talked among themselves, Silent Wonder had made her decision and looked at Hermit, announcing, I choose the Grand Lord. Chapter 2364, Overwhelming Strength, a Grand Lord. She's lost her mind. That's a level 100 Grand Lord we're talking about. What arrogance! Has she never witnessed a level 100 Grand Lord strength before? Even domain realm experts would have to flee from such a monster. When they heard Silent Wonder's decision, everyone felt that she had gone mad and was hopelessly optimistic. Why else would she make such a foolish, insane choice? Even the various superpowers expert teams had trouble with level 100 monsters at this stage of the game. No player could solo a level 100 Great Lord, much less a Grand Lord. Wonder is being too impulsive. Long Xianglong could only shake his head and sigh at his niece's decision. Although Hermit had presented 4 choices for the competition, as someone who had fought in level 100 neutral maps, he knew that there were really only 2 viable difficulties. The bit about surviving for 10 minutes was a joke. Level 100 peak experts wouldn't even survive more than 3 minutes against a level 100 Great Lord, much less against a Grand Lord. Moreover, Silent Wonder and the others were lifestyle players, who rarely engaged in combat. What is Wonder thinking? Even if she's trying to improve Zero Wing's prestige, does she really need to choose a Grand Lord to do it? Cold Memory muttered, baffled. Cold Memory understood the reason behind Silent Wonder's decision. Many of the spectators here lamented over the fact that Zero Wing, not a superpower, backed her. She must have found these opinions offensive and chose to challenge a Grand Lord to prove Zero Wing's strength. However, Cold Memory was confused that Silent Wonder had chosen the Grand Lord instead of the Great Lord. She had better chances against the Great Lord, even if they were still quite slim, than she had against a Grand Lord. Now, she was simply making a fool of herself. "Are you certain that you wish to challenge the Grand Lord, Wonder?" Hermit, who was just as surprised by the girl's decision, asked for confirmation. Before the trial, Azure's Grand Elders had tested the challenge's viability. They had come to the conclusion that the highest difficulty challenge would be utterly impossible for current players. "That's right. I choose to challenge a Grand Lord," Silent Wonder declared. Both Silk Moon and Yen Xiaoqian gave Silent Wonder strange looks. They had never thought that her choice was a serious one. "It seems you'll never change, Wonder. It's a pity that you'll only find yourself in a dead end," Yen Xiaoqian said. She understood that Silent Wonder was attempting to save herself from a hopeless situation, but her opponent wasn't aware of how terrifying a level 100 Grand Lord really was. She, on the other hand, had encountered such a monster personally when she had accompanied her guild's main force on an expedition. "All right. Since you three have chosen, we'll begin the competition according to the original order," Hermit said. He could see Silent Wonder's determination, so he didn't try to dissuade her. A group of players then brought a 4-meter-tall cage into the venue. As the cage opened, a 3-tailed flaming tiger burst forth. As it did, Azure's members activated the magic array they had set up earlier, trapping the flaming tiger within. Not only did this magic barrier prevent the flaming tiger from escaping, but it also suppressed the flaming tiger's recovery speed. It was considered a bonus to the challengers. 3-tailed flaming tiger, wild beast, high lord, level 100 HP 42,000/42,000,000. The moment the flaming tiger emerged from its cage, every player in the venue felt an intense pressure bear down on them. Moreover, the temperature within the magic barrier rose due to the flaming tiger's body. It caused steam to rise, obscuring the space inside the barrier. However, Yen Xiaoqian, the competition's first challenger, was unfazed by the monster, and she slowly and steadily walked toward it. Roar! The instant Yen Xiaoqian entered the barrier, the flaming tiger roared and pounced, displaying such incredible speed that it made many of the Tier 2 experts in the venue nervous. The flaming tiger's movement speed was easily higher than that of a Tier 2 assassin. The flaming tiger swiped a paw at Yen Xiaoqian, and in response, she lifted her staff, summoning a thick ice wall between her and the High Lord. Even when the flaming tiger struck the ice wall, it suffered hardly any damage. What powerful attributes! Is this the might of the Elven Light set? Everyone watched in astonishment as Yen Xiaoqian effortlessly blocked the flaming tiger's attack. They were all aware of how powerful a level 100 High Lord was. Even a level 100, Tier 2 metric tons would struggle to tank one. The task would usually require 2 MTs. Yen Xiaoqian, however, had stopped the flaming tiger's assault with a simple spell. What amazing Tier 2 silent casting! Yen Xiaoqian's ice wall even surprised Cold Memory. The young woman hadn't cast the ordinary Tier 1 ice wall. Rather, Yen Xiaoqian had cast the Tier 2 spell Enchanted Ice Wall, a magically enhanced version of the Tier 1 ice wall. Of course, due to how complex Tier 2 spells were, they were difficult to cast without a chant. Even if an elementalist succeeded to do so without a chant, their completion rate would suffer, reducing the spell's power in turn. And yet, despite casting the spell without a chant, Yen Xiaoqian's ice wall was strong enough to stop the flaming tiger. Her success was a testament to her high spell completion rate. Seeing this, Cold Memory couldn't help but feel inferior when it came to mental fortitude and control over mana. Seeing that its attack had failed, the flaming tiger circled the ice wall, but Yen Xiaoqian didn't give it the opportunity. She immediately summoned several more ice walls, surrounding the flame tiger. She then double-speed cast her Tier 2 spells, Earthen Spike and Frostwheel arrows. With nowhere to run, both attacks slammed into the flaming tiger, and damages of over -100,000 appeared above the High Lord's head, one after another. The flaming tiger tried to break through the ice walls, but Yan Xiaoqian replaced the destroyed ice walls almost instantly. When the flaming tiger did manage to break free and attack Yan Xiaoqian, she activated Blink and teleported to a safe distance. She would then create another line of ice walls, steadily draining the High Lord's HP. The young elementalist's performance stunned the various superpowers experts. They had never dreamed that a player could toy with a level 100 High Lord like this. The way she smoothly transitioned from spell to spell was particularly impressive. It almost looked like she gracefully danced across the battlefield as she attacked and evaded. Many of the peak experts felt their scalps tingle as they watched. In the end, Yan Xiaoqian killed the three-tailed flaming tiger in less than 15 minutes. After Yan Xiaoqian emerged from the barrier, it was Silk Moon's turn. She also had to face a three-tailed flaming tiger, but since she was a cursemancer, her attack power wasn't as high as Yan Xiaoqian's, an elementalist. Even so, Silk Moon's performance stunned the crowd as well. During her battle with the flaming tiger, she cast a variety of spells to reduce the High Lord's mobility, reaction speed, strength, and agility. To everyone's surprise, Silk Moon was also a domain realm expert. Once she had weakened the flaming tiger, the cursemancer toyed with it as if she were playing with a kitten. Although Silk Moon's fight had lasted 5 minutes longer than Yan Xiaoqian's, she had seemed far more relaxed than her opponent. After the battle, the spectators burst into a heated discussion. Shortly after Silk Moon's fight, Azure's members brought in a 10-meter-tall cage, which attracted everyone's attention immediately. Before they opened the cage, Azure's members strengthened the magic array, which became so powerful that the mana density around it increased slightly. As the cage opened, a 9-meter-tall bear walked onto the battlefield. It was covered in pitch-black fur, and runes hovered around its body. When the crowd felt the bear's frightening aura, they felt chills crawl down their spines. Dark Moon Bear, Wild Beast, Grand Lord, Level 100 HP 210-000/210-000-000. It's so strong. So, this is a level 100 Grand Lord. How is this supposed to be a fair fight? That thing can likely kill peak MTs with a single slap. Few of these experts had ever seen a level 100 Grand Lord, and they couldn't help but gasp when they saw the Dark Moon Bear. If not for the magic array that trapped the wild beast, they might have fled from the venue. Wonder, it's your turn now, but it's not too late to give up, Hermit gently told Silent Wonder. No individual player could deal with a creature as strong as the Dark Moon Bear. Not only would players have to fight as a team to defeat this monstrosity, but they'd also have to rely on a magic array to suppress it. Trying to survive against the unsuppressed Dark Moon Bear for 10 minutes was utterly impossible for a level 99, Tier 2 player. However, Silent Wonder ignored Hermit's advice as she approached the magic barrier. She's insane. I wonder how many hits she'll last. Hits? You think she can last more than one? That's a level 100 Grand Lord we're talking about. My guild's chief MT underestimated a level 100 Grand Lord once, and he died after 2 hits. The team's healers didn't even have a chance to heal him. What can an elementalist like her possibly do? As everyone watched Silent Wonder walk toward the barrier, they were certain that she had some mental issues. As far as they were concerned, trying to fight such a powerful beast was suicidal. Guild leader Black Flame, will Miss Wonder really be alright against the Dark Moon Bear? White Autumn asked as he watched. He knew that Sherfone was a Tier 3 player, but Silent Wonder wasn't. White Autumn wouldn't even be confident of lasting more than 10 minutes against the Grand Lord if he hadn't obtained the Sea God's blessing. Meanwhile, Silent Wonder's life aura wasn't particularly powerful, which proved that she only had an ordinary legacy. White Autumn doubted she'd even last 1 minute, much less 10. Relax. She knows what she's doing, Sherfone said, chuckling. As soon as Feng said that, Silent Wonder crossed the magic barrier. Almost simultaneously, the Dark Moon Bear charged at her, its frightening aura startling some of the Apex experts watching the fight. However, Silent Wonder held her composure. She simply removed her black cloak, revealing her crimson robes, and retrieved a resplendent staff from her bag, equipping it. As soon as she did, all of the mana within the barrier swarmed toward her as if she were this space's true queen. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Before the Dark Moon Bear could reach Silent Wonder, she lightly swung her staff. Answering her call, mana surged toward the tip of her staff, transforming into a flaming spear that shot toward the Grand Lord. The fire spear was so fast that not even the Dark Moon Bear had time to react. Boom! As the fiery weapon and the pitch-black bear collided, a flaming pillar enveloped the Dark Moon Bear, its flames so powerful that it shook the magic barrier. When the flames subsided, the Dark Moon Bear slid to an abrupt halt. Chapter 2365, Humanoid Monster. Although the Dark Moon Bear had simply halted its charge as a result of Silent Wonder's attack, the spectating crowd gaped in shock. As if time had stopped, silence fell over the competition venue. How is that possible? What did she do? Even Duan Hanshan, Long Xianglong, and White Autumn were shocked, not to mention the various superpowers experts. Even a 100-man team of level 100, Tier 2 experts would be annihilated if they tried to challenge a level 100 Grand Lord without a magic array, yet Silent Wonder stood against such a beast alone. Despite being only level 99, Silent Wonder had stopped the Dark Moon Beast's charge with a single spell. It was unbelievable. Since when has Wonder been able to silent cast Tier 2 spells so proficiently? Cold Memory stared at the smoking Dark Moon Bear, confused. Although the power of Silent Wonder's spell had surprised Cold Memory, she was more surprised by the young elementalist's silent casting. When one cast a spell without chanting, they sacrificed a significant percentage of their spell completion rate. Achieving an 80% completion rate as Yan Xiaoqian had was already impressive, yet Silent Wonder had gone a step further and cast her spell with more than a 90% completion rate. Cold Memory knew this because the Tier 2 spell, Flame Spear, only generated a fire pillar on impact if the caster achieved a 90% completion rate or better. Not even Silk Moon, a domain realm expert, could accomplish the feat. However, of everyone in the venue, Silent Wonder was the most shocked to see this outcome. So, this is the power of a fragmented legendary weapon? Silent Wonder's heart pounded as she glanced at the brilliant silver in her hand. Feng had secretly passed her the weapon before she had walked onto the battlefield. She had nearly stumbled when she had seen the staff. A fragmented legendary weapon. The various superpowers constantly searched for such a weapon, and not even the Azure Chamber of Commerce had found one, yet Zero Wing had. She had seen many powerful epic weapons, but they weren't even in the same dimension as Brilliant Silver. Setting aside the staff's attributes, Brilliant Silver's passive skills made it far stronger than an epic weapon. Thanks to Soul Transition, she now possessed a Tier 3 soul, and as a result, her spells were much easier to cast. With the bonus to her mana body as well, she had more control over mana than ever before. Before the spectators could recover from their daze, the Dark Moon Beat charged at Silent Wonder again, giving the elementalist no time to prepare. The Grand Lord was clearly furious, and when it was only 30 yards from Silent Wonder, it jumped into the air and launched a mana-filled swipe at the young woman. A translucent paw of mana formed in the air, and many of the watching experts despaired. Not only was this paw incredibly fast, but it also covered a 20-yard radius. Dodging the attack would be utterly impossible. As the paw manifested, it contained enough power to rip apart space itself. If they were to receive such an attack, they'd be left without a body to bury. However, before the mana paw could land, Silent Wonder waved her staff and cast Enchanted Ice Wall, and a crystalline wall appeared before her immediately. Boom! The battlefield trembled for a moment after the Dark Moon Bear's attack struck the ice wall, shaking the venue with the sound of a massive explosion. Impossible. How high are her attributes? Is she a monster? Everyone was flabbergasted as they stared at the ice wall, which only bore a few minor cracks. When Silent Wonder had stopped the Dark Moon Bear's first charge, they had been able to chalk it up to her luck, assuming she had simply struck a weak spot. However, they had no excuses for her performance in stopping the Dark Moon Bear's Mana Paw attack with her enchanted ice wall. And yet, they still couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was absurd to think a level 99, Tier 2 Elementalist could have the basic attributes to rival a level 100 Grand Lord. Nobody would believe this story. I'm impossible. How are her basic attributes so high? Yan Xiaoqian, who watched from outside the barrier, couldn't believe her eyes. Yan Xiaoqian's equipment definitely ranked among the very best in God's domain right now. Even the various superpowers domain realm monsters would likely be no match for her in this regard. However, she could only fight a level 100 High Lord at best, yet Silent Wonder stood her ground against a level 100 Grand Lord, 2 ranks higher than a High Lord. How could she possibly believe this was true? Even Cold Memory and South Dream were dumbfounded. Just what kind of guild is Zero Wing to enable a level 99 player to stand against a level 100 Grand Lord? Cold Memory and South Dream could not help but turn to look at Shifeng. They had never imagined that Zero Wing would have such a sturdy foundation. For a time, they were overwhelmed with curiosity about the guild. Zero Wing was merely a pseudo-superpower. It had already been amazing that Zero Wing's ability to nurture lifestyle players rivaled Dark Pursuit. Now, it proved that it could procure better weapons and equipment than what Dark Pursuit could get their hands on. It was utterly unbelievable. Everyone already realized that Silent Wonder would win this competition. If Silent Wonder could block the Dark Moon Bear's attacks, surviving for 10 minutes would not be difficult. In other words, she would earn the 20 sets of materials, whereas Silk Moon and Yan Xiaoqian would only have 6 sets each. Zero Wing, is it? Meanwhile, Duan Hanshan and Long Xianglong could not help but glance Shifeng's way. First, the man had received a friendly greeting from White Autumn, and now, Silent Wonder put on an outstanding display. Regardless of their personal feelings, Duan Hanshan and Long Xianglong had to take Shifeng seriously. Rather than focus on Zero Wing, the various superpowers were curious about Silent Wonder's equipment. Her equipment is definitely extraordinary if she can block a level 100 Grand Lord's attack at level 99. One wonder what kind of equipment she is wearing. The magic runes on her robe seem to match. I suspect she's wearing set equipment, but which set? If I could get my hands on a set like that, neither my Tier 3 promotion quest nor defeating field bosses would be a problem. For a time, the various superpowers experts watched Silent Wonder in envy. If they had such incredible set equipment, they could roam level 100 neutral maps without fear. Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know what set equipment Miss Wonder is using? White Autumn curiously asked. It has gathered so much of the ambient mana. Naturally, he shared the same thoughts as the various superpowers. Such a set equipment would make killing field bosses in level 100 neutral maps so much easier. The set might even help him during his Tier 3 promotion quest. The Crimson Sunset, a Tier 2 advanced mana set equipment, Shifeng answered honestly. A Tier 2 advanced mana set equipment? White Autumn's breathing became excited. He had never realized that Zero Wing was this powerful. He had heard of mana set equipment before. It was top-tier set equipment that was even more powerful than dark gold set equipment, but mana set equipment was painfully rare in God's domain. Moreover, the higher the mana set equipment's tier was, the rarer it would be. As far as he knew, none of the various superpowers had a single complete Tier 2 mana set equipment, yet Zero Wing had a complete advanced mana set equipment. If he could equip Giant's Heart's Peak experts with the Crimson Sunset, they'd have a better chance of completing their Tier 3 promotion quests, as well. Vice Guild Leader White, are you interested in this Crimson Sunset? Shifeng asked. You jest, Guild Leader Black Flame. I doubt any player would turn away something like this, White Autumn said, a hint of envy and desire flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the Crimson Sunset's silent wonder war. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, if you want one, Zero Wing has a few, Shifeng calmly stated. Zero Wing certainly needed the Crimson Sunsets, but it needed money more. Since a wealthy guild like Giant's Heart was willing to work with Zero Wing, Shifeng wouldn't mind selling the guild a few of the sets. Really? White Autumn was instantly excited about the prospect. How many sets can you sell? He had already witnessed the Crimson Sunset's effects. If he could get 2 or 3 sets for Giant's Heart, the guild's main force wouldn't have to worry about grinding in level 100 neutral maps, and he could challenge his tier 3 promotion quest immediately. Zero Wing doesn't have many sets. Will 30 be enough? Shifeng asked after giving the matter some thought. Chapter 2366, Unexpected Harvest, 30 sets. White Autumn stared at Shifeng with wide eyes, utterly baffled. He would have already been impressed if Zero Wing could afford to part with 2 or 3 sets. After all, they were talking about advanced mana set equipment, which was far rarer and more valuable than level 95 Dark Gold set equipment. Yet, Shifeng had just offered to sell him 30 Crimson Sunsets. That's right, 30 sets, Shifeng said, chuckling at White Autumn's dazed expression. Each Crimson Sunset will cost 15,000 gold and 10,000 magic crystals. What do you think, Vice Guild Leader White? Although the Crimson Sunset was extremely valuable, each set could, at most, fetch him around 30,000 to 40,000 gold. He wouldn't make any profit if he only sold a handful of sets, but selling 30 at once would be a huge windfall for Zero Wing. Of course, he could auction off the Crimson Sunsets. He'd definitely earn more money from each set if he did, but he didn't want too many powers to get their hands on the equipment, helping their experts complete their tier 3 promotion quests much sooner. Ultimately, that wouldn't benefit Zero Wing. So, a total of 450,000 gold and 300,000 magic crystals. White Autumn realized what Shifeng implied. Can I buy 100 sets, then? Even a fool could tell that Zero Wing had the ability to produce the Crimson Sunset. When White Autumn thought about the Crimson Sunset's potential mass production, he shuddered. Even if mass production wasn't possible, just being able to craft the sets was frightening. The fact that Zero Wing didn't want to share the Crimson Sunset with the various powers made this an excellent opportunity for him and Giant's Heart. If he could secure 100 Crimson Sunsets for Giant's Heart, not only could he satisfy his guild's experts who intended to challenge their tier 3 promotion quests, but he could also arm the guild for exploring level 100 neutral maps. 100 sets. Shifeng rolled his eyes. Secretly, however, Giant's Heart's wealth shocked him. He said, producing the Crimson Sunsets is incredibly difficult and requires precious materials. At most, I can sell up to 50 sets, but the price will be different for that many. A handful of Crimson Sunsets wouldn't be overly helpful to a guild, but dozens of sets would be a different story. This was especially true as players began to reach level 100. The benefits of several dozen Crimson Sunsets were unimaginable. May I know how much you intend to charge? White Autumn asked, smiling. The price change didn't surprise him in the least. If you want 50 sets, it'll cost you a total of 900,000 gold and 600,000 magic crystals, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. If he had 900,000 gold, he would have enough capital to develop his territory in the Cold Spring Canyon. Meanwhile, with the 600,000 magic crystals, he could forge a new batch of Crimson Sunsets. All right, deal, White Autumn answered without hesitation. It might be a significant price increase, but 50 Crimson Sunsets would give Giant's Heart a massive edge over the other superpowers when it came to nurturing tier 3 players and exploring level 100 neutral maps. White Autumn was confident these Crimson Sunsets would also help the guild compete with Pride Empire on land. White Autumn and Feng then signed an agreement. Even for a superpower, 900,000 gold and 600,000 magic crystals was a huge sum, and it would take White Autumn some time to collect the payment. Feng was quite satisfied. He hadn't expected his trip to the Dark Hills to net him so much gold and magic crystals. After this competition, he could turn his focus to the Cold Spring Canyon's development. Once he solidified his hold on the Cold Spring Canyon, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about contending with the various otherworld's invading powers. The guild's development speed might even reach new highs thanks to the canyon's resources. While Feng and White Autumn had been negotiating, Silent Wonder won the competition. Since the moment she had stepped onto the battlefield with the Dark Moon Bear, the competition's outcome had been decided. Yan Xiaoqian was a talented alchemist, but she had only earned 6 sets of materials to work with. In the end, she had only produced 3 bottles of meditation soul. Silent Wonder, on the other hand, had produced 6 bottles before she had even used all 20 material sets. Even though Silent Wonder had won by a landslide, the other members of the Azure Chamber of Commerce couldn't believe the outcome. Big Sis Jade, this is our chance. Now that Silent Wonder has won, the Long family has secured its rule over Azure. Naturally, Zero Wing will benefit from this, the blue-clad assassin beside Jade Bamboo said. Although we can't become members of Azure, we can ally with Zero Wing and use Azure's channels through the guild. With how intense the competition in God's domain is becoming, I doubt Zero Wing would turn us away. The Azure Chamber of Commerce had access to both of the main continents and had even more resources on hand than some super guilds. The Eastern continent's various superpowers were particularly eager to obtain resources from the Eastern continent. Meanwhile, the otherworld's various powers were rapidly expanding on the main continent. If Zero Wing collaborated with their Adventurer Alliance, the alliance could provide additional security for the guild. It was a benefit that many first-rate guilds and pseudo-superpowers needed but failed to acquire. Alright. After the competition, I'll report the outcome to the Alliance Master, Jade Bamboo said, nodding. Meanwhile, Yan Xiaoqian stood on the competition grounds, still dazed. She had never dreamed that she would lose so miserably. I admit that I lost this time, Wonder, but you better not get complacent. Dark Pursuit's foundations are far more powerful than you can imagine. I will not lose the next competition between our families. Yan Xiaoqian declared, glaring at Silent Wonder. She then turned and left. The competition for the rights to rule Azure had ended, but the shareholding families held this competition each year to determine the strength and potential of the younger generation. After all, the children held the future in their hands. Yan Xiaoqian intended to use the next competition to recover from today's humiliation. Silent Wonder simply shook her head. She hadn't thought that Yan Xiaoqian would view her as a rival. Wonder, the competition is over. From now on, our Long family will be responsible for leading Azure in God's domain, Long Xianglong said as he approached Silent Wonder. Everyone has witnessed your talents. Return to the Western continent with me. You'll only be able to grow by training at the Chamber's main headquarters. The Eastern continent's legacies can't compare to those on the Western continent, and strength is everything in God's domain. You don't have to worry about Zero Wing. I'll give Zero Wing a large-scale shop in Demonstone Town. Not only will the guild be able to earn a significant amount of resources through the shop, but it will also have access to plenty of treasure from the Western continent. Silent Wonder's display had certainly shocked Long Xianglong. He hadn't realized that his niece was so powerful. She was just as talented in combat as Yan Xiaoqian. Although he had also been surprised to learn that Silk Moon had reached the domain realm, her health remained a problem. Unfortunately, Burning Owl couldn't lead the Long family to glory in the future alone. Hence, Silent Wonder's participation was absolutely necessary. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, Third Uncle. I already told you. I've decided to stay in Zero Wing. Silent Wonder insisted. Enough nonsense. With your talents, it won't be long before you become one of the chamber's vice guild leaders. You'll have no issues becoming a grand elder in the future either. You'll have a much better future with the chamber than in a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing, Long Xianglong argued. At this rate, you'll only ruin your prospects. As Silent Wonder tried to explain herself, everyone in the hall heard a deep voice. Elder Long, Silent Wonder is a genius, but I disagree that she'll ruin her future by staying in Zero Wing. Silence descended on the venue. No one had expected someone to be daring enough to refute Long Xianglong's statement, and everyone spun toward the speaker. The player that had interrupted the conversation between the Long family members was none other than Shi Feng, who slowly approached Long Xianglong. Chapter 2367, Sword King. How dare he? Everyone in the venue looked at Shi Feng as if he were a fool. Long Xianglong was the strongest member of the Long family's second generation. He was even capable of contending with Hermit, and now that the Long family had secured the right to rule Azure, his status in the chamber was even higher than Hermit's and Duan Hanshan's. The various superpowers would do anything they could to befriend Long Xianglong at this point, and yet, Shi Feng had done the exact opposite, destroying any goodwill he had earned from helping Silent Wonder achieve victory. There's definitely something mentally wrong with that guy, Big Sis Jade. After that outburst, Zero Wing had likely lost any access to Azure's resources, the blue-clad assassin beside Jade Bamboo said, frowning. Long Xianglong was the second most influential person from the Long family's second generation. He had the authority to decide much regarding the family's and Azure's future. Even if he decided against attacking Zero Wing after Shi Feng's offense, it was almost certain that the guild wouldn't get anything from the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Everything Zero Wing had invested in this competition was for naught. What is he thinking? Jade Bamboo felt as if she were going mad as she watched Shi Feng. Does he think that helping Silent Wonder win this competition is enough to stand on equal footing with Long Xianglong? Earlier, Duan Hanshan hadn't called Long Xianglong Lunatic Long because the man was a fighting maniac, but because of the way he conducted himself. Once Long Xianglong decided to do something, no one could dissuade him. He would try to achieve his goal at all costs. It was easy to imagine what outcome awaited Shi Feng for offending the man. Shi Feng had already secured Azure's bountiful resources for his guild, yet he had thrown that away just as quickly. Not even a fool would be so wasteful, yet Shi Feng had done so without any hesitation. Jade Bamboo had just finished her report to her alliance master and proposed a partnership with Zero Wing, too. I knew this kid wouldn't play by the rules. This is going to be interesting, Duan Hanshan said, grinning. Duan Hanshan was known for how protective he was of his faction's members in the Azure Chamber of Commerce, but he also knew how to view the bigger picture and prioritize. Long Xianglong, however, didn't. The man only prioritized his own goals, which was why Duan Hanshan didn't want to quarrel with him. While whispered discussions filled the venue, Long Xianglong turned toward Shi Feng. What? Do you think I'm wrong? Long Xianglong asked in a warning tone. With those words, everyone felt a chill crawl down their spines. Long Xianglong hadn't said much, but they could all hear his rage. They had no doubt that the man would attack anyone who dared to speak up. And yet, when Burning Owl heard the warning, he wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in relief. Thank goodness Third Uncle didn't just attack, but Black Flame should know how to back off. Burning Owl was very familiar with his third uncle's general attitude. It always gave him huge headaches when he had to deal with the man. He had thought his third uncle would have attacked Shi Feng without a second thought. Fortunately, Long Xianglong had held back out of respect for Silent Wonder. Even an ordinary expert would realize what the man was thinking as they faced his third uncle's frightening killing intent. As long as Shi Feng had half a brain, he should know how to respond. However, Shi Feng's reply dumbfounded Burning Owl and the various superpowers upper echelons. That's right. That assumption is incorrect, Shi Feng immediately replied. Wonder might be able to develop well in Azure, but her development in Zero Wing would be just as successful. Silent Wonder's talent went without saying. Not only had she been one of the 10 great Grandmaster Alchemists in the past, but she had also been a Tier 5 powerhouse. Even the various superpowers had been helpless against her without dispatching a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Although the Azure Chamber of Commerce had a foundation that rivaled super guilds, Zero Wing was just as capable of nurturing experts. After all, Zero Wing had the extraordinary tower. None of the various superpowers had this advantage, and the Realms of Truth were far more beneficial to magical class players like Silent Wonder than the Realms of Refinement. If Silent Wonder could master the Realms of Truth, she would gain strength far beyond that of reaching the Domain Realm. This was the very reason that Violet Cloud commanded more combat power than Fire Dance and Gentle Snow, despite having the same combat standards. Of course, as soon as Shifeng finished his statement, silence returned to the venue. Is his brain broken? Burning Owl nearly cursed aloud when he heard Shifeng argue. Not once, but twice. Shifeng had provoked his third uncle twice. It's no wonder why this kid dared to provoke me earlier. It seems he had no fear of death. Duan Hanshan was stunned by Shifeng's response. Even he was afraid of provoking Long Xianglong. The only people that could keep the man in check were the Long family's old man and Azure's guild leader. Long Xianglong didn't respect anyone else and typically did as he wished. While the various superpowers upper echelons watched, their envy of Zero Wing vanished instantly. Now, they merely laughed and ridiculed Shifeng's ignorance. Even Silk Moon, who had watched this play out in silence, gave Shifeng a strange look. You're quite interesting, young man. I don't know how many years it's been since someone has spoken to me like that, Long Xianglong said, flashing Shifeng a wrathful grin. You must be confident in Zero Wing's strength since you think it can help Wonder's development as much as Azure, right? In that case, why don't you show me this strength? Third uncle. Silent Wonder rushed forward to dissuade Long Xianglong. Do not interfere, Wonder. I want to see the standards of the guild you so favor, Long Xianglong said as he raised his hand to stop Silent Wonder. He returned his attention to Shifeng and said, My requirements of your guild aren't high. Since you're the guild leader, you should have satisfactory combat standards. If you can survive 10 moves against me, I'll stand aside. However, if you fail, Wonder will have to leave Zero Wing. Of course, Zero Wing will still gain access to the resources it deserves. What do you think? As far as Long Xianglong was concerned, Shifeng was an ignorant fool that had grown arrogant because he had obtained some good equipment for Silent Wonder, and Silent Wonder still viewed God's Domain as the same kind of virtual reality game of the past. She simply didn't realize the advantages the Azure Chamber of Commerce had in God's Domain. What? Are you afraid? Long Xianglong taunted, interpreting Shifeng's silence as fear. As Shifeng was about to speak, White Autumn suddenly stepped forward. Is this necessary, Brother Long? Can we not allow the younger generation to make their own decisions? White Autumn asked. Everyone was surprised by White Autumn's intervention. What relationship does White Autumn have with Zero Wing? I can't believe he's actually willing to stand up for the guild in a situation like this, Jade Bamboo muttered as she curiously glanced at Shifeng. Now that the Long family ruled Azure, the various superpowers would fight for its favor. They'd do anything in their power to support Long Xianglong, and yet White Autumn chose to support Zero Wing. This was simply unbelievable. Please do not try to stop this, Vice Guild Leader White. This is between us, Long Xianglong said. Although he was just as surprised, he rejected White Autumn's advice. Brother Long, you misunderstand. I'm not trying to stand against you. I'm only doing this for your own good, White Autumn said, shaking his head as he smiled. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, what are you trying to say? Long Xianglong coldly demanded. I mean that you're no match for guild leader Black Flame, White Autumn explained with a sigh. I'm not a match for him. Long Xianglong laughed. And why not? Do you think that Azure is no match for Zero Wing just because it has powerful weapons and equipment that Azure cannot secure its own? Long Xianglong knew that Zero Wing had powerful foundations. He could easily evaluate Silent Wonder's equipment. As Zero Wing's guild leader, Shifeng's weapons and equipment should be just as good, if not better, than Silent Wonder's, but that didn't mean that the Azure Chamber of Commerce was inferior in this regard. It is because he is a Tier 3 Sword King. Chapter 2368. Venue shocked White Autumn hadn't been loud, but everyone in the venue had heard him clearly. They immediately turned toward Shifeng in astonishment. He's reached Tier 3. Impossible. Instinctively, they refused to believe White Autumn's claim, especially the furious Long Xianglong. He assumed White Autumn was trying to trick him. Is White Autumn joking? How can that kid be Tier 3? Not even Duan Hanshan believed White Autumn's statement had been serious. Apex experts like Duan Hanshan had been fighting to reach Tier 3 for a while, yet even now, he wasn't confident of completing his promotion quest and intended to train for a while longer. Meanwhile, Shifeng was merely the guild leader from a pseudo-superpower. He had nowhere near as much access to resources as Azure's Grand Elders. It'd already be impressive if the young man had reached level 100, not to mention Tier 3. However, Hermit suddenly stepped forward and confirmed, he is indeed a Tier 3 Sword King. Shocked silence filled the venue again after Hermit supported White Autumn's statement. Not only had White Autumn claimed that Shifeng was a Tier 3 player, but now Hermit, one of Azure's Grand Elders, agreed. Either these two men were playing a joke, or they were telling the truth. However, Hermit should have no reason to lie with his status and position. Everyone turned to stare at Shifeng, their expressions changing. Rather than seeing a simple pseudo-superpowers guild leader, they saw Shifeng as a Tier 3 powerhouse that could effortlessly slaughter Tier 2 players. It's no wonder why Hermit turned a blind eye to his earlier transgression. So, he's a Tier 3 Sword King. Realization dawned on Burning Owl. Hermit was famous for his strict nature in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. He wouldn't tolerate an outsider killing one of Azure's peak experts, yet he had done precisely that at the Dark Hills checkpoint. He had even admonished the surviving peak experts that guarded the checkpoint. Hermit wasn't trying to interfere with the two main families' affairs, he just wanted to prevent any friction between Azure and Shifeng. Tier 3. He's certainly hidden his strength, Jade Bamboo muttered. Now, she watched Shifeng with a more serious gaze. She hadn't thought that Zero Wing had such an incredible foundation. The Tier 3 promotion quest was an exceptionally difficult trial. Based on what she knew, none of God's domain superpowers had successfully nurtured a Tier 3 player yet. If Shifeng were truly a Tier 3 player, her adventurer alliance would need to reevaluate the potential partnership with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Long Xianglong's complexion shifted between red and white. He was silent for a long moment, but eventually, he gritted his teeth and glared at Shifeng. Excellent. You actually tried to trick me. Even he would have to flee from a Tier 3 player. The difference between the tiers' power was simply too massive to overcome, which was how Tier 2 players so easily trampled over Tier 1 players. Meanwhile, Duan Hanshan was relieved that he hadn't attacked the man earlier. Otherwise, he would have been in this awkward position, rather than Long Xianglong. Elder Long, do you still desire a match? Shifeng asked, smiling faintly. Shifeng could understand Long Xianglong's desire to drag Silent Wonder to the Azure Chamber of Commerce, but he couldn't ignore the man's insult that Zero Wing would destroy her future. If Long Xianglong wanted a match, Shifeng didn't mind showing off Zero Wing's foundations. No need. I admit that I am no match for you right now, Long Xianglong decided. However, the difference between our individual strengths doesn't prove anything. Nurturing experts require a massive amount of resources. Is Zero Wing better equipped than Azure to handle that requirement? How would we know if we don't try? Shifeng nonchalantly replied. Azure had a lot of resources, but Zero Wing wasn't as unprepared to nurture experts as it had been in the past. This was especially true now that Zero Wing had accumulated a huge stockpile of Primal Void stones. Once the guild constructed a combat room with those stones, it would be just as capable of nurturing experts as current superpowers. Furthermore, Shifeng had a better understanding of what awaited players after Tier 3 than anyone. Good. Very good. Azure holds this competition between the shareholder family's younger generation every year. Naturally, Wonder will participate in next year's competition, as well. Show me how far she'll develop with Zero Wing without Azure's resources. Long Xianglong snarled before he turned and left. Third uncle. Silent Wonder felt anxious as she watched Long Xianglong storm off. Zero Wing had expended a lot of resources to help her improve. She had hoped to return the favor with resources from Azure once she had won the competition, but Long Xianglong's attitude made it clear that he had no intention of giving her guild a single cent. Don't bother, second sis. You know how third uncle is. We'll have to wait until he calms down to persuade him, Burning Owl advised, trying to ease Silent Wonder's nerves. She had no choice but to give up, despite how guilty she felt. Meanwhile, the various spectating powers joyfully grinned at Shifeng, especially Duan Han. Despite helping the Long family a great deal, Zero Wing would walk away with nothing. Why wouldn't Duan Han be pleased? Black Flame is very strong, but he's foolish. He threw away such a golden opportunity. Yan Shaoqian looked at the man, a little disappointed. It seems Silent Wonder won't be a match for me in the next competition. Black Flame really is stubborn. If he hadn't provoked Long Xianglong, he would have secured precious resources from the Western continent. Not only would Zero Wing have grown stronger, but it would have had an easier time fending off the otherworld's invading powers. But he's lost everything. What can he possibly do by himself? The blue-clad assassin beside Jade Bamboo surmised, just as stunned by Shifeng's performance as the rest of the crowd. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Shifeng might be very strong and deserve respect for reaching Tier 3 so soon, but he'd only have that advantage for a short time. His status as a Tier 3 player would be meaningless once the various superpowers experts were the same tier. How exactly did Zero Wing intend to compete with the Azure Chamber of Commerce then? Jade Bamboo nodded in agreement. She had planned to convince her alliance master to negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing, but it seemed that it was no longer necessary. Similarly, the other superpowers that intended to approach Zero Wing about an alliance dismissed the idea. Shifeng didn't remain in Demonstone Town after Azure's competition reached its end. He and Silent Wonder immediately teleported back to White River City. Since the very beginning, he had never viewed Demonstone Town's resources as important. He had only one thing on his mind, his territory in the Cold Spring Canyon. Once he developed the area, the resources Azure could offer would pale in comparison. Chapter 2369, Candlelight's New Benefits. 2 lights flashed in White River City's teleportation hall as Shifeng and Silent Wonder returned. Although they had only been away from the city for about half a day, it had changed significantly. There were visibly more players in the teleportation hall than when they had left, and many of these players originated from the various other worlds. Their life auras were clearly different from the main continent's ordinary players. Many of Starmoon Kingdom's original inhabitants couldn't help but envy these otherworld players when they saw them. Being a silver member in the Starmoon Adventurer Alliance is wonderful. The Alliance actually lets them tag along with so many experts when questing and leveling up, a level 92 shield warrior in full level 90 mysterious iron equipment said as he watched a team walk toward the teleportation array. I wonder when I'll get promoted to silver rank. When I do, my friends and guilds will die from envy. Silver members might get excellent benefits, but becoming one of the Alliance's elites is easier said than done, one of the Shield Warrior's teammates, a level 93 assassin, said. Major powers from several other worlds founded the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance recently, and they've made huge investments in the Alliance. As a result, they've substantially raised the requirements to reach silver rank. You only used to need to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor to become a silver member, but now, you need to reach the early stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. That's old news. I've heard they've recently raised the bar to the 6th floor's middle stage, and you need to make significant contributions to the Alliance. Isn't that a little too much? The level 92 Shield Warrior exclaimed. Even in our adventurer team, only a handful of people can meet that requirement. I know, right? The level 93 assassin said, sighing. As players' average combat standards rose, the requirements to be considered an expert increased as well, but even at this stage of the game, the various major powers considered a player an ordinary expert if they could reach the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. The Star Moon Adventurer Alliance, however, required its silver members to reach the 6th floor's middle stage, much to the despair of many of the Alliance's ordinary experts. These otherworld powers are moving so quickly. Shifeng was surprised when he overheard the conversation. The various otherworld powers had only established adventurer alliances to recruit independent players after encountering resistance on the main continent during his previous life. Since individually, these powers' abilities and resources were limited, they usually worked together to run an adventurer alliance. And yet, these otherworld powers had begun to work together much sooner than they had in the past. Naturally, this would have a greater impact on the main continent's various powers. After all, independent players made up the majority of God's Domain's player base. With this thought in mind, Shifeng hurried toward the candlelight trading firm. The Otherworld Powers partnership would even have a massive impact on Super Guild's development, not to mention Zero Wing. If Zero Wing wanted to survive this invasion, not only would it have to grow its members' overall strength, but it would also have to recruit far more capable players. While they walked, Shifeng instructed Silent Wonder to level up so she could complete her Tier 3 promotion quest sooner than later. Her combat standards weren't low, and she was just a step away from the Void Realm. She shouldn't have any issues completing her promotion quest as soon as she reached level 100 with the help of the enhanced Crimson Sunset. She'd likely have an even easier time completing it than Cola and the others. The first thing Shifeng did upon returning to the candlelight trading firm was to contact Melancholic Smile and have her prioritize the Crimson Dragon flying ship's production and material collection. He also told her to recruit more lifestyle players with high potential. After players reached level 100, lifestyle players would become a guild's main source of weapons, equipment, tools, and potions. The power that commanded the most lifestyle players would gain control over weapon and equipment supply after level 100. Fortunately, the various major powers would only figure this out once they began to explore level 100 neutral maps. Guild Leader, the various otherworld powers have been rapidly expanding their lifestyle player recruitments lately. Moreover, they are offering considerably high salaries. It won't be easy to compete with the Adventurer Alliance in this regard since it is an independent organization, Melancholic Smile said, smiling bitterly. To make matters worse, the kingdom's independent players have gone crazy since the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance has published its membership policy. Some lifestyle players have even begun to withdraw from their large guilds to join the alliance. Although Candlelight had a massive competitive edge thanks to its 4-star shop in White River City, that edge was only effective against the various large guilds. Independent organizations like the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance were a different story. As long as the alliance offered some benefits, both lifestyle players and combat players would be more than willing to join. The alliance's rules weren't particularly strict, after all. I understand. Shifeng nodded. But no matter what, we need to accelerate the trading firm's development. From now on, I intend to give normal members access to the meditation rooms as well, but they'll have to pay 10,000 GCPs per hour. We'll also open the research workshop to all internal members for 50,000 GCPs per half hour. Core members will receive a 20% discount for the research workshop. These conditions should be enough to lure in quite a few capable lifestyle players, Melancholic Smile said, her eyes glowing with excitement. The basic meditation room was extremely helpful to lifestyle players, especially those who hadn't yet reached the master rank. The room's environment was miraculously effective when players practiced production methods. In addition, the meditation room could help players when they created basic master designs or recipes. Access to the rooms was a very attractive benefit to lifestyle players. Candlelight's normal members hadn't had any access to the basic meditation rooms thus far since there were too few available, but now that Candlelight had a 4-star shop and 5 3-star shops, the number of rooms available had skyrocketed. Renting some of the basic meditation rooms to the trading firm's normal members wouldn't affect the internal members' development in the least. Moreover, Candlelight wasn't strict with its normal members. Normal members were only required to produce a certain number of items every day. If lifestyle players learned that they could rent basic meditation rooms as a normal member in Candlelight, they'd lose their minds. Only 3-star shops and greater had basic meditation rooms, and at this stage of the game, very few powers had 3-star shops, most of which were superpowers. Generally, these superpowers reserved the basic meditation rooms for their master lifestyle players. Normal members had no hope of using them. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, Candlelight's players, regardless of lifestyle rank, would be able to rent a basic meditation room in the Candlelight trading firm. Furthermore, based on the value of Candlelight's GCPs, 10,000 GCPs were only equal to 30 gold. Renting a basic meditation room for 30 gold an hour was a bargain that lifestyle players wouldn't find anywhere else in God's domain. The various adventurer alliances might be able to offer more resources and freedom, but these factors wouldn't be nearly as helpful to a lifestyle player's development as a basic meditation room. Shifeng left Melancholic Smile to oversee the adjustments and recruitment. He then resumed the Crimson Sunset's production to help the guild's core members prepare for their Tier 3 promotion quests. After half a day of work, White Autumn's Secret visited the Candlelight trading firm to fulfill his transaction with Shifeng. In exchange for 50 Crimson Sunsets, Shifeng instantly obtained 900,000 gold and 600,000 magic crystals. I finally have enough money. Time to visit the Adventurers Association. Shifeng brimmed with confidence as he gazed at the astronomical sum of coins in his bag. He left the Candlelight trading firm immediately, heading toward the Adventurers Association. Chapter 2370, Nate Division takes shape. White River City, Adventurers Association. Due to the new Starmoon Adventurer Alliance in Starmoon Kingdom, White River City's Adventurers Association had become extraordinarily lively. When Shifeng arrived, he spotted teams entering and leaving the building. Nearly half of these players were from other worlds. There were now many times more otherworld players than there had been several days ago. Moreover, every one of these otherworld players was impressively strong, with the lowest level among them level 98, while many had already reached level 99. These otherworld players' average level was far higher than the local players. There are so many people here. Has it started already? Shifeng was a little surprised as he watched the teams flow in and out of the association. The otherworld powers weren't the main continent's various powers' true opponent. Rather, it was the otherworld's general populace. When the planar passages had first opened, only the otherworld's asterisk major powers had been able to cross to the main continent since they had monopolized their respective passages. However, as the passages activated fully, not even those major powers could control them completely, and as a result, players surged toward the main continent. Competition on the main continent had already been intense, and now, as powerful otherworld players joined the fray, it was easy to imagine the impact they had on the main continent's various powers. Players would especially fight over the resources in the various NPC cities. Take the Adventurers Association, for example. There were only so many high-ranked quests available, and with an increase in player population, it was natural that players would have fewer quests to complete. If resources became less available, the various large guilds' development would slow significantly. The guilds that hadn't bothered to focus on neutral maps, in particular, would suffer. This lack of resources would be fatal to them. This was why even superpowers had fallen prey to the otherworld powers in Shifeng's previous life. Even if the main continent's ordinary powers hadn't been directly affected by the invasion, the aftereffects had been more than enough to stagnate their development. Currently, Zero Wing had a wide sphere of development. The guild even had territory in neutral maps. Zero Wing shouldn't have any issues enduring the initial otherworld invasion. However, the guild still needed to be very careful with its operations. Otherwise, Zero Wing would suffer a severe developmental blow since multiple hostile superpowers were keeping an eye on it. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng entered the Adventurers Association. Administrator Lorraine, I wish to check the status of the night draft, Shifeng addressed the elven beauty that entered the VIP reception room he occupied. The 5,000 knights were crucial to his management of the Cold Spring Canyon. Although he had spent a lot of money to draft these knights, he hadn't bothered to visit the Adventurers Association since he hadn't had enough money. Finding willing and powerful NPCs wouldn't matter if he couldn't afford to hire them. Hiring NPCs for a knight division wasn't like hiring NPCs as soldiers to protect a guild town. He would not receive any subsidies from the kingdom. It was like nurturing 5,000 personal guards. Without sufficient capital, he couldn't support the knight division. Now, however, he had 900,000 gold on him, which should be, more or less, enough to establish his knight division. This is the current status of your draft, Lorraine said, smiling as she handed Shifeng a thick stack of papers. He was dumbfounded when he saw the listed numbers on the summary sheet. Aren't these results a little too amazing? Shifeng couldn't believe his eyes. His draft had attracted 20,164 NPCs in total. Among them, 13,664 were Tier 2 Common Knights, 4,814 were Tier 2 Bronze Knights, 1,669 were Tier 2 Mysterious Iron Knights, 15 were Tier 2 Secret Silver Knights, and 2 were Tier 2 Fine Gold Knights. Shifeng had assumed he'd be fortunate to gain the interest of 5,000 NPCs with his draft. Recruiting NPCs wasn't easy, after all. Players that weren't one-star lords would have to spend 2 or 3 months to find enough interested NPCs. And yet, he had over 20,000 NPCs apply for the draft, and they were frighteningly high quality. Based on what Shifeng knew, most of the NPCs in his superpowers knight division would be Bronze Knights, with very few Mysterious Iron Knights. Mysterious Iron Knights were just as rare as Mysterious Iron Personal Guards. Only the knight divisions that had been in place for a while had attracted Secret Silver Knights in the past, and one would have to be very lucky to find treasured Fine Gold Knights. Shifeng had never imagined that his simple draft would lure 15 Secret Silver and 2 Fine Gold Knights. If the various superpowers of the past knew about this, they'd go mad with envy. As for Tier 3 NPCs, recruiting such a being was painfully difficult in God's domain because they were considered powerhouses in the game. They qualified to rule over a small city. Naturally, they wouldn't be willing to lower themselves to becoming someone's knight. However, when Shifeng saw the prices to recruit these NPCs, his excitement vanished. The Bronze Knights only requested a weekly salary of 30 gold, with a 20 gold per week nurturing fee, but the Knights of higher ranks cost far more. Mysterious Iron Knights requested a weekly salary of 70 gold and a 30 gold per week nurturing fee. Secret Silver Knights requested a weekly salary of 150 gold and 50 gold per week nurturing fee, and Fine Gold Knights requested a weekly salary of 300 gold and 100 gold per week nurturing fee. If Shifeng hired the best available knights, maintaining his knight division would cost him 336,400 gold per week. Even superpowers would choke at this amount, and that didn't even include the cost of arming these knights. Lord Bronze Legatee, may I know who you wish to choose? Lorraine asked after Shifeng's long silence. I want all of the fine gold, secret silver, and mysterious iron knights. Fill the remaining slots with bronze knights, Shifeng said, his heart aching as he spoke. Also, outfit the secret silver and fine gold knights with epic equipment, and give the rest secret silver equipment. Fortunately, arming these knights cost as much as arming NPC soldiers. A full set of level 100 to level 150 epic equipment cost 4,000 gold, and a full set of level 100 to level 150 secret silver equipment cost 50 gold. Even so, it still cost him a total of 317,150 gold to outfit his entire knight division. Very well. Your total comes to 653,550 gold coins, Lorraine announced after calculating the total cost. Here, Shifeng said, gritting his teeth. He was reluctant, but he still paid the full amount. If he hadn't just earned 900,000 gold, he doubted he'd be able to walk out of the Adventurers Association. Shifeng finally understood why so few first-rate guilds had formed knight divisions in the past. Although it was profitable to own territory in a level 100 neutral map, the knight division was a heavy burden. If not handled carefully, a first-rate guild would easily go bankrupt. Only superpowers could afford to maintain a knight division without major repercussions. Now that you have hired your knights, please prepare their accommodations in your territory as soon as possible. If they do not have suitable accommodations, they may dissolve their contracts, Lorraine warned Shifeng after she received the payment. At the moment, there wasn't even a town in Cold Spring Canyon. That won't be a problem. I wish to transfer Stone Forest City to my new territory now, Shifeng said. He then handed another 50,000 gold to the Elven administrator. Once players had a land of their own, they had the authority to transfer a guild town or city to the area. Of course, the transfer had a price, which would depend on the target size. Transferring a basic city like Stone Forest City would cost 50,000 gold, while if one transferred an advanced town, they'd only have to pay 10,000 gold. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU mainstream players had already reached level 95, while most experts were, on average, level 97. They weren't far from level 100. Once players reached level 100, they wouldn't be allowed into the bottomless abyss. Although the bottomless abyss had bountiful resources, it would become drastically less useful to players as time passed, and as a result, Stone Forest City's daily income continued to decrease. Rather than let the city rot in the bottomless abyss, Shifeng would benefit from transferring it to a level 100 neutral map as soon as possible. That won't be a problem. We'll send people to transfer your city immediately, Lorraine said as she accepted the 50,000 gold. She retrieved a map of the Cold Spring Canyon, smoothing it down on the table. Where do you wish to place I want to transfer it here, beside Cold Spring Lake, Shifeng said as he pointed at one of the mountaintops near the lake. Very well. The transfer will be completed in 1 hour, Lorraine informed him once she had confirmed the destination. Once Shifeng had settled his affairs with the Adventurers Association, he promptly returned to the candlelight trading firm to wait. At the same time, Stone Forest Town abruptly disappeared from the bottomless abyss, leaving a bunch of confused players in an empty plot of land. Chapter 2371, Abyss Shaken. What happened? Why am I outside? Where's the city? Crap. I just got here, and it just disappears. The players forced out of Stone Forest City looked around them in confusion. Stone Forest City was the most prosperous city in the bottomless abyss. Even though the various superpowers had established their own guild towns in the regional dungeon, these guild towns were nothing compared to Stone Forest City, especially when it came to training. Stone Forest City provided enough mana density that it was a holy land for training. Moreover, players could recover their exhausted stamina and concentration far faster in Stone Forest City than in the superpowers guild towns. Many teams that explored the bottomless abyss relied on the city as their resting point, including teams from the superpowers that had their own guild towns. This made Stone Forest City the most popular resting area in the bottomless abyss. And yet, the city had just disappeared. Even players from the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers were stunned, not to mention the independent players. None of them had expected Stone Forest City, the closest resting area to the bottomless abyss's second floor, to suddenly vanish. Has something happened to Stone Forest City? Since the city disappeared once everyone was teleported out of it, Zero Wing must have transferred the city elsewhere. Transferred Stone Forest City elsewhere. Is Zero Wing insane? Does the guild want the bottomless abyss's resources? All of the various major powers members had their guesses regarding the city's abrupt disappearance, and they all reported back to their superiors. For a time, the various powers in the bottomless abyss were in an uproar. Stone Forest City had become irreplaceable in the bottomless abyss. Almost every power that wanted to explore the regional dungeon had to use the city, or their progress would fall behind their competition. Naturally, as one of the city's shareholders, the secret pavilion immediately received the news. What is Zero Wing doing? They moved Stone Forest City without mentioning it to us. Don't they know that this is a crucial moment for conquering the bottomless abyss? Yuan Tiexin's expression darkened as he read the latest report. Currently, the various superpowers were frantically trying to explore the bottomless abyss's third floor. The loot in that area was incredibly important. Not only did the third floor's monsters drop plenty of top-tier, level 95 plus weapons and equipment, but they also dropped a ton of magic crystals. There was even a higher chance to obtain 7 luminaries crystals on that floor. Very few maps in God's domain could offer as abundant loot as the bottomless abyss's third floor. Moreover, since the planar passages had opened, the situation on the main continent had become painfully tense. A war of unimaginable scale could break out between powers at any time. Even the secret pavilion had to prepare. Stone Forest City's sudden disappearance from the bottomless abyss would definitely impact the secret pavilion's plans. The secret pavilion's guild leader had even called Yuan Tiexin personally about the matter. Uncle Yuan, what should we do now? Purple Jade asked. She was also quite concerned about the situation. After training in Stone Forest City, she had improved considerably. Now, she was only one step away from reaching the domain realm. We have no choice. We have to meet with Black Flame now. The matter frustrated Yuan Tiexin. The secret pavilion owned some of Stone Forest City's shares, but Zero Wing held absolute authority over the city. Zero Wing might have an obligation to inform the secret pavilion of any decisions regarding Stone Forest City, but in truth, that didn't really matter. The secret pavilion simply had no say. While Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade made their way to White River City, the various superpowers in the bottomless abyss took this opportunity to claim the prime real estate Stone Forest City had left behind. While the various powers were making a fuss over Stone Forest City's disappearance, Liang Jing was having a nervous breakdown over it. After barging into Shifeng's special forging room, Liang Jing reported, Guild leader. Stone Forest City has disappeared. Emichim, I know. Shifeng, who was in the midst of producing a crimson sunset, nodded. You know. Liang Jing was shocked into a moment of silence. Guild leader, is this your doing? That's right, I did it, Shifeng said, not bothering to hide the truth. After all, he had the most authority over the city. No one could transfer a city without permission. Guild leader. Stone Forest City is one of our guild's main sources of income. Although we're not earning as much from the house's rent, we have just as many players interested in renting them. That rent alone is enough to fund normal operations of Zero Wing's main headquarters. With Stone Forest City gone from the bottomless abyss, many players are going to demand a refund. Liang Jing exclaimed as she massaged her temples. Currently, she was in charge of most of Zero Wing's headquarters affairs, especially now that Blackie and Gentle Snow had left their daily tasks to her. What gave her the biggest headache, however, was handling the payments that required credits. To ease the management flow, Shifeng had granted her authority to manage Stone Forest City's income. After a few months, she had finally managed to balance the headquarters' expenditures and Stone Forest City's income. And yet, Shifeng had just relocated Stone Forest City elsewhere, rendering her efforts useless. Relax. They won't ask for a refund, Shifeng said, chuckling. If they do, we can give them a refund based on the original price. We can even refund them in coins if they want. Stone Forest City's private houses had always been leased for credits. Receiving a refund in coins would be a welcomed bonus. Although it was becoming easier to earn coins, players had to bear more expenditures in God's domain. As a result, players weren't able to save a lot of coins as they reached higher levels. Hence, money farming teams and workshops were extremely popular among players that wanted to pay credits for coins in God's domain. God's domain was like a second world to players. Since coins were more useful in God's domain, players were naturally more willing to spend credits than coins. If we do that, we'll still have to pay at least 100,000 gold in refunds. Liang Jing said, exasperated at Shifeng's nonchalant attitude. At this point, she was neither Chairman Zhao's secretary, nor was she ignorant of God's domain. On the contrary, she spent more time in the game than in the real world. She knew exactly how valuable 100,000 gold was. Even to the various superpowers, it was a significant sum. Here's 100,000 gold, hold on to it for now, Shifeng said as he passed the gold to Liang Jing. He then continued, later, send me a summary of how many people wanted a refund. I intend to hold a leasing auction for the empty houses. We'll start the bidding at 30,000 credits per week. 30,000 per week. Liang Jing gaped when she heard the price. When Stone Forest had still been in the bottomless abyss, they had leased the private houses for 40,000 to 50,000 credits per month, except for the first month's auctions. Even so, most players couldn't afford the rent. Yet now, Shifeng wanted to lease the houses for 30,000 credits per week. It was utterly insane. The bottomless abyss was the best grinding spot in God's domain at the moment. Outside of the regional dungeon, the property value in Stone Forest City would plummet. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, take care of the necessary preparations, Shifeng said, not bothering with the task. He sent Liang Jing away to take care of Stone Forest City's new leasing plan. He had already considered the consequences of relocating Stone Forest City out of the regional dungeon. The city did provide a considerable supply of top-tier, level 95 plus weapons and equipment, but that wasn't what Zero Wing needed most right now. The guild needed funds and strength. Rather than trying to squeeze the bottomless abyss for everything it had, Zero Wing would benefit more from focusing on level 100 neutral maps. Exploring these areas would be particularly profitable since the various superpowers were just beginning to encounter level 100 neutral maps. It was an opportunity for Zero Wing to make a killing, and there wouldn't be another in the future. Shortly after Liang Jing left, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System, Stone Forest City's transfer is complete. You may open Stone Forest City at any time. Chapter 2372, Territory strengthened. The transfer's finally complete. Shifeng stopped working when he heard the system notification. Hurriedly, he called up Stone Forest City's system interface to inspect the city's current status. In God's domain, not only did a territory's lord have the authority to transfer a guild town or city to their land once, but their town or city would also gain a random bonus once the transfer completed. Of the potential bonuses, one was increased defensive capabilities, which would strengthen the town against monster assaults. Another potential bonus was increased size, allowing the town or city to accommodate more players. Feng knew it was possible for the system to increase the town or city's mana density as well. Based on what he knew of this bonus, the town or city's mana density would undergo a qualitative transformation. Naturally, this bonus was particularly valuable in level 100+ maps. These maps had harsh environments, and the mana density in the town or city would determine players' stamina and concentration recovery rates. In the past, any town or city that had received the mana density bonus had become instantly popular among players exploring level 100+ neutral maps. The powers that had owned these towns or cities had no lack of customers. After calling up Stone Forest City's system interface, Feng browsed through the lines of data until he found what he was looking for. Stone Forest City, current location, Cold Spring Canyon current rank, basic city bonus acquired, magic array enhancement. Feng's face lit with excitement when he saw the bonus Stone Forest City had acquired. Of the many bonuses a territorial town or city could acquire, the two best were mana density enhancement and magic array enhancement. Every player desired the former, of course. However, the powers that ruled these towns or cities hoped for the latter more than any other potential bonus. Not only would the magic array enhancement fortify the city's defensive magic array, allowing it to endure stronger attacks, but it would also reinforce the magic array's spatial isolation effect. Level 100+ neutral maps environments were particularly severe, plagued with a chaotic energy that invaded players' bodies and lowered their stamina and concentration recovery rates. When players returned to a town or city, they had to rest for quite a while to recover fully. However, a town with an enhanced magic array could lessen the effects of the chaotic energy, accelerating players' recovery. This greatly increased the amount of time they could spend grinding in the fields. Magic array enhancement was just as effective as enhanced mana density. With this, I won't have to worry about the guild members' leveling speed in the Cold Spring Canyon. Feng felt as if he had just won the lottery. The 50,000 gold he had spent to relocate Stone Forest City could be considered the random bonus's fee. Had he been unlucky, Stone Forest City would have merely gained a popularity bonus, which was only slightly useful. However, since the city had gained the magic array enhancement bonus, even Tier 2 players could grind in the Cold Spring Canyon without any concerns. Moreover, with the leveling resources available in a level 100 neutral map, the guild members' leveling speed in the Cold Spring Canyon would likely rival their leveling speed in the Bottomless Abyss. In addition, they could grind for level 100 weapons and equipment much sooner than others, which would definitely increase Zero Wing's overall strength by a large margin. While Feng planned to send Zero Wing's core members to Stone Forest City as soon as possible, Liang Jing contacted him. Guild leader, the secret pavilion's people have arrived and wish to speak with you. By the looks it, this seems urgent. Do you want to meet them now? The secret pavilion sure moves quickly, Feng said, chuckling. Send them to me. The secret pavilion owned some of Stone Forest City's shares, and now that the city had vanished, it wasn't unusual for the pavilion to grow nervous. Not only had Stone Forest City become a valuable source of resources for the secret pavilion, but the various superpowers had been in the midst of exploring the Bottomless Abyss's third floor shortly before the city disappeared. Moreover, everyone was concerned about the various otherworlds invasion. After a short moment, Liang Jing led a middle-aged man and a young woman into Feng's special forging room. They were none other than Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade. Both secret pavilion members had already reached level 100, and they both wore multiple pieces of epic equipment. Even the weakest piece between them was level 95 dark gold rank. Moreover, Purple Jade radiated an astonishing life aura. When it came to basic attributes, these two likely rivaled God's kin players. Regarding combat power, they could rival domain realm experts. Purple Jade might even be stronger than a domain realm expert. If Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade worked together, even the various superpowers would have to be cautious. However, they showed no sign of the arrogance experts of their caliber usually possessed as they entered the room. On the contrary, they looked upon Shifeng with awe and admiration. They had already learned that Shifeng had been promoted to Tier 3, and they knew his strength transcended that of Tier 2 players. Now, he was a powerhouse that even the various superpowers would have to be careful of. I assume you two are here to ask about Stone Forest City. Shifeng said, getting straight to the point. That's right, that's exactly why we've come, Yuan Tixin said, nodding as he gave Shifeng a confused look. We're in the final stages of exploring the bottomless abyss. The third floor is a treasure trove of top-tier, level 95 weapons and equipment. Why has Zero Wing given up on the regional dungeon and relocated Stone Forest City? You know that the situation on the main continent has become more complicated. The various otherworld powers have begun to set their sights on various areas of the continent. A large-scale war will break out in the near future. Everyone has been frantically preparing for it. Meanwhile, due to Stone Forest City's sudden disappearance, some superpowers have begun to question the secret pavilion's abilities. Our guild leader is hoping that Zero Wing has an explanation for this. Of course, I do, Shifeng said, chuckling. But before I tell you, I was wondering if the secret pavilion can help me with something. Yuan Tixin was a little exasperated with Shifeng's reply. They had come here to demand answers of the man, yet he asked them for help before he'd offer an explanation. May I know what you need help with, Guild Leader Black Flame? Yuan Tixin asked after taking a deep breath. It's simple. I'd like to ask the Secret Pavilion to revoke Starlink's membership in the Secret Chamber of Commerce, Shifeng calmly stated. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Starlink constantly targeted Zero Wing, particularly on an economic front. However, since a powerful corporation backed Starlink, and the guild had access to the Secret Chamber of Commerce's connections, his guild couldn't effectively retaliate. If Zero Wing could cut off one of Starlink's income sources, the enemy guild would be much easier to deal with economically. Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade were stunned, staring at Shifeng as if he were a fool. Setting aside Starlink's current position in the chamber, why would we do something so fruitless even if the secret pavilion had that power, Guild Leader Black Flame? You should know that every member is an important resource for the chamber. We cannot remove Starlink over one city, Yuan Tixin answered seriously. As far as Yuan Tixin was concerned, Shifeng must have lost his mind. Stone Forest City was an excellent asset, but even if it were still located in the bottomless abyss, it wasn't so valuable that the secret pavilion would revoke Starlink's membership for it. Even if Zero Wing offered all of the city's shares, the secret pavilion would refuse. What if Stone Forest City were located in a level 100 neutral map? Shifeng asked, smiling. Chapter 2373, New Stone Forest City. When Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade heard Shifeng, they froze. His statement felt like a curse to both of them. Is this true, Guild Leader Black Flame? Snapping out of his daze, Yuan Tixin couldn't hide his excitement as he gazed at Shifeng. Even his breathing had become a little rushed. He showed none of the composure someone of his status should possess. The various superpowers were doing all they could to explore level 100 neutral maps. These areas would help prepare their players for their Tier 3 promotion quests, which made them desperate. However, these maps' environments were incredibly harsh, and the effects these environments had on players couldn't be mitigated with simple potions. Most importantly, the monsters in level 100 neutral maps were far too dangerous. These problems were giving the various superpowers huge headaches and preventing them from making any considerable progress. Although the various superpowers had considered transferring their guild towns to a level 100 neutral map, doing so required a town transfer token that was specific to level 100 neutral maps. Based on the superpowers reports, obtaining such a token was impossible at the moment. Only super large-scale team dungeons in level 100 plus neutral maps dropped the item. Exploring level 100 neutral maps was currently a huge problem. Raiding a large-scale team dungeon in these maps was nothing but a dream at this stage of the game. And yet, Shifeng had just told him that he had relocated Stone Forest City to a level 100 neutral map. Why wouldn't Yuan Tixin be astonished? If what Shifeng said were true, the secret pavilion would have a much greater advantage when it came to developing level 100 plus players. Of course, Shifeng said, smiling. Is the secret pavilion interested in my condition now? Yuan Tixin hesitated, but after a moment, he shook his head. Guild leader Black Flame, you know how important that matter is. If we revoke Starlink's membership, we'll essentially be cutting off all relations with the guild. Meanwhile, Starlink had increased the scale of its operations. In fact, it now had influence across both main continents. Many superpowers are fighting to ally with the guild. Even if you offer more of Stone Forest City's shares, I doubt our guild leader will agree to the condition. Please reconsider, guild leader Black Flame. Demoting Starlink from an advanced member to a normal member and revoking Starlink's membership were two very different things. Starlink's demotion had only reduced the amount of resources and connections the pavilion received from the guild, but if the secret pavilion revoked Starlink's membership, it would lose all access to those resources and connections. Zero Wing had absolute authority over Stone Forest City and could refuse to open the city to the public, which would prevent the city from earning income, and the secret pavilion would lose access to the city's benefits. Unfortunately, the secret pavilion found those losses more acceptable than losing access to the resources and connections Starlink could provide. In the long run, Starlink's resources and connections would benefit the secret pavilion far more than some convenience when exploring a level 100 neutral map. That's a pity. Yuan Tixin's answer didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. He then calmly asked, I intend to make a trip to Stone Forest City. Would you like to accompany me, Elder Yuan? We'd love to, Yuan Tixin said, nodding enthusiastically. Since Yuan Tixin accepted his offer, Shifeng gave his two guests temporary access to teleport to Stone Forest City. Meanwhile, Purple Jade started a private conversation with her companion. Uncle Yuan, are we really going to the city? She asked. She could tell what Shifeng was trying to do right now. He likely wanted to show off the city before they'd officially make a decision, but in her opinion, the act was futile. The benefits a guild city could provide and those from an alliance with a superpower were on entirely different levels. There was no need to consider Shifeng's request. Of course, we're going. Yuan Tixin said, smiling. Black Flame may be immature, but he has relocated Stone Forest City to a level 100 neutral map. It is best if we go and inspect the situation for ourselves. As long as we stand firm, he'll understand that his condition is impossible. Purple Jade understood Yuan Tixin's reasoning, but she couldn't help but pity Shifeng. Shifeng must believe that Yuan Tixin would have a change of heart once they arrived in Stone Forest City, but he didn't realize that the older man was using his own trick against him, allowing Shifeng time to realize how useless the struggle was. While Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade privately conversed, Shifeng finished granting them temporary teleportation rights. Alright, it's done. Let's head over, Shifeng said as he retrieved a guild transfer scroll for the city and activated it. Seeing this, Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade did the same for the secret pavilion's temporary residence in Stone Forest City. After a moment, the three players transformed into streaks of light and vanished from the special forging room. Cold Spring Canyon, Stone Forest City. Two flashes of light appeared above the teleportation array in the secret pavilion's temporary residence as Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade arrived. The moment their bodies manifested, however, Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade were stunned. How is this possible? Yuan Tixin nearly gasped. The mana in Stone Forest City wasn't as dense as it had been, but the instant they had arrived, Yuan Tixin felt far more relaxed. Moreover, his five senses had become sharper. He had been exploring a level 100 neutral map with Purple Jade for quite some time, and the environment's chaotic energy had made them both feel exhausted, which had a considerable effect on their combat power. Even when they had plenty of stamina and concentration remaining, they had been forced to return to a city to recover from the exhaustion. However, even when they had fully recovered their stamina and concentration, the chaotic energy hadn't faded from their bodies completely. And yet, as he stood in Stone Forest City, Yuan Tixin rapidly recovered from that exhaustion. At this rate, he'd be free from the chaotic energy within a few hours. Uncle Yuan, my recovery rate is at least twice as fast as before. If we could rest here, we'd be at least 30% more efficient when exploring a level 100 neutral map. Purple Jade exclaimed, unable to hide her shock. The chaotic energy within level 100 neutral maps was the biggest issue the various superpowers, including the Secret Pavilion, faced when exploring these areas. This chaotic energy forced players to rest in cities for long periods. However, if they could rest in Stone Forest City, they could explore 30% more of a level 100 neutral map in the same amount of time. In addition, Stone Forest City was now located within a level 100 neutral map, which would save them plenty of travel time. Overall, if the Secret Pavilion's members could set up a base in Stone Forest City, they could spend at least twice as much time exploring level 100 neutral maps as other players. With this much additional time, the Secret Pavilion's members would have a massive lead over the various superpowers members. After taking a moment to inspect the city's unique environment, Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade headed toward the Stone Forest City's central plaza. The city was mostly the same as they remembered. The only difference was the neutral race NPCs that filled the city streets. Many of these NPCs had set up stalls and hawked their wares. When Yuan Tixin took a peek at a stall's goods, he felt a little faint for a moment. These neutral NPCs were actually selling level 100 weapons and equipment and of considerably high quality. He had even spotted level 100 secret silver weapons for sale. Of course, these items weren't cheap, and some cost special materials. Fortunately, a driven Tier 2 expert could gather the necessary funds and materials for the items. Level 100 weapons and equipment. Players that hadn't yet begun to explore level 100 neutral maps might not find anything special about these items, but it was a different story for players like Yuan Tixin, who constantly grinded in level 100 neutral maps nowadays. When exploring level 100 neutral maps, acquiring a single piece of level 100 bronze equipment was already a challenge, not to mention obtaining level 100 secret silver weapons and equipment. And yet, the NPCs in Stone Forest City were publicly selling such items. What should we do now, Uncle Yuan? We've already rejected Black Flame's offer, Purple Jade asked nervously. She was also surprised to see the weapons and equipment for sale in the various NPC stalls. She had never expected Stone Forest City to become this amazing. If the Secret Pavilion's members could operate out of Stone Forest City, they'd complete their Tier 3 promotion quests far faster than the various superpowers. Don't worry. Since Black Flame has brought us here, he will ask if we wish to continue our partnership. We can renegotiate with him then, Yuan Tixin said. He hadn't expected Stone Forest City to offer so many benefits either. Very calmly, he continued, let's buy some of the weapons and equipment for now. While Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade systematically cleaned out the stalls in the central plaza, Shifeng finished organizing his night division. He then left to check on his guests and told Yuan Tixin, I've finished my business in the city and have other matters I need to attend to, so I'll part with you two here. Since he had settled his affairs in Stone Forest City, he'd have to begin transferring Zero Wings experts to the city. Once they had settled and could get to work, Zero Wings development would reach new heights. Shifeng then pulled a return scroll for White River City from his bag and began to activate it. Yuan Tixin was stunned. He hadn't thought that Shifeng would be so indifferent, not even bothering to ask how they felt about the city. He certainly hadn't expected Shifeng to act as he did. Please wait, Guild Leader Black Flame. Yuan Tixin shouted as Shifeng unfurled his return scroll. Is there something else you need, Elder Yuan? Shifeng asked, giving the older man a strange look. It's about the condition you mentioned earlier, Yuan Tixin said, exasperated. We'd like to renegotiate. If Zero Wing can offer more of Stone Forest City's shares, we might be able to agree to the condition. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Zero Wing will not hand over any more of Stone Forest City's shares. If the secret pavilion must still reject my condition, I'll have to accept the unfortunate answer, Shifeng said, instantly rejecting Yuan Tixin's offer. With the enhanced magic array in Stone Forest City, Zero Wing's development speed would skyrocket. Even if Zero Wing couldn't cut off one of Starlink's main sources of income, it wouldn't be long before his guild could strike back at Starlink. Hence, he had no reason to give away more of Stone Forest City's profits. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, alright, you win. The secret pavilion will revoke Starlink's membership, Yuan Tixin said, sighing. Shifeng's immediate rejection made it clear that the secret pavilion wouldn't gain any more from the transaction. He continued, however, our guild leader asks that you can open the city to the secret pavilion's members within 2 days. That won't be a problem. Shifeng nodded. Stone Forest City was a basic city and required a lot of players to fortify it. In the bottomless abyss, Shifeng had been able to rely on NPC soldiers, but now, he could only rely on players and his knight division. However, his knights would guard his entire territory, not just Stone Forest City, and unfortunately, if he relied solely on Zero Wing's experts to defend the city wouldn't be able to operate at full capacity. Hence, the secret pavilion's experts were essential. Shortly after Shifeng and the secret pavilion agreed on their deal's terms, the shocking information spread throughout the secret chamber of commerce. The secret chamber of commerce had officially revoked Starlink's membership. Chapter 2374, God's Domain shocked as news of Starlink's revoked membership spread, a commotion erupted among God's Domain's various superpowers. What's going on? Starlink got kicked out of secret? Is the secret pavilion crazy? Maybe they sent the revocation letter to the wrong guild. That's Starlink we're talking about. Not only has it recently annexed a bunch of top adventurer teams and workshops, but it's also recruited many retired peak experts. It's the strongest among the up-and-coming superpowers, and Starlink had influence on both main continents. Why would the secret pavilion even think of revoking Starlink's membership? The various superpowers fell into heated discussions about the secret chamber of commerce's sudden internal announcement. They all felt as if the secret pavilion were playing some kind of prank. Many of God's Domain's chambers of commerce were trying to recruit Starlink to obtain the resources and connections it had to offer. By revoking Starlink's membership, not only would Secret grow weaker, but it would also strengthen its competitors. This would only harm both the secret chamber of commerce and the secret pavilion. Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. The Dark Knight Empire's various powers were in an uproar over Starlink's revoked membership, particularly Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul. Starlink's departure from the Secret Chamber of Commerce was a huge loss for both Starlink and the Secret Pavilion, but particularly for Starlink. The Secret Pavilion's influence spanned across the main continent, and few could rival its sales connections and resources. Otherwise, the secret pavilion wouldn't have been a publicly acknowledged transcendental power in God's domain. Without the secret pavilion's support, Starlink's development speed would slow considerably. It wouldn't be surprising if this incident reduced Starlink's income by over 30%. This was a huge blow to Starlink. Heart, do you know what exactly happened between the secret pavilion and Starlink? Illusory Words, one of Crimson Emperor's vice guild leaders, asked as she privately contacted Unyielding Heart. No one in my guild has a clue. What about your side? Unyielding Heart said, shaking his head. The situation made him restless and curious. The Starline Corporation supported Starlink, and the guild had partnered with quite a few superpowers. Most importantly, Starlink was developing on both the eastern and western continents, which gave the guild unimaginable status and influence in the Dark Knight Empire. And yet, the secret pavilion had removed Starlink from the secret chamber of commerce. It was unbelievable. The fact that the secret pavilion had done this meant that something must have happened between it and Starlink, but Unyielding Soul hadn't been able to learn any details about the situation. We don't know anything either. Not even our spies in Starlink have a clue, Illusory Word said, frowning. The secret pavilion has always maintained a neutral stance regarding the secret chamber of commerce. I have never heard of Starlink provoking the secret pavilion either, yet it abruptly revoked Starlink's membership. It's possible that Starlink has provoked some transcendental existence, and the secret pavilion was forced to make this move. If we don't get to the bottom of this, the Dark Knight Empire will become a very dangerous place to develop. The various otherworld powers have been rapidly spreading across the continent, and it was only a matter of time before a massive war erupted between the main continent's powers and those from the various otherworlds. The main continent's resources were limited, after all, and some people were destined to be eliminated. Seeing a superpower like Starlink in such a situation, if Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperors, lesser superpowers, were not careful, their names could be permanently removed from God's domain. I know. That's why I've already tasked people to poke around in the secret pavilion. It shouldn't be long before we have an answer, Unyielding Heart said, nodding. He, too, understood how severe the matter was. Since some mysterious power, which was strong enough to force the secret pavilion to abandon Starlink, had arrived, ordinary superpowers like them wouldn't have a place in the Dark Knight Empire if they weren't careful and accidentally provoked this mysterious newcomer. Unyielding Heart wasn't overly surprised that a new, mysterious power had arrived. The planar passages were open now, and although he didn't understand much about God's domain's multiple otherworlds, those he was familiar with were strong enough to make him shudder. It wasn't entirely impossible that some otherworlds had a secret power he didn't know about. While Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul fervently investigated the matter, other empires and kingdom superpowers did the same. This incident had sparked a passionate discussion in the Fire Dragon Empire, one of the continent's 4 great empires. The empire's various superpowers thought it best to take greater precautions during their important operations. The superpowers that had planned to declare a guild war, in particular, put their plans on hold, afraid of unexpected complications. Who actually has the strength to force the secret pavilion to abandon Starlink? Long Xianglong stared at the report in his hands in astonishment. Even on the western continent, Starlink was famous. Because of the guild's powerful background, even the Azure Gamber of Gomer Sechandi to show the superpower some respect. And yet, without warning, the secret pavilion had abandoned Starlink. Even Long Xianglong found the situation a little unsettling. Should we warn second sis about this, third uncle? Burning Owl asked with a serious expression. If a power could force the secret pavilion to revoke Starlink's membership, it was an even greater threat to the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Yes, notify her, Long Xianglong said after giving the matter some thought. The situation on the eastern continent is more complex than we assumed. For the foreseeable future, you and your team should continue to grind in the level 100 neutral maps here. If anything happens to Wonder, I want you to lend her a hand, so her development doesn't stagnate. Don't bother to help Zero Wing, however. Since that kid dared to make such a boastful declaration before me, I want to see his guild struggle on the eastern continent. Not only had the planar passages fully opened, but some mysterious power with such strength had also arrived on the eastern continent. In Long Xianglong's opinion, as long as Burning Owl didn't secretly help it, a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing would soon fall. Burning Owl had no choice but to nod in agreement, although he couldn't help but pity Zero Wing. Zero Wing had gone to great lengths to help Silent Wonder win Azure's internal competition, yet in the end, it failed to gain any benefits from Azure. Now, a major threat shook the eastern continent. If Zero Wing weren't careful, it would be removed from God's domain. Elsewhere, Feng had returned to White River City's candlelight trading firm. To prepare for Stone Forest City's grand opening, he wanted to produce as many Crimson Sunsets as possible to ensure that the guild's core members could roam the cold spring canyon without issues. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do anything, even with Stone Forest City support. Zero Wing wasn't like the various superpowers. It didn't have a lot of experts that could fight level 100 plus monsters. If Zero Wing wanted to develop quickly by relying on the Cold Spring Canyon, it would need to nurture a group of experts that could survive in the area. Without enough strength, Zero Wing could only helplessly stare at the canyon's abundant resources. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Just as Shifeng was about to enter a basic meditation room and resume the Crimson Sunset's production, Silent Wonder contacted him. Guild leader, something major has happened. Silent Wonder anxiously announced. The Secret Chamber of Commerce has revoked Starlink's membership. Emichim, I know, Shifeng said, nodding. You know already, guild leader. Shifeng's reply surprised her. Thus far, only the various superpowers, who all had powerful information networks, had found out about the situation. As soon as her younger brother had informed her, she had called to notify Shifeng. Of course, I know. I'm the one who caused it, Shifeng calmly stated as he refined the magic crystal in his hand. Chapter 2375, New Stone Forest City opens, you're the one who caused this. Silent Wonder was stunned. For a moment, she even assumed Shifeng was joking. Starlink's removal from the Secret Chamber of Commerce had already caused a commotion among God's domain's various superpowers. It made them all insecure, and they used everything at their disposal to look into the matter. They all wanted to know what kind of power could force the secret pavilion to make such a decision. And yet, Shifeng had just told her that he was responsible. How could she bring herself to believe him? That's right, Shifeng said, chuckling at Silent Wonder's incredulous look. Starlink was the reason that Zero Wing had been kicked out of the Secret Chamber of Commerce a while ago. I'm only returning the favor. Returning the favor. How are you still in the mood to joke around at a time like this, guild leader? Silent Wonder asked, exasperated. Starlink is going crazy over this right now. If it finds out that Zero Wing is responsible, things will become very few powers could rival the Secret Chamber of Commerce's expansive connections in God's domain. These connections might be of limited use to a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing, but for Starlink, it was a different story. Losing Secret's resources and connections would be a huge blow to Starlink's operations. Coins and resources were the foundation of a guild's development, and without enough of both, it'd be surprising if Starlink didn't regress, let alone continue to dominate as a superpower. This incident would likely force Starlink to delay or cancel most of its plans. It would suffer unimaginable losses. If Starlink found out that Zero Wing was responsible for its removal from Secret, it would do everything in its power to annihilate the smaller guild. It wouldn't hold back as it had thus far. This time, Zero Wing had damaged Starlink's foundation, and practically every superpower in God's domain had heard about the incident. Starlink would become a laughingstock if it didn't retaliate. However, Starlink wasn't the same guild it had been in the past. Based on what Silent Wonder had learned from the Azure Chamber of Commerce, not only had Starlink grown stronger after the planar passage's opening, but it had also formed close alliances with a few otherworld superpowers. Recently, Starlink's shadow had stretched across adventurer alliances that had been rapidly developing in the main continent's various kingdoms and empires. Now, even the Fire Dragon Empire's super guilds were wary of Starlink. These up-and-coming adventurer alliances were impressively powerful. They might not look like it during peaceful times, but if they decided to move against a particular power, they could easily deal a devastating blow. God's domain's various large guilds had a lot of members, but most of the materials these guilds needed for their normal operations came from independent players, which were the majority of God's domain's player base. As long as Starlink paid the adventurer alliances it secretly supported a small price, it could sever any power source of resources. While Silent Wonder tried to figure out how she could keep this horrific information secret, the various superpowers received reports from their spies in the secret pavilion. Zero Wing was responsible for Starlink's removal. The moment the various superpowers' upper echelons received these reports, they gasped in shock. How is this possible? The secret pavilion abandoned Starlink for Zero Wing. Have its upper echelons gone mad? The various superpowers could not believe their eyes as they read their subordinates' reports, yet with the facts before them, they had to believe it. Amazing. Truly amazing. Zero Wing actually pulled such a feat off. Unyielding Heart was both overjoyed and stupefied when he heard the news. Neither Unyielding Soul nor Crimson Heart had been able to move against Starlink, yet a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing had dealt an unprecedented blow. It was unbelievable. The secret chamber of commerce had been as precious as an arm to Starlink, and now that it had lost Secret's connections and resources, it had lost that arm. Even if Starlink retained its strength, its development speed would slow significantly. Zero Wing is actually this powerful. Illusory words read her subordinate's report in confusion. Although Zero Wing's performance in the Dark Knight Empire had been extraordinary, the guild shouldn't be capable of threatening Starlink's foundation in her opinion. Starlink was supported by the Starline Corporation, after all. And yet, Zero Wing had just severed one of Starlink's main income sources. She doubted that even Starlink's upper echelons had ever imagined that events would unfold like this. It's no wonder why that kid so boldly rejected me. So, his guild has the secret pavilion support. Long Xianglong was greatly surprised when he discovered the perpetrator for Starlink's removal from the secret chamber of commerce. However, his surprise quickly turned into disdain as he sneered and hissed, "It's a pity the guild's efforts are a waste. Starlink cannot be stopped by a single Tier 3 player. The secret pavilion will pay for its foolishness, as well." Long Xianglong knew a little regarding the conflict between Zero Wing and Starlink. Although losing the secret chamber of commerce's connections and resources was a major loss to Starlink, the setback wouldn't cause the organization's fall. Long Xianglong, who spent his time on the Western continent, knew this. Starlink had already sent the majority of its manpower and resources to the Western continent to establish a foothold, and as a result, it had lacked those assets on the Eastern continent. Now that Starlink's position in the West was secure, Zero Wing's recent actions were tantamount to suicide. As for the secret pavilion, Long Xianglong found its decision to abandon a superpower like Starlink to be utterly foolish. Third uncle, since Zero Wing is responsible for such a major incident, second sis will definitely run into trouble. Should I head over there now? Burning Owl asked. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. He only had a moderate impression of Zero Wing, and he agreed with Long Xianglong about Silent Wonder returning to the Azure Chamber of Commerce. She'd have more space to develop in Azure, and if she remained in Zero Wing, she'd never reach her true potential. I doubt Zero Wing will last much longer. Head over there with your team, Long Xianglong said, nodding, sending Burning Owl to Star Moon Kingdom. Long Xianglong wasn't the only one with such thoughts. The various superpowers' upper echelons shared the sentiment. As long as Starlink posted a bounty on Zero Wing, the independent players from the adventurer alliances it supported would move against the smaller guild. Not only would this restrict Zero Wing's resource income, but the guild's members would also have a tough time grinding in the fields. If this continued long-term, Zero Wing's members would become frustrated and begin to withdraw from the guild. As a result, Zero Wing would grow weaker as time passed, while all Starlink needed to do was spend some coins and resources. While Starlink set up its bounty, a commotion occurred within Zero Wing. Stone Forest City had finally opened to Zero Wing's members. Chapter 2376, Leveling Heaven. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. Several dozen lights flashed in the teleportation hall as Burning Owl and his team arrived in White River City. So, this is Zero Wing's territory. Burning Owl muttered, surprised as he observed his surroundings. Usually, one could determine how prosperous an NPC city was based on how much activity there was in its teleportation hall. The average level of the players in the hall was also a testament to the region's average standards. White River City's teleportation hall was extraordinarily lively. Although the city couldn't yet rival imperial capitals, it could easily compete with Empire's top-ranked cities. God's Domain's empires were incredibly large, with easily several times the player population found in the largest kingdoms. Thus, even Empire's top-ranked cities were more prosperous than Kingdom's capital cities. As far as Burning Owl knew, very few kingdoms had cities like White River City. He was also surprised by these players' average level. Most of the players in the teleportation hall had already reached level 96, with many experts at level 98. White River City's players could even rival those in imperial capitals in terms of levels. While Burning Owl assessed the situation in the teleportation hall, several more lights flashed behind him. As these players arrived, they attracted a lot of attention. They were rather hard not to notice. The moment this group appeared, everyone in the teleportation hall was overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Players' instincts urged them to flee as the newcomers' auras washed over them. What? Starlink actually dispatched its newly formed Hellfire Legion? Burning Owl frowned when he saw them. After the planar passages had opened, Starlink had allied with the superpower that ruled over the demonic Hell World, one of the 6 large-scale otherworlds that were connected to the eastern continent. Like Dark players' favorite areas, the demonic Hell World focused on slaughter, and many of its players possessed a powerful legacy, L. Individually, these players were even stronger than those from the Sea God's realm. Relying on the demonic Hell World's special legacy, Starlink had formed the Hellfire Legion, which was now the strongest legion under the guild's command. The weakest of the legion's members was a refinement realm expert, and with their special legacy, even peak experts would find these players incredibly difficult to kill. With the individual members so powerful, it was easy to imagine how horrific all 1,000 Hellfire Legion members would be when they worked together. Because of this, the various superpowers were even more afraid of Starlink. Now, Starlink had dispatched 300 Hellfire Legion members to White River City. If they had to fight those players, even Burning Owl's Heaven Piercer team would be annihilated. Vice Guild Leader, Elder Long has contacted me to inform us to avoid conflict with Starlink as much as possible, a level 100, black-clad assassin quietly reported. Aside from sending in the Hellfire Legion, Starlink has posted a bounty on Zero Wing through the adventurer alliances it supports. Starlink is offering 100 CPs for Zero Wing's elite members and 1,000 CPs for core members. The guild is even offering half of the posted bounty to players who can prove they've assisted with the kills. Moreover, Starlink has declared that this bounty will remain in effect until Zero Wing has been removed from God's domain. What a high price! Even I find it tempting. It seems that Starlink truly intends to go all out. The bounty astonished Burning Owl. He hadn't expected Starlink to be so vicious. Many independent players had joined the adventurer alliances Starlink had established with the various otherworld powers, and among them, many were powerful experts that could even rival superpowers peak experts. The adventurer alliance's contribution points were quite valuable. Players could use them to purchase combat techniques, weapons, equipment, rare materials, and even legacies. Members could even spend the points to hire a team of experts to assist with quests and dungeons. But those uses paled in comparison to their true value. Once members had accumulated enough CPs, they'd earn a promotion within the alliance, rising from bronze to silver, or silver to gold rank. As one rose through the ranks, not only would they receive a discount on any CP purchases, but at gold rank, they'd also earn a fixed credit salary each month. To top it all off, there were almost no restrictions on these benefits. The policy had lured many independent peak experts and top adventure teams to join these adventurer alliances. A CP in Starlink's adventurer alliances was worth 3 silver, but players couldn't exchange CPs for coins. Hence, the CP reward for Starlink's bounty on Zero Wing was powerfully attractive to the Adventurer Alliance's members. It was even enough to motivate peak experts. Even a superpower would suffer against this strategy, not to mention Zero Wing. Not even God's domain's various superpowers had thought Starlink would to go such great lengths to destroy Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Xuanwu, who was raiding a level 95, super large-scale team dungeon in the Ore Empire, heard of Starlink's bounty, it surprised her a little. Vice Guild Leader, I doubt Zero Wing will last much longer now that Starlink is relying on its full strength. Should we take advantage of this opportunity? The elementalist Jing Yang suggested. That won't be necessary. All we need to do right now is capture the Ore capital city as soon as possible. Everything else is secondary, Xuanwu said, shaking her head. However, after giving the matter some thought, she smiled faintly and said, that being said, send someone to keep an eye on Zero Wing. The guild has grown strong enough that its members should force Starlink to reveal its current strength. Understood, Jing Yang replied. Although he was a little disappointed that he wouldn't have a hand in Zero Wing's downfall, he didn't dare disobey Xuanwu. He immediately notified some of his subordinates to watch Zero Wing. In Zero Wing's White River City residence, tension had risen among the guild's members due to the news of Starlink's bounty. Everyone was worried about the situation. They wouldn't only have to face Starlink's experts this time, independent experts from multiple kingdoms and empires were joining this fight. If they were not careful in the fields, they could easily be surrounded and slain. Zero Wing was exceptionally strong and had absolute control over a few maps, but as they reached higher levels, they'd have to explore areas outside of the guild's influence. Leveling up would almost certainly become far more difficult. While some guild members considered continuing their development in a new guild, others noticed that the guild residence had a new teleportation point. Quick, look! We can teleport to Stone Forest City again. Crap! There's a level 98 requirement, and the guild transfer scrolls cost 500 GCPs each. Wait, something's not right. Stone Forest City has been moved to the Cold Spring Forest. Cold Spring Forest's a level 100 neutral map. What? Stone Forest City is located in a level 100 neutral map now. When they saw the residence's new teleportation point, everyone was dumbfounded. They had never thought the guild would transfer Stone Forest City to a level 100 neutral map. Even the various superpowers only dreamed of accomplishing such a feat. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Some of the level 98 guild members gritted their teeth as they purchased a guild transfer scroll for Stone Forest City. Curious, they activated the scrolls the moment they received them. As soon as these level 98 members arrived in the city's residence, they were stunned by what Stone Forest City had to offer. Not only were their 5 senses sharper within the city, but they also spotted plenty of neutral NPCs selling level 100 weapons and equipment. Most importantly, they sensed the chaotic energy that corroded their bodies dissipating twice as fast as normal. With Stone Forest City's unique environment, it was a leveling haven. Shortly after Zero Wing's members arrived in Stone Forest City, they spread the news throughout the guild, causing an uproar. Naturally, the spies within Zero Wing reported to their respective superiors immediately. Chapter 2377, Enviable Stone Forest City. When they received the reports about Stone Forest City's new location, the various superpowers nearly went mad. Impossible! I thought we needed to raid team dungeons and level 100 neutral maps before we could obtain a town transfer token for those maps. Damn it! Zero Wing was actually able to do it. I want this investigated. We need to find out how Zero Wing accomplished this feat. When the various superpowers discovered Stone Forest Town's new location, the joy they had felt over Zero Wing's misfortune vanished instantly. Now, only envy and admiration remained. The various superpowers were desperate for means to accelerate their exploration in level 100 neutral maps. Unfortunately, they had found nothing, and their teams were helpless against these maps' environments and monsters, yet the areas were the future of God's domain. Players could earn significantly more EXP from the monsters in those maps than monsters in lower-level maps. In addition, level 100 maps were the only sources of level 100 weapons and equipment at this point. The various superpowers could only afford to send a large number of players to challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests once they had a sufficient amount of level 100 weapons and equipment. Moreover, fighting the monsters in level 100 neutral maps would be very helpful to players trying to improve their combat standards. Lower-level monsters were almost entirely different creatures, after all. Now that Stone Forest City was located in a level 100 neutral map, Zero Wing had an unimaginably massive advantage. Meanwhile, in the Dark Knight Empire's Dark Knight City, it's no wonder why Zero Wing dared to sever one of Starlink's main income sources. So, the guild still had such a card to play, illusory words muttered, shock and envy flashing in her eyes. A guild city in a level 100 neutral map would do more than increase the guild members' leveling speed, it could also become a new source of resources for the guild. Level 100 neutral maps had more abundant resources than level 90 plus maps, and these resources catered to level 100 players. The advantage these resources would provide was imposingly large. With Stone Forest City's new location, Starlink would likely be rendered powerless against Zero Wing. The two guilds were no longer playing on the same field. Even if Starlink could target Zero Wing via its various adventurer alliances, the tactic would only be effective against Zero Wing's lower-level members. Any level 98 plus members could easily avoid Starlink's bounty hunters by relying on Stone Forest City's level 100 neutral map. Moreover, they'd gain far more than they would from grinding in level 90 plus maps. At this stage of the game, even mainstream players had reached level 95. Needless to say, Zero Wing's members, who were known for their high quality, would have reached higher levels. And the idea of Starlink targeting Zero Wing in a level 100 neutral map was a joke. If Starlink attacked Zero Wing in the Cold Spring Forest, Zero Wing could rely on its city's inherent advantages to beat its enemy to a pulp. Trying to sever Zero Wing from its resource sources was even more laughable. The various powers shops might still need lower-level resources, but they needed level 100 plus resources far more. If Zero Wing were willing to trade these resources for lower-level items, no power would refuse it. Furthermore, Zero Wing still had the secret pavilion support. Stone Forest City will be very helpful to players when they challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests, Vice Guild Leader. If we can secure a temporary residence in the city, we'll have an edge over other superpowers when it comes to nurturing Tier 3 players, the level 100 berserker beside illusory words realized, glowing with excitement. Players had to conduct their Tier 3 promotion quests in level 100 neutral maps, yet these areas were far too dangerous. Finding the lost Tier 3 legacies was also quite time-consuming. However, if players had a city like Stone Forest City, they'd be able to complete their promotion quests in far less time. I know. Unyielding Soul has certainly secured a huge advantage. When Illusory Words thought about Unyielding Soul, which had allied with Zero Wing a long time ago, she could not help but envy the guild. Make the necessary arrangements. We're going to negotiate with Zero Wing. I'll get it done immediately, the level 100 berserker answered. Aside from Crimson Emperor, a few superpowers had considered obtaining a temporary residence in Stone Forest City. Like Crimson Emperor, these superpowers promptly sent representatives to White River City. Nothing was more important to them than helping their players complete their Tier 3 promotion quests right now. Meanwhile, in an Adventurer Alliance's residence in the Fire Dragon Empire. Nothing can stop Zero Wing now, Big Sis Jade. Zero Wing actually has a city in a level 100 neutral map. Not even Azure's Demonstone Town can hold a candle to Stone Forest City, the blue-clad assassin youth beside Jade Bamboo exclaimed. So, he was telling the truth. Realization dawned on Jade Bamboo when she read the latest report regarding Stone Forest City. When Shirfone had declared that Zero Wing could nurture Silent Wonder just as well as the Azure Chamber of Commerce and without Azure's resources, Jade Bamboo had found the notion laughable. And yet, times had changed. With Stone Forest City's new location, Zero Wing would have no trouble acquiring the necessary resources to continue its rapid development. Not even the Otherworld's various powers could affect Zero Wing's progression. Meanwhile, in one of White River City's restaurants. How is this possible? Burning Owl felt as if he were dreaming as he read his subordinate's report. Zero Wing had successfully transferred Stone Forest City to a level 100 neutral map, which was something the various superpowers could only dream of accomplishing. Shortly after the various powers had learned about Stone Forest City's relocation, news had spread among the game's independent players, particularly those in White River City. Stone Forest City is amazing. If I could travel to the city, I'd reach level 100 in no time. That's not the only benefit you could get by operating out of Stone Forest City. One of my close friends is a core member in Zero Wing, and he told me that the city even enhances players' senses. If you train in the city's battle arena, your progress will be miraculous. This won't do. I'm going to take the test to join Zero Wing. The latest news about Stone Forest City inspired many independent experts to join Zero Wing. Aside from the help the city could provide as players challenged their Tier 3 promotion quests, the fact that the city could help players gain more progress when training made it impossible to reject. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. For a time, the independent experts that had hesitated about joining Zero Wing due to the recent incident with Starlink fervently applied to the guild. Some of the independent experts from Starlink's Adventurer Alliances even decided to switch sides, applying to become a Zero Wing member rather than target the guild. Because of Stone Forest City, many independent experts are now applying to join Zero Wing, guild leader. Based on the latest statistics, we've received over 10,000 new applications. Some of them are even from Starlink's Adventurer Alliances, Liang Jing excitedly reported. I doubt even Starlink expected that the experts it sent to attack us would end up joining our guild. Zero Wing had constantly been trying to recruit new members and expand its operations, yet its efforts had yielded limited results. However, due to Stone Forest City's new location, a flood of experts had shown up to join the guild. This would undoubtedly make it easier for Zero Wing to manage its territories. Moreover, since a large number of experts from Starlink's Adventurer Alliances had turned traitor, the pressure on Zero Wing's members in Starmoon Kingdom had lessened considerably. It's too early to celebrate, Shifeng said, chuckling. Since Lu Xinglua wants to play, we'll have to humor him. Spread the news that Zero Wing intends to establish a Starmoon Adventurer Alliance in the kingdom. Any alliance member that reaches the silver rank will have access to Stone Forest City, while gold members will qualify to purchase a private house in the city. Chapter 2378, Popular Starmoon Adventurer Alliance Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Flashing lights filled White River City's teleportation hall as group after group of players arrived. If one carefully watched these players, they'd notice that many of them wore cloaks embossed with symbols from various adventurer teams. Most were top adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires. There were even some from other worlds. This is insane. Even Origin Curse, the Dark Knight Empire's third-ranked adventurer team, is making a move. I've heard that Starlink is going all out to eliminate Zero Wing this time. The organization is even offering certain benefits in addition to the current bounty. Depending on how much players accomplish, they can even earn special legacies. Zero Wing's in trouble now. Most experts might have a problem with the environment and monsters in a level 100 neutral map, but peak experts and top adventurer teams shouldn't. I know, right? Getting to the Cold Spring Forest might be easier for Zero Wing's members, but once they're there, Zero Wing's ordinary experts will fall. Besides, exploring a level 100 neutral map is still a problem. Even if Zero Wing sends reinforcements from Stone Forest City, they'll likely suffer significant losses. As bystanders in the teleportation hall watched the various top adventurer teams and peak experts arrive, they were shocked, but they also began to place bets on which would survive to the end, Zero Wing or Starlink. Starlink really knows how to splurge, sending so many peak adventure teams here. Feng, who was still working in the candlelight trading firm, was similarly surprised when he heard the news. Hiring a top adventure team to attack a guild in a level 100 neutral map was incredibly expensive, yet Starlink had dispatched so many of them. It had likely paid a high enough price that even super guilds would wince. Guild leader, I just received news that Starlink's Hellfire Legion members are starting to move toward the Cold Spring Forest. By the looks of it, they intend to attack our teams grinding in the area, Silent Wonder, who was grinding for EXP, worriedly reported. Why don't I negotiate with my family to borrow some of their experts? Zero Wings members had Stone Forest City to fall back to, but they still had to leave the city to level up. Unfortunately, Zero Wings' foundations were still unsteady. Although an expert could rival a peak expert with the Crimson Sunset, Zero Wing didn't have enough of the sets to match the number of peak experts Starlink had dispatched. Of course, Starlink would suffer tremendously for taking such drastic action, but the organization was supported by the Starline Corporation. It had far more funds and resources than its opponent. Most importantly, several adventurer alliances worked for Starlink. If this persisted, Zero Wing's position would become even more disadvantaged. That won't be necessary. You should just focus on leveling up, Feng said, chuckling. Starlink's foundations might be vast, but Zero Wing's no weakling. Feng wouldn't have dared consider clashing with Starlink directly before he had transferred Stone Forest City to the Cold Spring Canyon, but things had changed. All right. My team and I will try to reach level 100 as quickly as possible, Silent Wonder said, nodding. She knew that she could only display the Crimson Sunset's full strength by reaching level 100. After Feng disconnected his call with Silent Wonder, Liang Jing entered the basic meditation room. Guild leader, I've planned the basic organization and benefits for the Adventurer Alliance. The Alliance's residence is ready, as well. We now have residences in White River City, Starmoon City, Zero Wing City, and Stone Forest City. We can begin to recruit members at any time, Liang Jing proudly announced. She brimmed with anticipation and confidence about the new Adventurer Alliance Zero Wing was about to establish. Independent players might consider the benefits the other Adventurer Alliances offered outstanding, but those benefits were nothing compared to what Zero Wing's Adventurer Alliance had to offer. Alright, make the announcement to the public now, then. Feng nodded. He had wanted to wait until the Azura Adventure team had grown powerful enough before he established an Adventurer Alliance on the main continent with Azura's help, but since Starlink had bared its fangs, he had no choice but to move his plans forward. With Feng's go-ahead, Liang Jing published the news on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. She also sent her subordinates to manage the recruitment at the newly established Starmoon Adventurer Alliance's residences. In no time, the kingdom was in an uproar. What? Zero Wing's establishing an Adventurer Alliance. Maybe it's a move to counter Starlink's assault, but Starlink's Adventurer Alliances offer incredibly generous benefits. I doubt many people will be interested in Zero Wings. Wait, you're wrong. Look at what benefits the Starmoon Adventurer Alliance is offering. Any silver member will have access to Stone Forest City, and gold members will qualify to purchase private houses in the city. A private house. Isn't that a little too generous? So far, Zero Wing has only leased Stone Forest City's houses, yet countless people fought over them. If we could buy one of our own, our leveling speed would skyrocket. That's not all. The Starmoon Adventurer Alliance has quite a few residences, as well. There's even one in Stone Forest City and Zero Wing City, and members can rest in the residences for free. When the kingdom's independent players saw the benefits the Starmoon Adventurer Alliance offered, they were ecstatic. Many even dropped what they were doing and ran toward the recruitment venues. Stone Forest City was the only city in God's domain located in a level 100 neutral map. Countless experts dreamed of entering the city, not to mention purchasing one of Stone Forest City's private houses. Not even the various superpowers peak experts had that privilege. And yet, as long as they became a silver member in the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance, they could visit Stone Forest City whenever they wished. For a time, independent players crowded the entrances to the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance's residences. These players easily outnumbered those applying to join Zero Wing by more than a dozen times. There were even some peak experts among the crowds. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Meanwhile, the adventurer teams that had come to White River City to target Zero Wing's members began to jump ship, one after another, applying to join the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance. The kingdom's various major powers were stupefied. However, they found these results reasonable. How could Starlink's meager resources possibly compare to the benefits Zero Wing offered, after all? Just being able to enter Stone Forest City would give players a massive lead in levels, not to mention the ability to purchase a private house in the city. Who would willingly miss out on the opportunity? Even independent experts from other kingdoms and empires made their way to Star Moon Kingdom when they had the news. The Adventurer Alliance's the various otherworld powers controlled rapidly lost members. While the Star Moon Adventurer Alliance's member count ballooned, Shifeng received a message from Kola. Guild leader, we've completed our promotions.